Senator Gruenhagen. On Wednesday, April 12, 2023, at 8:33 a.m., Senator Glenn Gruenhagen emailed every senator the following email. Attached are videos documenting mutilating transgender surgeries on minor children. Extremely graphic and disturbing. End of email. I just want to reiterate that in plain language. Senator Glenn Gruenhagen emailed every senator saying he had attached videos of children's genitalia that he described himself as extremely graphic and disturbing, with an accompanying hyperlink. If you click on that link, a web page opens with pages of genitalia and blood and surgeries. While I initially believed that Senator Gruenhagen sent this email to only DFL senators, I since have been informed that a substantially similar or possibly identical email was sent to all of his Republican colleagues as well. So today's ethics hearing is perhaps unlike most that this committee will ever see, in that every single member of this committee also received the email at the heart of today's hearing. So I'm hoping that the need for investigation isn't too robust, as it happened to all of us. Now, while Senator Gruenhagen and others may defend that his sending of the graphic and disturbing imagery is because of how the senator feels about the topic that was related to the email he sent, it has to be true that no matter how strongly any senator feels about any topic, it is a violation of our Senate ethics for a member to send images of children's genitalia and describe it as extremely graphic and disturbing to other members. Senate Rule 56.1 states that members shall adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct. Senate Rule 56.3 states that improper conduct includes conduct that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior. As such, today I'm asking you to find that unanimously it violates the accepted norms of the Senate, as it does in public life, for members to send unsolicited videos or imagery of children's genitalia, including and especially those that a member sending them knows and admits are extremely graphic and disturbing to other members or staff. In public statements, Senator Gruenhagen said he sent the graphic and disturbing link to be informational to members. But in doing so, Senator Gruenhagen revealed his deep lack of understanding of anything related to LGBTQIA2S people. Indeed, Senator Gruenhagen is so far away from treating us like people that he felt it was okay to send pictures, again, of children's genitalia to other members. As this committee also has jurisdiction over recommending discipline for other members, I make the following offering: that Senator Gruenhagen attend a training on LGBTQIA+ sensitivity approved by or contracted with or worked with in consultation from this committee on the Minnesota Council on LGBTQIA2S Minnesotans. And with that, I conclude my testimony and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Members, any questions that you have of Senator McQuaid? And before I go to you, it is true that Senator Gruenhagen, if you have a representative or yourself, you can come to the end of the table there and ask any questions of Senator McQuaid as well. Either side.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this current setup here, are we, if we as the committee have questions for Senator Gruenhagen, is he going to have an opportunity to sit at the testifiers table after this, or would this be the time to ask Senator Gruenhagen questions? Because he has some time to talk as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. And Senator Miller, just so that you're clear, we sent everyone the procedures, and that's why I went over those procedures again, just so that it's very clear also for the public that each side are going to have an opportunity.
No, this is my very first ethics subcommittee meeting, and this is just a little awkward. That's all. So that's all.
I get it.
That's the only reason I was asking, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We welcome any questions, and we believe that all questions are welcome. So I don't want you to feel awkward at all, because this is a number of people's first time. Like I think it's Senator Kunish's first time as well.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, when the time is appropriate, I do have questions for Senator Gruenhagen, but that doesn't feel like this is the time.
Right. So this is now Senator McQuaid, who's gotten the chance to tell us about what happened on April 12th, right, and how that came across and what she believes was wrong about it, right, and in violation of our rules. And so now you as a committee can ask her any questions, and there will also be space where Senator Gruenhagen will be able to ask her a question or two as well. but then the roles switch, then Senator Gruenhagen has to sit in this seat, okay? And then Senator McQuaid will be able to sit over there and ask questions. All right? All right, so members, any questions of Senator McQuaid? Senator Kunesh?
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me, Senator McQuaid. Have you received anything like this sort of disturbing information or electronic information from Senator Gruenhagen before this April 12th?
Senator McQuaid?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Kunesh. I've received emails from Senator Gruenhagen before. I think we all have. Sometimes they're sent out to all senators or all senators and staff, and they certainly sometimes contain opinions or information, and that's a person's prerogative to share those things. Not always useful or informational to me, but it's happened both before April 12th and since then, and I don't think any of them rose to the level of violating our Senate ethics. Maybe annoying, but it's not against our ethics to annoy members. And so this particular email with both the description and what was contained in the link were the only thing that I've received that I would say violates Senate ethics.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator McQuaid, you talked about, especially in the complaint, that the information that was sent or the pictures were very disturbing and very graphic. And you said that not only were they graphic, but it's also the context of the information. Am I hearing you correctly? And if so, can you elaborate a little more about context and how that added to the extreme nature or disturbing nature of those images?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I think I should be really clear that anytime I'm using the word extremely graphic and disturbing, I'm quoting Senator Gruenhagen in his own email, because what I would like to make very, very clear is that not only was it graphic imagery and was said in the email to be imagery of children's genitalia, but it was self-described by Senator Gruenhagen as extremely graphic and disturbing. And so it tells me that not only did we, if we all clicked on that link, or if anybody clicked on that link, we would probably come to that conclusion, but the senator himself knew and described it as extremely graphic and disturbing and still sent it anyway. And so the context, I think to the context piece, one of the things that I'm asking this committee to find is that there is no context under which members should be sending imagery and videos of children's genitalia that we describe as extremely graphic and disturbing to one another, particularly unsolicited. I have failed to come up with a scenario in which sending imagery and videos of children's genitalia to one another solicited is okay, but specifically unsolicited it definitely is a violation of Senate ethics.
And Senator McQuaid, I'm also reading something that appeared to be an email that you received, as did other senators, and it seems like it says attached are videos documenting mutilating transgender surgeries on minor children, extremely graphic and disturbing. Was there any? Did the pictures have any additional impact on you because of the children being transgender?
Mr. Chair, I think no, not the imagery themselves or the videos themselves. I mean, Minnesotans, people have surgery all the time for various reasons. There's really no such thing as a surgery that's identified by a person. It's the type of surgery you have. So you could have a hysterectomy, you could have an appendectomy. It's like what is happening to you. It's not who it's happening to. But I think, the thing that's important for me to say that I don't necessarily think is relevant to this ethics hearing, but is relevant to how I took it, is that the conversation that we have in public about transgender people and particularly transgender kids is so often reducing them to their bodies and private conversations that they have with their providers and their parents. And it is a really dehumanizing way to talk about people. And so I don't love it, but if I had gotten an email with Senator Gruenhagen's opinions about that, I would not have said that it would have violated Senate ethics. I would have disagreed vehemently, and it would have been hard to to read, but it would not have violated our Senate ethics. We hear differing opinions and things that are hard to hear all the time in this job. It's when we do things that are not within the norms of the Senate, and I posit to this committee that sending images of children's genitalia that we describe as extremely graphic and disturbing is outside of the norm, or I seriously hope is outside of the norm of the Senate. That is when it rises to the level of violating our ethics.
Any other questions of Senator Kunish?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So in this email that Senator Gruenhagen sent to the DFL senators, and I know that it has a subject, transgender surgery male to female video. Do you remember, was there any kind of context to this video? So was this just like a random video that Senator Gruenhagen sent us? Or had there been something, did something happen? Was there a discussion? Was there any kind of conversation with you and Senator Gruenhagen prior to him sending this out that might have prompted him to send this random video with very little context to why he was sending it?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Kunish, no, we had not had any conversations about this. This was not a day we, I believe, heard any bills related to trans and LGBT Minnesotans or that I was presenting in committee. There might have been ancillary action taken through a committee report, but no, this was, I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning. I was still driving to the Capitol. No, yes, I was still driving to the Capitol. We weren't in committee that day. And so it just, yeah, it was out of the blue, just a random email on a Wednesday morning.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment that I want to make examining this complaint. It appears the content of the email is a link to a Google search. We all know, based on how that operates, that changes pretty regularly. And the terms appear to be transgender surgery, male to female video. And there's no mention in those search terms of anything for a minor person or anything of the matter. That is only made in a sentence by Senator Gruenhagen. The search is only to a Google search link with the terms that I described, and no context provided here of what those would be. I would imagine there would be adult results of the operations performed on adult-aged individuals as well. And if we were to use this link today, I'm sure it would be very different results from the time that it was sent. So I want to point that out. There's been a lot of discussion about minors are repeatedly brought up in this discussion, but that does not appear to be directly connected to the link that was in the email provided.
Senator Matthews, I think one of the things that that is important for us to note is that it looks like there's this email and it's self-describing. Like, for an example, even though that you've talked about the Google search, is self-describing that says attached our video documenting mutilating transgender surgeries on minor children. And then it's self-describing as extremely graphic and disturbing. And we'll be able to ask Senator Gruenhagen a couple of those questions at the appropriate time. Senator McQuaid, the document that you have as a part of what you submitted to us back April 19, 2023, is that a true representation of the email that you got from Senator Gruenhagen?
Mr. Chair, yes, this is the just a printout of the email that I got. And I do want to just make sure that I mention that, yes, the email that we have, that you have in front of you specifically says attached are videos documenting surgeries on minor children. So it was very explicit in the sentence in the email that the link that I have provided here documents surgeries on children.
And I'm also looking on the bottom where it has the other, on the bottom of the email, is this truly representative of it? Because it says search transgender plus surgery plus male to female videos, and IE. Was that also a part of this email?
Mr. Chair, yes, I believe that Senator Gruenhagen sent himself an email from his personal account to his Senate account, and then he forwarded that email to, I believe, the respective listservs for the caucus. So that is what you're seeing there.
Any other questions from anyone? Senator Kunish.
I have a question. I don't know that Senator Mayquay can answer this, but perhaps you as a lawyer could answer this, or maybe our lawyer here. As it is described in this email and with that live link, could this be considered, number one, pornography? And number two, the fact that Senator Gruenhagen sent it through state government email, perhaps on a state-owned laptop, computer or laptop, would that be in violation of any kind of code of conduct or expectation within the Senate or state government?
Well, that is something that's a really good point, or really good line of questioning. I don't know the answer to that, because I know that there are strict, pornography rules, especially when it comes to children. And even if you are sending something from one person to another, there are some strict pornography rules, but that's something that we could certainly check into. And then the second portion is whether using one's government-issued computer, if there was a violation, if you use that government computer by which to send what could be, I'm not saying it is pornographic because I don't know, right? But anything that could come across pornographic to another person. So that is something that can certainly be looked upon.
Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen, do you have any questions for Senator Mayquay? And it should be in the form of a question.
Yeah, as far as the video is concerned, I did say that both Republicans and Democrats, and the same question came up. As far as the video is concerned, I did send it to both all Democrats and Republican senators. And the other thing, the video I referenced was created by the University of Louisville, Kentucky, as a tutorial for gynecologists to familiarize themselves with male to female gender transition surgery. So it was a medical video of training for gynecologists. It wasn't pornography. I did put explicit and graphic because obviously invasive surgery, in this case, mutilating surgery, is very explicit and graphic. So the question I have for Senator Mayquay, did you watch the video?
Senator Mayquay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both back in 2023 and today, if you click on the link, it takes you to a page of videos. And my initial concern, because the email specifically said, attached are videos documenting surgeries on minor children, and then it's, genitalia. When you open the page, the first video that plays is a penis, like that's just what shows up on your screen. I did not stick around to see, is this an adult? Is this a child? I was really taken aback. And so, yes, and I was checked with an attorney before opening the link because I was so concerned that I would be participating in potentially illegal behavior, but certainly unethical behavior, because I, didn't know what this was. So yes, I did. Very apprehensively, and after confirming with an attorney that I wouldn't be violating the law by clicking on the link that was sent to the email.
Senator Gruenhagen.
So Senator Mayquay, was that yes or no? Did you watch the video or not?
Senator Mayquay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen parts of the video. The entire video was not of interest to me.
Okay. So you didn't watch the whole video?
Senator Gruenhagen. Senator McQuay to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Gruenhagen, I make it a point in my life to not look at genitalia of children when it is sent to me.
Just quick follow-up. What percentage of the video did you watch, Senator McQuay?
Senator McQuay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't be able to give you a percentage. I watched enough to know what it was and to know that I didn't want to continue watching it.
Okay.
Any other questions of Senator McQuay? Any other questions generated by the questioning of Senator Gruenhagen? See none? Okay. Any, well, stick around because you're going to be able to give closing statements, okay? And you're going to also be able to ask Senator Gruenhagen questions. So if you want to come over here or go over there, you're more than welcome. Senator Gruenhagen, you and or your representatives can go to the table. That would be great. And Senator Gruenhagen, when you're ready, go ahead and get started. And you have 15 minutes uninterrupted. And we will time it, but we'll give you the freedom in order to defend yourself or talk through things from your perspective.
Do I have to take an oath?
I'm sorry?
Don't you put me under oath?
Yes, I am going to put you under oath. Yeah, oh yeah, you know I'm going to put you under oath there, Senator. All right.
I want to make sure I tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
So, if you be so kind as to raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right, Senator Gruenhagen.
And I just wanted to say one more time, the video that I was referencing in my email was a video created by the University of Louisville, Kentucky, as a tutorial for gynecologists to familiarize
And
themselves.
Senator Gruenhagen, I'm sorry, will you talk a little closer because we want to make sure we're able to hear you clearly, okay?
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
Just wanted to repeat that the video that I referenced in my email was created by the University of Louisville, Kentucky as a tutorial for gynecologists to familiarize themselves with male to female gender transition surgery. And obviously surgery, invasive surgery is extremely graphic and disturbing, regardless of what it is in some case, but especially in this particular case. So, okay, I have written testimony here. So, Mr. Chair and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the complaint filed by Senator McQuay. Like all of you, I take the important work that we do here in the Senate on behalf of our constituents very seriously. This is why I was so surprised and frankly disappointed after learning that my colleague filed an ethics complaint in response to my efforts to inform colleagues about a controversial issue to be debated on the Senate floor. First, I would like to briefly summarize the events that lead up to this hearing. On April 12, 2023, I sent an email to both Republican and Democrat colleagues containing a link to a Google search, results for transgender surgery male to female video. The Google search can yield varying results, but the top result as of June 8th, 2023 was linked to the American Urological Association video titled Gender Reassignment Surgery Male to Female. So it was a medical video, medical training video. While the resulting videos are clearly academic and medical in nature, I intentionally caution members that the videos are extremely graphic and disturbing. The email itself contained no images. The link sent users to the Google search engine website, which then you had to click on the video. My sole purpose for sending the email in question was to help educate my colleagues on both sides of the aisle about these procedures, which fall under the category of gender-affirming care. The topic of a Senate floor discussion a few days later on April 21st, 2023. On April 19th, 2023, 2 days before our debate to House File 146, which dealt with gender-affirming healthcare out-of-state law interference provision modifications, Senator McQuay, the author of the bill, filed an ethics complaint regarding my informational email. On April 21st, 2023, after a vigorous debate, the Senate ultimately passed HF 146 on a party line vote of 34-30. It should be noted for the record that Senator McQuaid did not email me or approach me on the Senate floor concerning her concerns about my email. I was first made aware of the complaint only after she had provided a copy to the Star Tribune. It was published in the newspaper website. It is notable the timing of this release to the press just before our debate on the Senate floor. Members of the Senate cannot question motives on the Senate floor, but I can't help wonder if this complaint was simply to score political points ahead of the floor debate on HF 146. Why does the Senate hold committees? Why do we meet with constituents and lobbyists regarding the impact of legislation? Why do we debate bills in the Senate floor? The answer is simple and obvious: to inform members about the impacts of the legislation they are going to be voting on or against on behalf of their constituents. As a legislator, making informed decisions on behalf of your constituency is not only a fundamental right, it is a collective responsibility. If the subcommittee finds that this complaint has merit, it will have an absolutely chilling effect on the distribution of information between senators on bills. It would mean that this subcommittee effectively endorses the stifling of debate and discourse about that are critical to the success of our institution and our republic. In fact, Rule 56.2, which is not cited in the complaint, contemplates the importance of sharing factual information among senators. The rule states, a member shall not publish or distribute written material if the member knows or has reason to know the material includes any statement that is false or clearly misleading concerning a public policy issue or concerning the members or another member's voting record or position on a public policy. That's a direct quote. The very existence of 56.2 validates the idea that distributing information is not only acceptable, but expected. The body would not have a rule expressly prohibiting the distribution of false information if sharing was not allowed. And again, you should note, Senator McQuaid did not contest that the email I sent violated Senate Rule 56.2. Senator McQuaid, myself, members of this subcommittee will all want the same thing: to protect our kids or children. Unfortunately, this complaint only reinforces the problem most people have with today's politics, a political extremism that is unwilling to engage those with whom they disagree. Mr. Chair and members of the subcommittee, I agree that there was a violation of Senate Rule 56.3. There was an improper conduct that violated the accepted norms of Senate behavior, that betrayed the public trust and brought the Senate into dishonor and disrepute. But it wasn't the informational email I sent to my colleagues. No, the real violation of Senate deliberations and decorum here is blatantly a blatant frivolous ethics complaint dropped by a member right before their bill is debated on the Senate floor and distributed to the Star Tribune before I was even notified. Therefore, I strongly urge the subcommittee to find the ethics complaint unwarranted so we can focus on the important business of the Senate. I look forward to working with my Senate colleagues, including Senator McQuaid, both Republican and Democrat, on effective legislation that will benefit the people of Minnesota and their children during the upcoming season. I also have a copy of the email. I did not send it from my government-issued computer. I sent it from my iPad. I use my iPad for everything, just to clarify that point. Thank you, committee members, and I'm open for any of your questions.
Any initial questions for Senator Gruenhagen?
Well,
Senator
Mr.
Miller.
Chair, I have a copy of my testimony for the 4 committee members, if you want it, that I just read.
We'll make sure that we distribute it. So if you get it
Pardon?
to us, we'll certainly distribute it to the members, okay?
Okay,
All right.
well, after we're done here, then I'll just bring it up real quick, if it's okay with you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've had the opportunity to thoroughly review both the ethics complaints that are in front of the subcommittee this evening. The complaint against Senator Gruenhagen, which we just heard, that states that he violated Senate rules by sending an email to members. I've also reviewed the complaint against Senator Mitchell, stating that her recent arrest for first-degree burglary and subsequent statements after the arrest violated Senate rules. Senator Gruenhagen's,
Senator Miller?
let's see the date, yeah.
Just so you know, whenever you do this work, that you can't conflate those two, right? So the issue that's in front of us, that's the one that we
No
have
problem,
to,
Senator.
that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the complaint, Senator Gruenhagen's complaint, I think was filed on April 19th, 2023. Sounds, yeah, so about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And then the other complaint, which I'll talk about later, per your comments, was just recently filed. Now, Mr. Chair and members, we have a heavy responsibility this evening. And this is something that has been weighing on me for several days. I was sitting in church on Sunday morning, and this is all I could think about. Because this is such a big responsibility that we have 4 members of the Minnesota Senate. There are 67 members in the Minnesota Senate, and there are 4 of us that have this tremendous responsibility for residents of the entire state of Minnesota, nearly 6 million people. We have this responsibility. Now, I've been a member of the Senate for 14 years, Mr. Chair and members. I've been a member of this subcommittee for a few years when I served in the role as Senate President, and then I was off the subcommittee. And now I've been on for a couple of years just as a rank and file member. But this is my first subcommittee hearing on ethics. And being on the committee as long as I have been, or the subcommittee, it's clearly not something that happens very often. And I think the complaints that we have in front of us are, I don't know, it's been weighing on me. This is a committee that you hope never has to meet, Mr. Chair. At least that's where I'm at. And yet here we are today. So I do have a series of questions for Senator Gruenhagen as well as Senator Mitchell later. And Senator Gruenhagen, you had mentioned a House file. Can you tell me what that House file number was?
Yeah, hold on. I think it was House File 146, and we voted on it April 21st, 2023.
Okay, so Mr. Chair and Senator Gruenhagen, do you feel that the email that you sent, the email in question, was directly relevant to House File 146?
Yes, because it dealt with gender affirming care, which includes the surgery for children, male to female. And it was a medical training video.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And was the purpose of your email, Senator Gruenhagen, simply to inform members about an issue that was included in House File 146?
Absolutely, yes. My intent was to help them understand what the legislation that was up for a vote actually would result in legalizing and surgery on this male to female surgery. So yes, it was directly connected to House File 146.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, one more question. Senator Gruenhagen, you had mentioned that the video that you intended members to see was actually a medical video from a university. Is that correct? What was the university, or what was the medical
The
organization?
video that I referenced in the email was created by the University of Louisville, Kentucky as a tutorial, in other words, a teaching video for gynecologists to familiarize themselves with male to female gender transition surgery, which HF 146 was included in terms of legalizing in the bill, coming to the Senate floor for a vote.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all I have for questions at this point.
Senator Gruenhagen, a couple questions. Can you take a look at the email that you sent out? Do you have that?
Yep, I got a copy of it.
Can you show me on that email where you said to the members that you were sending this email out to inform them or give them insight around House File 146?
I don't have the full email. I just got the top part. I do think, I don't know if I referenced HF 46 as much as legislation that was coming to the Senate floor. So, and obviously I sent it on April 19th, 2 days before our debate on HF 146.
So Senator Gruenhagen, you said that you sent this on April 19th?
I think, yeah, that's what I got in my notes here.
No, will you take a look at the email itself?
Oh, on April 12th. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't April 19th.
It was April 12th. Yeah, I'm sorry. I read that wrong.
And if the bill hearing was scheduled for, or you said that came up for a vote on April 19th, is that correct?
21st.
21st. So that's a number of days. You sent this email a number of days even before that vote came up. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because I knew the bill was coming through committee and we had been informed it was going to be coming to the Senate floor for a vote. So, and I also sent it out early enough, so if colleagues had questions, Democrat or Republican, that they could come to me and discuss them.
So you are looking at the email, is that correct?
Yeah, part of it.
Well, do you have the rest of it?
I don't. I just got this top part that got made a copy of.
Okay, and if you look at the top part under subject, do you have anything in the subject area that relates to House File 146 and that you want to share this information with your colleagues?
Not on my copy here. No.
And you would agree that this is a true depiction of your email that you sent to the senators on that day, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, this is more than 7 days, if not 11 days or 12 days before that bill is going to be heard someplace. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason I sent it early was so that if colleagues had questions, that they could come and discuss that. Also, you know how busy we are on the Senate floor. You know, if you send it just the day before or something, a lot of people don't follow up because we got, 150 irons in the fire. So I tried to send it out early enough so people had a chance to see what HF 146 actually would legalize on this type of mutilating surgery.
And you would agree that by looking at your email from Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 at 8:33 a.m., that you don't have any information saying that you're inviting your colleagues to come have a talk with you if they had some questions. Do you?
No, but Mr. Chair and members, I get emails from other colleagues too, and they don't say on there, you're invited to come and talk to me. It's assumed that if I had questions, we have a pretty good camaraderie in the Senate, that you contact the senator you have questions about. Again, this email was for informational and educational purposes. And again, it was a medical training video. It wasn't pornography. It was a medical training video.
So Senator Gruenhagen, did you put in this email that this was an educational video from the University of Louisville?
Well, I thought if you click on the links, it's self-explanatory.
But
If you would have watched the whole video, it says it states that. Okay?
But you would agree with me that you don't have that on your initial email, is that correct?
No, but that's what it is.
All right, and Senator Gruenhagen, where did you receive the video from?
Well, I just did a Google search. And the thing is, I just looked over the videos, and then I saw that this one was a training video on what we are actually legalizing under HF 146. And because of the explicit nature of what we are legalizing, including on children, I thought the least members should do is see what they're voting on. You know, I will admit this, if I sent this video out and there was no bill pending or coming to the Senate floor for a vote, I do think that would be wrong, okay? But to send information, and I quoted rule number 56.2, I mean, basically to share information with your fellow senators on legislation that's coming to the floor early enough so they have time to review it, I think is a responsibility or an obligation. And I had done quite a bit of research on this particular area. And when I became familiar with this tutorial from the Louisville, Kentucky, I thought it's an excellent medical training video in helping members understand what is actually being included in the legislation we're going to be voting.
And Senator Gruenhagen, did you call the University of Louisville to see if the information that you have accessed was actually from that university?
Well, it says it right on it, okay?
No? Now.
I didn't have to call them. I mean, it looked well documented.
So Senator Gruenhagen, are you familiar with the fact that people put false things on online all the time? Or do you subscribe to the notion that everything you see online,
No.
if it looks good, then it has to be accurate?
Now, Senator Champion, you know I don't do that.
No.
Okay?
I'm asking you the question
I
because
know.
you said that it looked like it, and I'm just trying to make sure that I
It looked
truly
like a
understand.
well-documented, and I would encourage you, if you haven't seen it, maybe you want to view it. It's a medical training video, okay?
So Senator
For
Gruenhagen,
gynecologists.
so Senator Gruenhagen, do you have a background in medicine and being a doctor?
No.
So then that's like showing me a video, and I'm just saying that if you show me something, I don't know if it's right or wrong, and especially if someone says it's a training video or it depicts something, because I don't know, right? And
Well,
so I have
Senator-
to rely on someone else who is a professional. So that's why I asked the question, with all due respect,
Sure.
whether you called anyone from the University of Louisville or any other doctor, maybe not from the University of Louisville. Did you contact any doctor to see if the information that they were sharing was in fact accurate?
No, and I would say this, though, is that again, I think the crux to the matter is, were we voting on legislation that was going to authorize this type of surgery on minor children? And again, it's a medical, if you watch the video, it's a medical training video, okay? And I consider it to be a good resource for fellow Senate members to completely understand the implications of the bill we are going to be voting on, HF 146.
And I
And-
do have one last question before I go to Senator Miller. When you said that it was heard, was it heard on the floor on April 21st?
Yeah, we voted on it, and the vote was 34-30, HF 146 on April 21st.
Okay, and so what committees did it go through, this bill HF 146, before landing on the floor on April 21st?
None that I was on, but I did talk to members who had heard the discussion. I think HHS was one of them.
So if like you, if I, so I didn't hear that this bill was coming through at that time. I didn't know. right? And if you're a person who are not aware of this bill coming through and they were to receive this email from you that was sent to, because on here it says DFL senators, but I understand from your
I know,
testimony.
but I sent a Republican
Yeah,
one too.
so how should one feel if they don't know about this bill coming forward? Because you don't have anything on the bill, on the email that talks about House File 146, and this is an educational video for them to, see. How are they supposed to feel if they just get this information from you?
Well, Senator Champion, we have caucuses where we meet and we go over the bills that are coming to the floor of the Senate, and we talk about its content. And we talked about this particular content in caucus several times. So I knew what was coming and that it had passed through several, I can't remember, it's over a year old, this complaint. We should have had it within 30 days, and I'm not blaming anybody, but unfortunately it's dragged out over 12, we're up to 13 months, okay? And I forget how many committees it had gone through. And it was indicated it was coming to the Senate floor. And I thought, I have strong concerns, and I know some of you think it's okay to do that or right. I'm not debating that. I just think you should have factual information, medical training video, to understand what you're actually legalizing in the bill. That was my intent.
And you checked with other professionals to make sure the information that you saw on the video was factual. Is that your testimony?
No, I didn't check directly with other professionals, but again, Senator Champion, or should I call you Mr. Chair? No. Either one you
Either
answer
works.
to, right?
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah. No, let's put it this way. I did research this issue because I had heard an indication at the beginning of session that this was going to be coming. So I did spend quite a bit of time reading articles by medical doctors and researching the data pro and con about this type of surgery, okay, and this type of law. So it's not like when you say, did you talk to any? Well, I didn't talk to any, but I read quite a few professional articles. I try to read pro and con, so I get both perspectives. But I found some of the medical experts extremely concerned about doing this type of surgery on minors.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Gruenhagen, do you recall who the Senate author was of House File 146?
Yeah, according to my notes here, it's Senator McQuay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Kunesh.
Thank you. Senator Gruenhagen, what was your intent? What were you hoping what was the result of sending this link to members? What were you hoping to provoke?
Well, I think I answered that already, but to just state it one more time, I had researched this prior to session even in 2023, because I had picked up either through caucus or casual conversation that this type of bill was coming to allow gender surgery, gender affirming care, meaning including surgery on even minors. And therefore, I did do a lot of reading by medical doctors and experts, pro and con. I try to read both sides. And I became more and more concerned about, number one, you do this to a minor child, it sterilizes them. That's one of the consequences. And we all know that children do not have the ability to weigh the consequence of their decisions. The brain is not fully developed until you're about 25 years old. So I was, if you're an adult and you want to do this to yourself, I'm not going to make it illegal, okay? But when we do it to children who don't have the proper understanding, and then we put them on puberty blockers and hormone therapy, which causes severe medical problems from all the experts I've read in development. And of course, we see children who had this surgery, they now go through detransitioning, where they realize it was a mistake and they want to go back to their original biology. So my intent was to help Senate members understand exactly what they were legalizing in HF 146.
Follow. Senator Gruenhagen, did it ever occur to you that somebody might find this information offensive?
Well, obviously, we're elected senators. We each represent over 70,000 people. I think when you run for that position, part of that position is to look into the details of legislation that you're going to pass so you completely understand the ramifications. Sometimes, whether it's this subject or others, you know, you look at videos on abortion, all right? Whether you're pro-abortion or you're pro-life. When you look at those videos, like the silent scream, which I, have mentioned already, it shows a late-term abortion inside a mother's womb. It is graphic and explicit. But as a elected representative to, over 70,000 constituents, I do believe that at times you need to look very carefully at the legislation that comes forward, whether medical or otherwise, even if it is explicit and graphic, to educate yourself.
So Senator Gruenhagen, would you feel it would be okay to send this video to those 70 million people or to all of your constituents?
No, because they weren't voting on it, but senators were voting on it, okay? And they were going to vote whether to legalize it or not. And so that was my intent, was whether it was this bill or a myriad of other bills, to send information to fellow senators from both sides of the aisle to understand the ramification of the legislation we were passing. And at times, the details of legislation, abortion, certain surgeries, things like that, can be explicit and graphic and disturbing to people. So
One more. So we vote on a lot of different things, a lot of horrible things that happen in this world that we live in. We have laws against rape and violence. We certainly see the annihilation of children by guns in schools. Would it be appropriate for us to be sending these videos to each other under the umbrella of trying to educate each other?
well, Senator Cooney, or do I go through you, Mr. Chair?
Oh, yeah, but no, go ahead.
Okay. Well, again, this was a medical training video, okay? On abortion videos that I've watched that have been extremely graphic and explicit also, regardless of whether you're pro-life or not. I've watched medical experts who have done the videos. So I'm not going to just take any random video if it isn't properly credentialed or article or whatever. I look for the credentials and documentation, and then I also try to look at pro and con views on things, because you know as well as I do, you can't just see one side of a story. I think as legislators, we need to look at both sides, and therefore we need proper documented information to do that.
So if we have proper documented videos or videos or graphics of a violent rape, that would be okay to send to each other if we wanted to show how trauma and
Well,
induced that is?
if we were going to legalize it and it was proper documentation, but we're not going to legalize that, okay? In other words, if I sent this information out and we didn't have a bill coming to the floor, I do think that would be wrong. But it wasn't. There was legislation coming to the floor that we as senators we're going to vote on to legalize. And that's where we need to educate ourselves. And I'm open to your education on issues, and we debate all the time. Also, when we're on the Senate floor, there's all types of information, usually with the senator's name is supposed to be on there, distributed in the Senate. So we get lots of information on all types of legislation. And that's all this was about.
And members, I will make sure that you are going through me. I did
Sorry.
try to keep it a little more casual so that you can have an opportunity to speak to each other, but I will not break up the flow of your questions. Senator Cornish.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for not going through you. Just my last comment is, or question is, Senator Gruenhagen, did you ever think that sending something to like that to individuals who don't have the context, because I looked on my emails to see if there is something that you sent ahead of time to say, oh, this bill is coming up, I'm going to send you some information, be careful to click if, to click on it. I didn't find anything like that. But did it ever occur to you that sending something like this without providing the contact might be trauma invoking for people? That folks that either have family or maybe themselves have had some sort of surgery, those sort of things, that this might provoke some kind of PTSD or deeply affect them emotionally and psychologically?
Senator Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Senator Kunesh. Senator Kunesh, you are an elected legislator. When you ran for that position, whether it's yourself, myself, or any of the rest of the House or Senate legislators, you assumed a responsibility and a obligation to the people who elected you to properly vet the legislation and understand its ramifications before voting on it. So if you're going to get PTSD from vetting information on explicit things, I don't know, maybe you don't want to be a legislator because that's part of the job of the issues that we deal with. Okay? I mean, look at the crime side of it. If you're on public safety or even judiciary, there's, like you brought up, there's explicit crimes and you might be given information. I can remember when I first got elected, just for an example, there was a state rep that sat next to me. And when we had a violent rape person come to the committee to testify, she got up and left. She said to me, I don't want to be here. So, I understand there's issues, but on the other hand, you have to balance that with responsibility and obligation. When you run for an office, you have a responsibility and obligation to properly vet the legislation and understand the pros and cons of it, because you're going to be legalizing or not legalizing this with your vote. And that was the intent behind what I said.
Senator Matthews.
Has 15 minutes gone by? No.
Well, your 15 minutes is uninterrupted for you to present.
Oh, I see.
But the committee can ask you as many questions as they like.
Thanks for
Senator Matthews.
clarifying that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Gruenhagen, and following up on that, isn't it true then that is why that you added the disclaimer to your email so that each individual member could weigh out whether they wanted to proceed? All you provided was a link. Each member could make the decision for themselves as to whether they wanted to proceed further or not. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Senator
Senator
Matthews, that is absolutely correct. That's why I put that disclaimer on there. If this was going to bother you too much, then don't click on it. Evidently, Senator McQuaid didn't watch the video. It is, like I put on there, extremely, it's mutilating surgery on a young person, and it's extremely graphic and, disturbing. But yet that's what the legislation was legalizing. So you didn't have to watch it. Nobody, when you got the email from me, the pictures weren't flashing up there like seemed to be implied. You had to click on one link and then another to actually see that. So you had plenty of time to think through whether or not you wanted to view that information.
Senator Matthews.
And Mr. Chair, one last follow-up and then a comment. Senator Miller asked some of the questions I had thought of as well, but my final question would be, was House File 146 the only bill traveling at the time that comes under this subject matter? Whereas one could assume information was directed towards one bill, or was it towards multiple bills that were moving at the time?
Senator
Mr. Chairman. Yep. And Senator Matthews, yeah, again, it's been over a year. It's April last year. I think it was that one main bill, HF 146, just off the top of my head.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Gruenhagen, you said that if we weren't voting on a bill related to the graphic and disturbing videos of children's genitalia, that it would have been a violation of Senate ethics. Did I repeat you back correctly?
Why, I don't know if it would
Senator
have been.
Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Well, thanks for the question, Senator McQuaid. Yeah, I mean, if I just randomly set out undocumented videos that were connected to no possible legislation, I could see I would need to be talked to, okay? But this was a well-documented medical training video that was connected to legislation that was going through committee and coming to the Senate floor. That, I think we have a responsibility and even obligation to share accurate and well-documented information. And I did it at a time where senators had plenty of time to come and talk to me for any type of clarification or additional questions.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senator Gruenhagen, I'm just going to describe to you what Senate File 63 or House File 146 does. And I'd like you to tell me if you actually sent a video about this bill. Senate File 63, House File 146 said that a child could not be removed from their parent or guardian because they had access to gender affirming care. And this could be anything from puberty blockers to mental health care to, cutting their hair or wearing clothes that might not typically be associated with their gender identity. It also said about the court system and the order of temporary jurisdiction should a custody arrangement arise. It talks about an inconvenient forum, unenforceable subpoenas, and extradition matters. This bill only went through the Judiciary Committee. It never went through Health and Human Services. It has nothing to do with legalizing or illegalizing any type of healthcare. And so I'll ask you again, how does a medical training video for gynecologists, of which only one of our 67 members is, relate to a bill about extradition and custody and emergency jurisdiction for courts?
Senator Gruenhagen.
Because it was part of the overall philosophy of giving children gender affirming care. And I had researched it quite thoroughly in terms of expert documentation. And this was part of the puzzle, and I was concerned if that was going through.
And Senator Gruenhagen, following up on what Senator McQuaid said, but the bills that she just talked about didn't have any connection to gender affirming care. Senator McQuaid.
Mr. Chair, it had to do with the parental, let me back up. Texas and Florida specifically had instituted or introduced laws that would allow the state government to remove children from their parents' homes if those children had said to their parents, I'm questioning my gender identity, I want to talk to a mental health professional, I want to see a pediatrician about it, and those parents had said, yes, let's go access some health care together. Those states had introduced bills that would allow the state to remove those children from those homes. Our bill here said that if a parent or family came here to access mental health care or go to children's to access health care, or if they moved here, that those subpoenas would not have jurisdiction in this state. So that's what the bill is about. You can re-ask your question, but I just want to be really clear on what the bill did.
So Senator Gruenhagen, if the bill is as Senator McQuaid has described.
Yeah, I would disagree with some of that because of the both staff and documentation I have here.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple comments. I heard Senator Maquay just say that the bill had something to do related to gender affirming care. And she also referenced the video as a medical training video. So I think it's good that we have now established that the video that Senator Gruenhagen sent out was in fact a medical training video, and that the bill in question, this House File 146, did have something to do with gender affirming care.
I don't know if we can conclude that, or I don't think I heard that.
Mr. Chair, she just said
testimony.
that,
Oh, well.
unless I heard her incorrectly.
Oh, you-
But
well,
Senator Maquay just
I'll
mentioned
certainly-
the bill had something to do with gender affirming care, and she referenced the video as a medical training video. I'm just repeating what she just said.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's related to court orders for removal or enforcement related to children who are accessing gender affirming care. So it's not about their medical care. It's about courts, parentage, custody, jurisdiction, subpoenas, extradition. It's only about the legal system, which is why this bill never appeared in the HHS committee.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on one second. Senator Miller, do you have a follow-up to her?
I don't have a question, but she just mentioned again, gender affirming care. I mean, she's said it, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, Senator
Yeah, but
McQuay
I
just
think-
said it twice now.
Yeah, but I think Senator Miller, that I think that you might consider that what she was saying was it's more related around court, not gender affirming care, and not saying that there was surgeries going to be done on minors. She says that it's about the family court taking away children, or whether it could be even child protection. I don't know. Family court taking away children. And so just to say a word, I don't know if that is a fair, way by which to cast it. But Senator Gruenhagen, you were going to say something? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just heard her say gender affirming care twice too in her response. And gender affirming care includes surgery, mutilating surgery on the child. It does. I mean, it's puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and mutilating surgery. Now, it doesn't always happen, but it is definitely included under the umbrella of gender affirming care. The articles I researched besides this video confirm that.
And what articles did you read? I mean, when you.
I had ones by doctor, well, it's been over a year.
Huh?
It's been over a year, so I don't have them with me right now, but I read ones by medical doctors. I also read by some professors, and I tried to read both sides of the issue, and by some psychologists,
Okay.
both pro and con. And I came down on believing in biology. You know, I mean, you can't change your XX or XY. You just can't. And
Senator-
no amount of surgery can change that. So, but anyway.
I think Senator McQuaid had another question. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Gruenhagen, if we take your position to its logical conclusion, last month was Black Maternal Health Month. We know Black moms, I'm the first Black mom in the Senate, have striking disparities in maternal mortality and morbidity. Would it have been appropriate for me to send out a medical video of a Black woman giving birth, hemorrhaging, and potentially dying?
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator McQuay. You're talking about an immutable characteristic versus a choice that is not based on biology. So I disagree with the characterization you're making, okay? The other thing is, was there a bill coming through the Senate to deal with some aspect of that? Well, that's hyperbole, okay? There isn't. And the thing is, but if there was, I would want to be educated on both sides of it, just like I do on other legislation, and just like I'm sure you do, okay?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Gruenhagen. There are many videos or many bills about Black maternal health working their way through the legislature. I chief author many of them. So the question I asked you wasn't about whether you think being transgender is an immutable characteristic or a choice, or whether Black women dying during birth is an immutable characteristic or choice. What I asked you is, would it be appropriate or a violation of our Senate ethics if I sent around a video attached to an email that said, look at this video of a Black woman giving birth. You open the video, it's a picture or a video of her vagina. She's giving birth, she hemorrhages and she dies. It's a medical video so that they can train doctors on how to save women during and after birth. If I emailed this to you, would that be appropriate or would that be a violation of Senate ethics?
Well,
Senator Gruenhagen.
oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks for the question. It would, I don't understand what context we would have a law that would deal with, a bill that would be dealing specifically with that in terms of the actual birth process. Now, in terms of trying to prevent deaths or things like that, well, yeah, I'd want to research what we could, to make sure that what we're doing would actually prevent that. But I don't know if showing an explicit video of that woman giving birth would help educate me or anybody else on the law that was coming through that we would have to vote on. So that's my thoughts.
All right, Senator McQuaid, did you have another question?
Yes.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Gruenhagen, I agree. There are bills working its way through the legislature right now that deal specifically with response time in a birthing suite or within, at home births or wherever people may, birthing centers where they may be giving birth, on response strategies and tactics that increase Black women, especially in Indigenous women's ability to survive the birth process. But I agree with you that I didn't need or wouldn't need to send you an explicit video showing a Black woman giving birth and dying in order for me to tell you why my bill is so important and in order for me to tell you my opinion about why my bill is so important. So my question for you is, could you have conveyed the information that you hoped we would infer from a video that was meant for gynecologists without saying anything else? Do you think it is appropriate to send videos of people's genitalia with no context, describe them as children's genitalia, and provide no context and leave it for us to glean information from a graphic video?
Senator Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Yeah, again, the bill deals with gender affirming care, legal through the process or whatever. And when you state that term, it implies cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, and the possibility of mutilating surgery. So yes, I believe as legislators, those who wanted to, again, I didn't force anybody to do the clicks on there. There was no explicit pictures that popped up. You had to click on the link, and if you wanted to look at and understand the actual surgery on minors and what it took, then you could. If you chose not to, all you had to do was hit delete, okay? So no pictures came up, which was implied in the complaint. You had to click to see if you were interested in watching a medical training video. So it was up to you. And if you had a bill that included some type of medical procedure and you wanted me as a senator to see that because it would be coming to the floor, I would not object to you sending me that video and giving me the option to delete it or watch it, okay? In terms of educating myself on that bill so I could properly represent my 70,000 constituents that put me here. And that's all this was about.
All right, members, any additional questions? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The comments seem like we are really trying to grasp at straws here. Mr. Chair, I've pulled up the description on the House website of House File 146, and the title given to the bill by the Revisor's Office is Gender Affirming Healthcare, Use of Subpoenas to Gather Information Prevented, Child Custody and Child Welfare Provisions Amended, and Warrant Arrest and Extradition Provisions Amended. This clearly is all in a nexus with each other. And the questions are twisting all over in contortions to try to claim that it is one thing or another thing, or jumping to hypothetical situations. think the complaint is very clear as it is. It appears, by the way, Mr. Chair, we did make a motion on this bill to have this referred to the HHS committee because a number of the members in the body believed that it should be weighed out by that. That motion did not prevail. So there were a number of efforts with this bill. Also want to point out to you, Mr. Chair and members, as we stated, this was filed on April 19th, 2023. Today is May 7th of 2024, over a year later. And we made 7 different attempts during the end of session and the interim, and I listed all the dates here of getting this rescheduled, and it continued to be delayed and re-referred for one reason or another. Oftentimes, I did not know any reason at all. When we discussed this at the end of last session, I urged you in a phone call, Mr. Chair, we should hear this and get this dealt with expeditiously. But May 18th and 22nd, there were attempts to schedule September 7th, September 22nd, October 2nd, November 27th, January 8th, January 16th. All of those days were efforts to try to reschedule this, and never came to fruition. Calls into question just how serious this body was in trying to deal with these matters and leaving this hanging over our head. And then we are here every day since February 12th when we have started the session, and we did not decide to schedule a meeting with this until we had a second complaint get added to the agenda. We couldn't find an hour's worth of time in the last 12 months. I think this complaint speaks for itself. It at most should educate us in what kind of disclosures we should put on emails, and maybe we should have our caucuses give more clarifying instructions of what that should be in the future. But this complaint speaks for itself as to just what is at issue here, and one of the lightest complaints that I've seen come to the Ethics Committee. And I'd urge this committee to continue to move on to the business that we have before us.
So Senator Matthews, can I just make sure that I say something? Because I think that one of the things that we're not supposed to do, and with which you are doing, is that you're political, you are grandstanding politically. Because if you go back to when this first came up, the complaint was put forth right away. There was no delay. There was no delay by the complaint. And in fact, there was no delay when I called you and I called Senator Miller. Shamika Bogan, who was my assistant, sent out information trying to make sure that we could find dates. And we couldn't have a date if we didn't get all members on the same page. And we've tried that several different times. And in fact, if there was something that was going on with a member that, or even the complainant, we gave them an opportunity. Because if you recall, there were 3 complaints. There wasn't just one. There were 3 complaints that we worked through, that we were giving them an opportunity by which to resolve those complaints. And in fact, the very last meeting we were supposed to have, it was Senator Gruenhagen who asked for it to be changed because he had surgery. And we wanted to respond and be respectful of him. And he's here and he can tell you that. So it wasn't us waiting. We were trying to find opportunities so that everyone could gather and so that we all could talk and so that we could all be in the same place. So I'm a little disappointed that we're grandstanding around whether this is serious or not. Every complaint that comes forward, we try to treat it with the same level of respect in order to make sure that we could, so those complaints could be heard. And you do recall that there were 3, right, Senator Matthews? Is that a yes? Yes. Yes. So it's not just this one. And we try to give everyone an opportunity in order to talk. So I think Senator Miller wants to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think anyone is trying to grandstand or make politics of this. We've been in session for 10 or 12 weeks now where this complaint could have easily come up in front of the ethics subcommittee. I think the only thing that Senator Matthews is saying is we have been here for 12 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever it is. So this committee or this subcommittee could have very easily got together and addressed this complaint. And it wasn't until another complaint, which we're going to hear next, was filed, and then they were both put on the agenda. So I don't think there's any political grandstanding. I don't take it that way. I just take it as, hey, this complaint's been hanging out there for 13 months now. Here we are 13 months later, and it appears, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but the perception certainly is the only reason why we have this complaint in front of us today is because another complaint was filed. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that is what that's what the perception is. So no political grandstanding. Let's just get to let's get to this and review the complaints that are in front of us.
Well, hold on, Senator Miller. It was your colleague who said, and mine, but he's your political colleague who said that he could see what is going on. Senator Gruenhagen is right here.
What?
Senator Gruenhagen, what was the reason why we had to change the last hearing that we had scheduled?
I think it was in January, if I remember right, Mr. Chairman. And I had scheduled eye surgery
Absolutely.
a couple months earlier, and the doctor wasn't able to get me in until the end of January. Any other time, there wasn't a conflict, but then there
That's
was. But there were 3 ethics complaints at the same time with
Absolutely.
mine last session.
So,
And just one additional thing is that I just want to make it clear, according to the reviser, I appreciate Senator Matthew bringing this up, he believed the bill dealt with gender affirming care. So
Okay, I'm past that right
any
there.
denial on that
listen,
is wrong.
listen, all I'm trying to speak to at this particular point is it was brought up as if there was all these different dates and where someone was available. We were available too. We were trying to make sure everyone could meet, including with families and children and sports and everything else. We tried to make sure that we could be as thoughtful, even considering whether we would do a hybrid, whether there would be Zoom as well as some people are present. So I just want that to be clear because I don't like that sort of implication, and that is a little disappointing. So
One more thing, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say you and your staff have been incredibly accommodating in trying to get 4 members of the Minnesota Senate together when we're not in session is incredibly difficult because we have lives outside of the Senate. I can speak from firsthand experience. Every day of the week or every weekend, we're all busy doing something else. We're all incredibly busy. I think the only thing that Senator Matthews was trying to say, and it sounds like can we confirm, or does it sound like the date that was canceled was in January based on what it was? So we weren't in session yet.
No.
So it was January of 2023, which was a date that worked for all of us. 2024, I'm sorry, January of 2024. So still almost a year after the complaint. But I think what Senator Matthews is saying, or what I'm saying, is we've been here the entire month of February, March, April, and today is May 7th. So, but I do want to let the record reflect that you and your staff have been incredibly accommodating, trying to make this happen. But we haven't had any communication regarding this ethics complaint since we've been in session this year.
Well, I don't know if that's true because Senator Matthews and I had seen each other, and I said that we were still trying to make sure that we could find times and dates for all of us. And just so that you're clear, you were not here the entire month of February. You got here February 12th, and February is the shortest month. And even though it's a leap year, you were not here the entire month.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, half the month of February, all of March, and all of April.
Let's be clear.
My bad on that.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Say, Mr. Chair,
excuse me.
Go ahead.
So all I'm saying is that if we're going to give us, credit for all trying, because there is we will now probably move to
I just got a quick.
the final statements. You can say it during your final 5 minutes, okay? Which will come up where we have closing statements, and each person is given 5 minutes uninterrupted. And we'll start with the complainant, okay?
Should I leave?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, at least move back there, and then when she's done, she'll move back there, and then
Yeah.
you'll come up.
Can I just go over here?
Anywhere that you want to go is fine with me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair
All
and
right,
members.
Senator McQuaid, we're going to give you 5 minutes, and we're going to put it on the clock so that we stay true to it. So as soon as you start talking, we will start it. So Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to close with a few points. The first is that I want members to know that I was very upset by what was sent in this email, and immediately, less than 2 hours after receiving the email, reached out to our then chief of staff to say I would like to file an ethics complaint. And I have copies of that email right here. It was at 10:26. Later the next day, I reached out to Lexi Stengel to ask more about the ethics complaint process. And later that day, sent Leader Dietzig at the time a copy of the draft complaint. I filed this right away, learned more about the process, or reached out to start the process, learned more about it, drafted a complaint, and submitted it right away. So yes, there might have been a 7-day lag in how I learned about it, drafted it, signed it, and submitted it, and it was posted to a website. But I began the process less than 2 hours after receiving the email. It was meant only to put a line in the sand, and it is this. There has to be a public ethical standard that members cannot send each other graphic and disturbing, that is a quote, imagery of what is said to be children's genitalia, but it's somebody's genitalia. That has to be something that violates Senate ethics. It cannot be that we can email each other graphic and explicit images because we think we understand a bill. House File 146 was only coded in Chapter 260, which is juvenile courts, child placements, and compacts. That's all it's about. It would be like saying, if we updated the juvenile courts, child placement, and compacts section of law to reflect a different understanding on how we place children or remove children if their parents have substance use disorder, to send around a video with a person using drugs. They're not related. Just because the topic is part of the court's child placement and compacts does not mean that the medical information related to the placement was pertinent to the bill. That's why the bill only traveled through the Judiciary Committee and never went to the Health and Human Services Committee. So I will reiterate what I said at the very beginning. Senate Rule 56.1 states that members shall adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct. Senate Rule 56.3 states that improper conduct includes conduct that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior. I am asking you to find unanimously that it violates the accepted norms of the Senate, again, as it does in public life, for members to send unsolicited videos or images of stated children's genitalia, including and especially when those members say that they are extremely graphic and disturbing to members or staff. We can and should express our opinions and educate one another about topics, especially when it's asked for. Sending contextless links that we describe as surgeries on children that are extremely graphic and disturbing is not information, and it's not appropriate. I understand that Senator Gruenhagen believes that he was doing it to inform members, but doing so actually demonstrated the deep lack of understanding about LGBTQIA+ people. And so I'm asking that this committee, in addition to finding that sending graphic and disturbing images of children's genitals to members violates our Senate ethics, to issue a discipline that is appropriate for this situation. I've offered an LGBTQIA+ sensitivity training with our Minnesota Council on LGBTQIA2+ Minnesotans. Obviously, that is up for you to decide, but I wanted to offer that as a concrete step that I think would be appropriate for this situation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Now we'll go to Senator Gruenhagen, who will also be given 5 minutes for closing remarks. And once you get settled, Senator, you can begin your uninterrupted closing remarks.
Well, thank you, committee members, and for listening. It was a thorough discussion, that's for sure. But anyway, I think, I do appreciate Senator Matthews bringing up, I did not look at the title before I came, but it's titled by the reviser, Gender Affirming Care. And that includes puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgery. Okay? It just does. So therefore, the bill did deal with that. There's several conclusions that I questioned Senator McQuay making. And one is, did she have to see, when I sent the email, did she have to see explicit videos? You had to click twice to get to the videos. You could have hit erase. Nobody obligated you that. Secondly, did the videos relate to gender affirming care? And the answer is absolutely. So again, it's not, I just didn't send it out without a connection to legislation and bills that were going to come before the Senate to vote on. And we have an obligation and a responsibility to do the research on issues of what we're legalizing or not legalizing, pro and con. So that's what's at stake. I do have a copy of my testimony. Should I leave it here, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you have any additional questions for me, I'm more than open to visiting with you about that. But members, what's at stake is whether a member can share information, even if it's explicit, on a bill that's coming before the Senate to vote on, in a way that allows you not to view it, to simply hit erase. The pictures didn't jump up at you. You had to click on the links and ultimately go, I think it was 2 links and a bit, and then you had to click the video too. I found it to be very disturbing that we were going to legalize something like this on minor children. And again, it was a medical training video. It wasn't just a random video. And I did a lot of research ahead, pro and con, on the issue. I'm very concerned about protecting children as a senator, and you well know this, members, who do not have the ability to weigh the consequences of their decisions until they're older. And one of the results of the gender affirming care, if you follow completely through, is sterilization. And that greatly concerns me about what we're exposing children to before they fully understand the consequences of those actions. But hey, we've had a thorough review. I would ask that you would find the complaint without merit.
Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen.
And here's my
Yes,
testimony.
thank you for being here. Members, we've now heard from everyone. And we've heard that the party to the complaint has presented the complaint, and the response has been given by Senator Gruenhagen. And so we need to make a decision about how to proceed with the complaint. There are 2 ways by which there are 2 ways for this to happen. One is that we go into executive committee, that's recorded, and so that can become available later on anyway. Any decision that's made, we have to come back out and whether there's an impasse, whether there's anything that's going to be done, and then that will be done in front of everyone. So that's how it's normally done, even with Senator Osmick and others. That is the way that's according to our rules. So how would you all like to proceed? If you're looking for a recommendation from me, it is to go into executive committee and where we can have a conversation. That is still recorded, so we don't have to worry about the issue of transparency, because there's transparency, but it also gives you an opportunity to talk. And you want to look for Senator Matthews, it's 55.4. And there's Senate Council here. If you have any questions of nonpartisan staff, you can answer those questions and give you history or anything else that you want. And the other line is 55.6. Even though that's non-discrimination and some other things. Let's see the other one. 55.5. I'm sorry, go to 55.5. And you see where it says executive session may be ordered by a vote of 3 of its members whenever this subcommittee determines that matters relating to probable cause are likely to be discussed. And the executive session must be limited to matters relating to probable cause. And then any further proceedings on the complaint are open to the public. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to make a motion to go into executive session, which my reading of the rules says we'll need 3 votes for that.
Absolutely.
But my motion would be under 55.4 to make a finding of no probable cause.
All right, well, these are the options even under 55.4. So you are making a motion for there to be a finding of no probable cause, is that correct? All right, so then we will, any discussion on that motion before we vote? Any other discussion on that motion before we vote? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think I probably should have did this earlier, but I just want to read what Senate Rule 56 says. I mean, that's what we're here. We're the Senate Ethics Committee, or the subcommittee on ethical conduct. So
just so you're clear, you're on 55.4, which talks about the timing and what we have to first decide.
Understand, Mr. Chair, but the complaint is filed under Senate Rule 56, which says standards of ethical conduct. 56.1, members shall adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct as embodied in the Minnesota Constitution, state law, and these rules.
But you realize that that is governed by Chapter 55.
I do, but we are here to determine if there's a violation of Rule 56. So I'm reading the rules of 56. 56.2 says a member shall not publish or distribute written material if the member knows or has reason to know that the material includes any statement that is false or clearly misleading concerning a public policy issue or concerning the members or another member's voting record or position on a public policy issue. 56.3 says improper conduct includes conduct that violates the rule of administrative policy of the Senate, that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior, that betrays the public trust, or that tends to bring the Senate into dishonor or disrepute. And then Senate Rule 56.4 states that members of the Senate shall disclose potential conflicts of interest in the discharge of senatorial duties as provided in Minnesota statute section 10A.07. So what we have to do as the subcommittee on ethical conduct is determine whether or not one of those rules were violated. And based on the reading of the rules in the Senate rules, Senate Rule 56, standards of ethical conduct, I would support the Matthews motion.
And just so we're clear that 55.4 is what is supposed to happen at the first hearing. We're at technically the first hearing. And so at the first hearing, 55.4 identifies what can happen, first of all. Either there's a finding of no probable cause or a vote to defer action until a certain time, or proceed with this investigation, or go down to 55.11 if you needed to. If there were criminal proceedings relating to the same conduct have begun, the subcommittee may defer its proceedings until the criminal proceedings have been completed. And so this is the first hearing. So either we can decide any of those things, or if one believes that they have enough information, then one can determine if the standards of ethical conduct has been breached, and if there is a finding of probable cause, then the next question is, what is the consequence? If there's a finding of no probable cause, then what one is saying is that it should stop right at this moment.
Right.
So the emotion, oh, I'm sorry.
And Mr. Chair, I would argue that we had a thorough discussion and a thorough investigation of the matter here today as well.
So you didn't technically have an investigation because investigation is a different sort of process, right? But
Mr. Chair, my understanding is you could have a discussion about probable cause as well as an investigation.
yes, those are two different things.
Right. Well, I would consider us doing both today. We had a very thorough discussion as well as we investigated the complaint that was in front of us. So I would support the Matthews motion.
Okay. And do we do a roll call or huh? Well, I guess not. I haven't heard anyone say that they want a roll call. So I was just checking to see if one wants a roll call or not. All those in favor of determining that there should be a finding of no probable cause, say aye.
Aye.
All those who, and all opposed say no. No. So now that there's 2 and 2, there's an impasse, right?
Mr. Chair,
Senator Kunish,
would it be appropriate for me to make a motion to defer action until a certain time? It would give us a little bit of time to think about it perhaps, and what we might want, as a consequence, whether it's to create some kind of a rule that says it is not the norm of Senate behavior to send explicit, violent videos through our state government emails, or I think Senator May-Quade suggested that perhaps Senator Gruenhagen attend a sensitivity training. So maybe what we could do is defer action until a certain time, and we'll come up with a specific date to revisit this and possibly have some suggested action or not.
you can certainly make that motion. Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, she said to a certain date, but she didn't mention a date. So I would say that let's come back tomorrow and revisit this. That'll give us the evening. Let's do it tomorrow afternoon. We can do some research to see if there's anything that we can come up with to determine if we want to proceed with any additional steps. I don't know. I don't believe that we need to bring Senator May-Quade back or Senator Gruenhagen back. I mean, we had a thorough investigation, discussion about the matter in front of us. So in an effort to not waste anyone's time, I'm not sure what we accomplished by coming back, but in an effort to keep this moving along and knowing that we're all here tomorrow anyways, I would recommend that we, that the time certain for the motion that was made is tomorrow afternoon at 3:00 p.m.
Senator Kunish, that's something that you can certainly consider, or if there's a different day or time.
I would say yes, I could accept tomorrow at 3 p.m. myself.
So her motion is that we return tomorrow at 3 p.m.
I will support that motion.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. There's a majority on each side. All right.
Well, thank you, committee members.
Thank you.
You did pass them, or you did come to an impasse on motion 2, correct?
No, we made a motion in order to come back tomorrow to defer it in order for us to think about what
But the first
our next
motion
steps
was,
should be. Like, for an example, we could come back tomorrow and say that we believe that there was a violation, even if it was sending out the emails, and here's what we think should be the consequence that we're going to recommend to,
But the first motion was an impasse. It was 2-2.
yes.
Okay.
All right, members. We also have a plan today for Senator Mitchell. That is the hearing that we're going to do today. Those who plan to testify today related to the complaint against Senator Mitchell, please come to the testifiers table so that I can administer the oath. And just for clarity, are you two going to be the two individuals who's going to present for your group? Okay, sounds good. And once you're ready, I'd love for you to raise your right hand so that we can do the oath. Ready? You do swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you so much. Is there a certain order that you all want to go in? And for the record, I should have done this before, but for the record, if you also, before your presentation, say who you are, and then we go just like we are in our normal hearings, okay? All right. So you're going to have 15 minutes uninterrupted, and you can do it any way that you like. And so with that being said, I am going to recognize Senator Lucero because it appears that he's going to start you off. Senator Lucero, identify your name for the record, and we'll go forward. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Eric Lucero from St. Michael.
Senator Karen Hemsley from Stillwater.
Senator Champion and members of the Subcommittee on Ethical Conduct, thank you for taking the time to review this incredibly serious matter. On April 23rd, 2024, Senator Nicole Mitchell was charged with first-degree burglary for an incident occurring on April 22nd, 2024, in the Detroit Lakes home of Senator Mitchell's stepmother, Carol Mitchell. According to official documents and news reports, she dressed in black to break into her stepmother's home through a basement window under the cover of darkness to take what she wanted without permission. The evidence demonstrates overwhelming probable cause. Senator Nicole Mitchell's actions are a clear violation of Senate rules and leave the Minnesota Senate under a cloud of distrust. Senator Mitchell's conduct violates the following Senate rules. Rule 56.1, members shall adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct embodied in the Minnesota Constitution, state law, and these rules. Rule 56.2, a member shall not publish or distribute written material if the member knows or has reason to know that the material includes any statement that is false or clearly misleading concerning a public policy issue or concerning the member's or another member's voting record or position on a public policy issue. Rule 56.3, improper conduct includes conduct that violates a rule or administrative policy of the Senate, that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior, that betrays the public trust or tends to bring the Senate into dishonor or disrepute. The severity of the criminal charges call for immediate action from the Subcommittee on Ethical Conduct and the Senate as a whole. We will lay out clear evidence showing Senator Mitchell engaged in conduct far outside the accepted norms and below the standards of conduct we expect from Minnesota senators. It is imperative this body holds its members accountable for violations of the public trust. The case for the violation of Senate rules comes down to the actions Senator Nicole Mitchell admitted pertaining to the events of the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, and subsequent statements regarding the same incident.
We know from the 911 transcript, Carol Mitchell, Senator Mitchell's stepmother, contacted the police at approximately 4:45 in the morning to report an intruder. In the call, Mrs. Mitchell reported an intruder and asked for help. She said she didn't get a look at the intruder, but, quote, "I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement," end quote. Mrs. Mitchell was asked by the dispatcher if Mrs. Mitchell was armed, and she replied, quote, "I have a little steak knife in my right hand now," end quote. The 911 call tells us Mrs. Mitchell was alone and frightened by an intruder she couldn't identify. Mrs. Mitchell called the police in the middle of the night and sought to defend herself with a steak knife. We know the Becker County Attorney charged Senator Mitchell with burglary in the first degree on April 23, 2024. In the charging document, Detroit Lakes Police Chief Steve Todd reported the following. Police officers responded to a call regarding a suspected intruder, and after hearing noise in the basement, found Senator Mitchell wearing all black clothing, a black hat, with a flashlight covered in a black sock to reduce the amount of light it emitted. While being detained, Senator Mitchell said, quote, "I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore," end quote. She told officers she had, quote, "just gotten into the house and clearly I'm not good at this," end quote. Officers found a black backpack in the basement window containing Senator Mitchell's identification and 2 laptops, one of which had the name of Carol Mitchell on the screen. While Senator Mitchell said it had been given to her, Mrs. Mitchell said it had not. After officers read Senator Mitchell her Miranda warning, Senator Mitchell told officers, quote, "I know I did something bad," end quote, and admitted driving from her home in Woodbury, leaving around 1 a.m. She admitted she got into the home through the window in the basement. She said she was there to take various items of sentimental value, including her father's ashes. We know from this complaint Senator Mitchell was literally found in the basement of Mrs. Mitchell's home and in possession of items that did not belong to Senator Mitchell. She was dressed to conceal her movements and drove more than 3 hours to reach her destination. Senator Mitchell premeditated her burglary and took steps to be unseen. She was Mirandized and told officers she knew she did something wrong. Senator Mitchell admitted she used a window to enter Mrs. Mitchell's home, and she admitted she was there to take items from the home. This was a planned and deliberate action, not a decision made on a whim. We also know Carol Mitchell was granted a restraining order by Judge Gretchen Thilmany. According to the Becker County Court release order, Senator Mitchell was released on April 23, 2024. The conditions of her release include not making contact with the victim of the crime. According to the Star Tribune, Judge Thilmany granted a restraining order on behalf of the alleged victim, identified by the court with the initials CM. Senator Mitchell's stepmother is Carol Mitchell. According to the radio station KFGO, quote, "The stepmother said in an interview she's afraid of her stepdaughter and applied for a restraining order against her," end quote. Carol Mitchell is the victim. Her sense of safety in her own home was compromised. Even though the evening of April 22nd was resolved with the quick response of the Detroit Lakes police officers, Mrs. Mitchell continues to say she fears for her own safety from someone she has known for more than 40 years.
These reports represent a serious violation of Senate Rules 56.1 and 56.3. The rules require members of the Minnesota Senate to adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct and abide by the Minnesota Constitution and state law. There is clear probable cause Senator Mitchell violated the accepted norms of Senate behavior, betrayed the public trust, and brought the Minnesota Senate into disrepute. Several questions arise. Are Minnesotans supposed to trust senators facing serious felony burglary charges? Is it a norm of the Minnesota Senate to welcome members facing a restraining order from a family member who is afraid of him or her? Do we hold this body's reputation to the highest standard when its members are accused of engaging in a crime of violence? But our concerns do not end there. Further public comments are relevant, particularly to Senate Rule 56.2, which states, "A member shall not publish or distribute written material if the member knows or has reason to know that the material includes any statement that is false or clearly misleading." First, Senator Mitchell's attorney, Bruce Ringstrom Sr., told Star Tribune, quote, "I believe she was trying to protect herself from being noticed. I am not going to deny that. She basically wanted to make a check and retrieve a couple items she felt were being wrongfully withheld from her despite earlier promises," unquote. Ringstrom also stated, quote, "Mitchell had a key to the house, but could not get in to check on her stepmother," unquote. Ringstrom told the Detroit Lakes Tribune, Senator Nicole Mitchell had a key to Carol Mitchell's home. Mrs. Mitchell's efforts to deny entry to Senator Mitchell, quote, "necessitates an alternative means of entry to check on things and to retrieve things she feels are appropriate," unquote. These statements agree with core principles made in the police complaint. Senator Mitchell entered the home without permission from the homeowner to take things from the house. They suggest Senator Mitchell has a key to the home and therefore was a welcome visitor to the home. Second, Senator Mitchell released a public statement through her Facebook account in which Senator Mitchell claims her visit was out of concern for a family member in decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia, and that she wanted to check on that family member. Senator Mitchell added, "I entered a home I have come and gone from countless times. I startled this close relative, and I absolutely deny stealing." These statements are in direct contradiction to the comments Senator Mitchell made to police officers and her attorney made to reporters. In both cases, Senator Mitchell admits she entered without permission to take items from Carol Mitchell. Upon startling Mrs. Mitchell, Senator Mitchell did not attempt to calm or reassure. Instead, Senator Mitchell fled to the basement where she was found with a backpack containing items belonging to Carol Mitchell. In an interview with 5 Eyewitness News, Carol Mitchell spoke clearly about her own feelings regarding what happened to her the night of April 22nd. From the story, quote, "The stepmother of DFL State Senator Nicole Mitchell says she remains fearful more than a week after her stepdaughter's arrest for allegedly burglarizing her home in Detroit Lakes," unquote. Carol Mitchell said Senator Mitchell was dressed like a burglar at the foot of my bed. "I get goosebumps just talking about it." Carol Mitchell said, "You don't make a care call in the middle of the night in a bandit outfit," unquote. According to the story, Mrs. Mitchell sent Nicole a portion of her dad's ashes in an urn the shape of a bobber because her dad was an avid fisherman. According to the story, Mrs. Mitchell didn't know Nicole had a key and she never gave her one. And finally, Carol Mitchell said, "I think she meant me physical harm. There's no other reason to be on the floor of my room," unquote. This testimony from Carol Mitchell directly contradicts several assertions from Senator Mitchell and her attorneys, including denying Senator Mitchell's implication she had authorization to enter the home, denying Senator Mitchell's claim her father's ashes were withheld from her, denying Senator Mitchell's claim she was there simply to check on her. The victim in this case is Carol Mitchell. Carol Mitchell has testified her home was burglarized, her possessions were taken, and her safety is at risk. As Senator Mitchell confessed to the arresting officers, "I know I did something bad."
Our rules demand that we be honest and transparent with the public. Senator Mitchell's Facebook post goes against this by making claims contradicted by her comments to the police and affirmed by her attorneys to the media. Her Facebook post is rebuffed by the victim. Senator Mitchell's Facebook post misleads the public about what really happened. Plainly, this isn't a criminal case. Those are handled by the courts, and we trust them to do their work. What we are examining today is whether the Senate will maintain its reputation and institutional integrity with its membership. We have abundant public record available for us to examine to make that determination. Senators have an obligation to the Minnesota Constitution, Article 4, Section 7, to determine the rules of our body and punish members for disorderly behavior. We don't need to wait for the criminal case to make a decision. We can review the information before us today. We can ask Senator Mitchell questions today. We can answer the questions about whether Senator Mitchell's conduct on April 22nd is befitting of a member of the Minnesota Senate. We can answer the questions about whether Senator Mitchell's communications with her constituents is consistent with our obligations to public transparency and trust. We can stand up for what is right and wrong and tell the public we won't accept behavior that is so clearly betraying the public trust and brings this body into disrepute. We can give Minnesotans the confidence that those who pass the laws impacting their lives are accountable to the highest standards of ethical conduct as embodied in our governing documents, the Minnesota Constitution, and in state law. This body needs to take decisive action today to protect its reputation and uphold its commitment to Minnesotans. Thank you.
All right, that's 15 minutes. We sincerely appreciate your presentation. What I am going to do, Senator Mitchell, is your attorney going to be the one that's going to come and ask a couple questions? Nope, not yet. Come on, the attorney can sit on this end over there. Thank you. This is the portion where, remember what we did the last time, that we allowed the complainant to speak, and then we could ask them questions. And we allowed also Senator Gruenhagen at the time so that he could sit over there and he could ask questions. So it's the same process. So first of all, any questions from the committee of the testifiers? Couple questions. So I hear that, well, you said there's a lot of public information that you have available. What is that public information that you have available?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They have been submitted to the Committee on Ethics, and you have them in your packet. There are numerous exhibits from the probable cause statement to the bail release to her Facebook post and our complaint, and there's many more.
And
I would add, Mr. Chair, the 911 transcript, that should be Exhibit B. There is several media reports with quotes from Senator Kupek and others from the attorneys that are all included as the exhibits.
And senators, are you familiar with 55.11 in our rules?
I have the rule in front of me.
And would you be so kind as to read 55.11?
If criminal proceedings relating to the same conduct have begun, the subcommittee may defer its proceedings until the criminal proceedings have completed.
And would you tell us why we would even suggest that it's possible for a person for the subcommittee to delay something if there's criminal proceedings that are happening? Why would you think that our body would put that in the rules as a part of due process?
Absolutely, because when rules would be written, it has to envision hypothetical scenarios. And there might have been a complaint that is contingent upon perhaps a criminal proceeding. In the complaint before us, the evidence clearly demonstrates probable cause that is separate from the criminal proceeding.
You do recognize that anything a person says in these proceedings can and will be used against them in the court of law? Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
And, and wouldn't you agree that that based on the Constitution, that a person has a right to a trial? You do understand that, is that right?
if you're referring to a criminal proceeding,
I am.
100%, but the complaint before us is not a criminal proceeding. This is a Senate ethics proceeding.
Absolutely. And would you agree that this Senate ethics proceeding is a part of due process?
I absolutely do believe that this proceeding is part of due process, which is exactly why we're here. But again, the criminal proceedings and due process is a separate process. The ethics complaint before us is not contingent upon the outcome of said criminal process.
So do you realize that the information that you've provided thus far is untested? And do you know what I mean by untested?
I do not know what you mean by that word.
So if you look at your exhibit A, which is a criminal complaint, you recognize that a person can give a version of the story from their vantage point, and a person can put those things in there out of context, in context, because they're just giving their side of the story. And when it's untested means no one had to ask them any questions about the validity or the veracity of what they say here. Do you understand that to be true?
I would draw your attention to Exhibit D, which is Senator Mitchell's own Facebook post, where she admitted the substantial complaints. And I would also point you to the exhibits where Senator Mitchell's attorneys admitted that she had entered the home, and as I had mentioned in the opening remarks.
So then I naturally assume by you going over these things that you do agree with me that the charging document is just a charging document. In fact, the charging document isn't something that you even admit into a trial. You do understand that?
I'm referring to the Facebook post and to Senator Mitchell's own attorneys and their comments on the public record.
But I'm asking you about the charging document, and then we can get to that. But I think it's important for us to understand and at least be on the same wavelength here. And this doesn't suggest what the committee is going to do. I'm just asking a couple questions. You understand that a charging document isn't anything you put forward to a court to say, other than for the establishment of probable cause, and there's all sorts of things that you do there. But you can't just say to a court, here's the charging document, they're guilty of these things, even if we believe that they made an admission. You understand that you cannot just give a charging document to a court and for the court to conclude that a person is guilty because of a charging document. You do understand that?
I cannot speak to that one way or the other. I'm not an officer of the court.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney. This is not a court. This is the Minnesota Senate.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep. Senator Housley.
I understand your question with due process, but I also support the process laid out here with our Senate rules that give us the authority and the responsibility to ensure our members adhere to the highest ethical standards. And what we are doing here at the table is laying out for you how Senator Mitchell's conduct violates the following rules: 56.1, 56.2, and 56.3. Like I said in my testimony, the courts can go ahead and do their thing, and that's a completely separate thing than what we're here before you in this committee to do, is to lay out how she violated those Senate rules.
And so, Senator Housley, because you are talking so eloquently about these rules, you do recognize that there's a process in our Senate rules that talks about what needs to happen before we can conclude that a person has violated anything. You do recognize that. Would you agree with that, or you don't recognize that based on the rules?
You're speaking to Rule 55.11?
Absolutely.
I see that it does say that.
Okay, so if we're saying that, here's the next question I'm asking you. Have you ever been misquoted in the media?
Mr. Chair, I don't know how that is relevant to this.
I'm just asking, have you, as a person, you're a senator, you're sitting in front of us, have you ever been misquoted in the media?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have never been misquoted in a police report. I am not sure if I've been misquoted in the media.
So Senator Housley, I'm going to ask you again, and you can use the example of Michelle Obama. Have you ever been misquoted in the media?
Mr. Chair, that was a Facebook post taken out of context back in,
Yep. Taken out of context by who?
I have no idea.
But you would agree that there was an article and a paper and a media outlet that suggested you said something that you didn't necessarily say, or you didn't say it in that context. You are familiar with that, are you not?
Mr. Chair, again, that has nothing to do with the ethics complaint before us.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
If I might, the only reason why I'm asking, I'm not asking to indict you because you're a wonderful person, you know it. I'm just asking because we know media outlets and don't always have to tell the truth, right? There's sometimes people can misquote you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the ethics complaint is not against Senator Housley
No,
today.
I'm not
The
asking
ethics complaint is against Senator Mitchell. Can we bring this back
I am.
to the ethics complaint that's in front of us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And the only reason why I'm asking that question, because they said in here, is there evidence of misconduct? And they use media statements as a way to say the person has to be guilty.
Well, Mr. Chair, we can't begin the thorough investigation today until we
I agree.
move on with the proceedings.
So I agree
Mr.
with that
Chair.
because that's my point. Absolutely.
Good, so let's proceed with the investigation, please.
Well,
My chair just fell.
Well, my only point is that there's more information and that just because of something is on its face, and I don't know what happened on that day. I wasn't there. I'm not suggesting I know, and I'm not suggesting.
Mr. Chair, let's find out what happened that day by
Absolutely.
proceeding with the hearing, please.
Well,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to highlight what Senator Lucero read. Senate Rule 55.11 clearly gives there's one key word that I'm going to highlight as we go through. If criminal proceedings relating to the same conduct have begun, the subcommittee may defer its proceedings until the criminal proceedings have been completed. That is permissive language. That is not a requirement under the Senate rules. And then you stated, Mr. Chair, that statements in here could be used against a person, but the very next rule is 55.12, which lays out that the Senate intends that proceedings of the subcommittee on ethical conduct not be admissible in any criminal proceeding. Now, I understand, and I don't expect Senator Mitchell herself to be making statements. I believe that's why she's brought attorneys here today. I don't have that expectation. That is her choice as to whether to do or not. We have a Senate rule that aligns with that, and that states the Senate's intention of how our hearings fit. Mr. Chair, we are not here to determine the guilt or innocence under Minnesota statute 609. Whatever it is in the criminal complaint. We're here to determine, has conduct been a violation of Senate Rule 56? Included in that are multiple exhibits, which include news, but also which include statements of probable cause that were given under penalty of perjury by the officers. That's relevant for determining the guilt or innocence for the trial as that part is going through. But it also can be information that this committee can use to determine whether or not there has been a violation of our standards of ethical conduct in Rule 56.
So Senator Matthews, thank you for that analysis. Let's start out with 5512. So 5512 does not clearly say that a statement that you make during a proceeding is not admissible. It can be interpreted to say that if a person was disciplined here, that one could go into a criminal context and say, hey, they did wrong. That's why they got reprimanded by the ethics committee. That's totally different from a statement made in a committee proceeding. Here's the second thing. The only thing I was pushing back on, because I think it's right, is that there's been no adjudication of guilt. So even for someone to say what happened and to say that someone gave a totally different perspective, that is true, because that's why you have a court, because you want to flesh out the information. You want one side to come in and you want to test that. You have the other side come in and you want to test that, because you were not there, and that's why you make sure that you flesh out exactly what happened. Not to just take one Facebook post or one media word and say they have to be guilty because the paper said they're guilty. So this proceeding, and there's a reason why these proceedings allows us to defer, and again, that is permissive because there's nothing that says must. We have to make that decision, and that is something that we are going to decide today.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Senator Miller.
So you are an attorney,
That is true.
clearly a very good one.
I like to think so.
I am a scrap guy. Okay, I am not here to determine whether or not someone is guilty of a criminal offense. That is not our role today. We are not here to be judge and jury. We are here today to determine if a member of our body violated the rules of our body, if they violated the rules of the Minnesota State Senate. We won't know that until we continue on with this hearing, with this thorough investigation of what we're doing here today. So let's proceed. Senator Mitchell will have an opportunity to come up and I have a series of questions for her. Let's proceed with the hearing so we can get to whether or not this subcommittee on ethical conduct feels like one of our fellow members violated the rules of our body.
And Senator Miller, we will certainly get to that.
Let's do it.
At that point, but I want to make sure that we're really clear, because when we have individuals who come to the dais and start saying someone's guilty of something, not if a person is charged and if what they say is true, that would be terrible. It is, we've heard stated here that she's guilty of this. This is what happened. We don't know what happened. And we should never make that declaration. We can say there's information out there that would suggest, and we don't know. And that is a part of due process, because you have to do that. So that's why I asked those questions about the media not being fair, sometimes taking things out of context, because they do it every single day. Any other questions? We do have, what's your name for the record, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Bruce Ringstrom Jr. I represent Senator Mitchell.
Okay, before you have questions, I got to put you under oath.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. So even though that you are Representative Senator Mitchell, is there any particular reason why you are sitting there as opposed to Senator Mitchell?
I am asking the questions on behalf of Senator Mitchell, Mr. Chair.
All right. Do you have any questions for the individuals that are in front of us?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Proceed with your question.
Good evening, Senator Lucero. Have you read the rules that govern this ethics hearing?
You may answer, Senator Lucero.
I have read portions of the Senate rules.
Have you read the portion of the rules that govern the admissibility and the weighing of evidence in this ethics hearing?
Senator Lucero.
If you can cite the rule, I would be able to more affirmatively answer.
I can't cite the rule because they don't exist. Are you familiar with the mechanisms by which evidence gets admitted into this ethics hearing?
Senator Lucero.
The process to submit exhibits was noon yesterday, I believe.
And so exhibits have been admitted for purposes of this hearing, correct?
Senator Lucero.
Exhibits being evidence to support the claimant's charge, correct?
And have those exhibits been admitted into evidence through any process other than simply being filed in?
Senator Lucero.
I'm not familiar with other processes. I am focused on this ethics complaint in the Minnesota Senate.
Senator Lucero, you can strike that if that's a mistake. If Senator Housley said this, one of you testified to the existence of a 911 transcript. I may defer to whomever said that. Who was that?
Mr. Chair, we both said it.
Senator Housley, you have reviewed that redacted transcript?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, yes, I have.
Have you reviewed the unredacted transcript?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, no, it's redacted.
Have you listened to the unredacted audio recording?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, no, I haven't.
Have you determined whether any component of that 911 call would be regarded as testimonial?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, again, we are here to, in the Ethics Committee, laid out in our Senate rules that oversee the conduct of Senator Mitchell according to our rules, not to read the redacted 911 transcript to determine if she was guilty or not guilty. That's not what we are here for. We are here, believe me, Mr. Chair, we don't want to be here today. We're only here today because of the actions of one of our colleagues that was brought into question. Again, senators have a duty to uphold and adhere to the highest ethical standards and to hold each other accountable for those. So going into the details of all of the transcripts and redacted and unredacted that will be brought in the court of law is for you to handle. This is just the ethical complaint where we adhere to our own Senate body rules.
So you have not determined whether any component is testimonial?
Senator Housley.
No.
You would agree that that 911 transcript is a component of this complaint?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, it is one of the documents that were submitted with the complaint.
And therefore, its veracity and what it represents should be evaluated by this subcommittee before it's used to make a determination.
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, and in looking at the 911 transcript, it looks like what was redacted are identifying features and addresses. Mr. Chair, it was not a long phone call.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think the question was answered, Mr. Chair, at least to my satisfaction. Senator Lucero, did you testify that one of Senator Mitchell's attorneys spoke to the media and indicated, quote, "I believe she was going there to retrieve some belongings"?
Senator Lucero.
I do have that as one of the exhibits that were submitted.
Were you able to determine whether that attorney did or did not believe what he said?
Senator Lucero.
Did I determine if the attorney, Mitchell's attorney, was lying or making false statements? No, I did not engage in that effort.
That's not the question I asked, Senator Lucero. Did you determine whether that attorney believed or did not believe what he said when he said it?
Senator Lucero.
I've engaged in no such effort.
Senator Housley, have you had an opportunity to determine whether Senator Mitchell in fact had a key at the time of this alleged incident?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, I do not know if Senator Mitchell had a key to the Carol Mitchell's home. Carol Mitchell has said she did not give her a key. Your father, Mr. Ringstrom Sr., said that she did have a key to the home.
Senator Housley, you referenced that Senator Mitchell indicated she had concern for a family member. Were you able to disprove that claim?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, a lot of us have concerns for family members, but that doesn't mean we can break into their home.
Senator Housley, the question is, were you able to disprove that Senator Mitchell had that sentiment at that time that she had concern for a family member?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, that's not the job of the Senate Ethics Committee or Senator Lucero or myself. We need to adhere to our own rules. So whether or not Senator Mitchell had concern for her stepmom and what the reasons were behind that is not for the job of this committee.
Would you agree that indeed it is, because you made the claim that Senator Mitchell has made irreconcilable statements?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just submit that the job of each and every senator, myself, Senator Housley, and Senator Mitchell, is to uphold the highest standards of ethical conduct.
Senator Housley, you testified that, quote, you were relying on testimony from Carol Mitchell. Do you recall saying that?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Senator Housley.
When was that person placed under oath and thereby able to give testimony?
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, she gave the testimony, and I can look on the dates that she gave them to the radio station and to KSTP. They interviewed her. I'm not sure if KSTP, here we go, it was May 2nd.
That's KSTP.
That's KSTP. And the other date, Detroit Lakes, was April
Detroit Leaks.
20. I'm not sure the date of the Detroit Lakes Tribune.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would again just emphasize that our conduct is not legal proceedings. Our conduct and the public trust are what we need to maintain and uphold. Not being sworn in, it is the requirement and the duty for each of us to hold the standard of ethical conduct, not a legal regard in that capacity.
Senator Housley, would you agree that testimony is sworn statements given under oath?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carol Mitchell is 74 years old, and somebody broke into her house in the middle of the night. Carol Mitchell is explaining what's happened to her. I'm not here to debate legal terminology. We're here because our Senate rules on ethical conduct demand that we behave to the highest ethical standards.
Fair enough to say when you said she gave testimony that was inaccurate on your part.
Senator Housley.
Mr. Chair, could he repeat that?
When you said that Ms. Mitchell gave testimony that was inaccurate on your part because she did not give testimony, she simply spoke to someone who recorded it.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Senator Housley?
Mr. Chair, Senator Carol Mitchell told the story of what happened to her in the middle of the night. Somebody broke into her house. Whether you want to call it Carol Mitchell's story or Carol Mitchell giving her account of what happened that evening, or if you want to call it testimony, that was what Carol Mitchell has said to numerous outlets in the media.
And so, Council, if you can sort of wrap up a little bit, if you have a couple more things, because then I want to keep going forward because another member has.
Very good, Mr. Chair. Just a few more questions. Senator Housley, you testified that you had never been misquoted in a police report. Is that correct?
Senator Housley?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Have you seen a police report in this case?
I have seen, Mr. Chair,
Senator Housley?
I have seen the police probable cause statement.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because I'm Senator Mitchell's attorney and I haven't seen a police report yet.
It's a probable cause statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm just a scrap guy, but that felt an awful like the intent is for us to be judge and jury. And I just want to be very clear. Our role is not to be judge and jury. Our role is to determine whether or not a member, one of our colleagues, violated the Senate rules of ethical conduct. And I just want to say that as a member of the Senate who participates in committee hearings all the time, we take testimony from members of the Senate. We take testimony from the public. We take testimony from stakeholders. We take testimony from a number of different people that is not under oath in this very room every single day that we're in session and have a committee hearing.
So members, if we have no further questions of these two wonderful ones, they could step back and don't leave because you'll be able to ask Senator Mitchell any questions should that arise. So now with that being said, Senator Mitchell can come forward with her lawyer, or if her lawyer is coming forward, or whoever's coming forward.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't appear that Senator Mitchell is coming forward, but the complaint is against her. So I feel like she should also be, even if she's not talking, she should also be at the table. And I do believe that that has been the standard
That is true.
of the Ethics Committee.
Senator Mitchell, you should come forward, even if you're not going to speak. And I've already gotten one person under oath. I will put the rest of you under oath, even if you're going to, do the fifth or whatever's going to happen. I don't know, right? I haven't talked to you about any of that. So would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? You do swear that the evidence you will give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right. So as you all have been sitting back there seeing that we give each side 15 minutes uninterrupted to state your thoughts and position, what you think should happen. Today is the first hearing, as you know, consistent with Rule 55.4. Okay? All right. And who's going to speak now? Whoever's going to speak first or second, please identify yourself for the record and then go from there.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I, Bruce Ringstrom Jr., will be making the totality of the statement. the purpose of this hearing conflicts with Senator Mitchell's rights in her criminal case. We take no position on the propriety of this hearing, but because the senator's rights to due process must trump the interests of this subcommittee, your fact-finding capacity cannot be as expansive as if there were no pending criminal case. And to be clear, if we didn't think that this hearing had potential negative implications on Senator Mitchell's rights in her criminal case, we wouldn't be here. The subtext of the claim that Senator Mitchell must account for the disparity between the criminal complaint and her statements is that whenever the government brings a criminal charge, that the complaint must be accepted as capital T true, and the defendant can't put up a defense. But embedded in the American system of criminal justice is the right of defendants to deny the claims of the government. When a person charged with a crime disputes the allegations, it makes perfect sense that their explanation is different from the government's. While the authors of this ethics complaint may believe that whenever the government or its agents make a claim, that claim must be right, those of us who practice criminal defense know that the government is often wrong. While a law enforcement officer may swear under oath that she believes that what's in a statement of probable cause is true, it may still later turn out to be false. Criminal complaints are dismissed in Minnesota from time to time. Criminal complaints are amended. Defendants are found not guilty. These outcomes are commonplace. Litigating a criminal case is about testing the facts alleged by the government. This occurs within the context of a courtroom, presided over by a neutral fact finder. The judge will employ the Minnesota Rules of Criminal Procedure, rules of evidence, statutes, and case law to ensure that the process yields the most just result. Senate Rule 55.11 indicates that, quote, if criminal proceedings relating to the same conduct have begun, the subcommittee may defer its proceedings until the criminal proceedings have been completed. Meaning even your own body knows that the criminal court is the best forum to evaluate Senator Mitchell's alleged conduct, not this subcommittee. This subcommittee will have plenty of time to complete its mandate after the criminal case is complete. In courtrooms across the country, be they in Hennepin County or downtown Manhattan, individuals charged with crimes and the lawyers that represent them are making statements that challenge the criminal complaints filed in their cases. Doing so is neither false nor clearly misleading. It's called criminal defense. And so unless the complainants hold the same contempt for those people that they apparently do for Senator Mitchell, it's hard to take them seriously. Many supporters of this ethics complaint have historically been proponents of limited government and suspicious of government. Yet now those same people expect Senator Mitchell not to challenge the government in any way, and instead simply accept the allegations of the criminal complaint as true, perhaps plead guilty, and resign from this body. A revolution was fought to secure the due process many are asking Senator Mitchell to forego. She will not do this. We will not let her do this. This case belongs in court, then it can be dealt with by this subcommittee. This conclusion shouldn't be different because one party has a single seat majority over the other. Rule 55.11 applies to Senator Mitchell, just like it will apply to the next senator from the opposing party who faces criminal charges. The term witch hunt is thrown a lot around in politics these days, and it is often misused. A witch hunt is premised on the idea of deciding on someone's guilt without regard to the evidence in the case and without allowing the person to defend themselves. But here the term fits. Conducting an ethics investigation after the criminal case seems appropriate. But by conducting an ethics investigation before the criminal case, you are participating in a witch hunt. Witch hunt should be bad no matter the party of the person charged, both in downtown Manhattan and here in St. Paul. If the 4th, 5th, and Sixth Amendments to the Constitution mean anything, then the senator's interests in the criminal case are more important at this particular time than any political inquiry or palace intrigue. Even asking the question, why would you now invoke the Fifth Amendment, invites an answer that may require her to waive the Fifth Amendment. We acknowledge that the criminal charge Senator Mitchell is facing is serious. That's why we represent her. For us, prioritizing her interests in that case is an easy decision. Now, of course, for an elected public figure, there are competing interests. But the senator is taking our advice and invoking her right to remain silent. Senator Mitchell, therefore, pleads the Fifth Amendment to every single question, however innocuous or theoretically collateral it may be. I am saying it for her now, and she won't say it again for the remainder of this hearing. This is a blanket invocation. Senator Mitchell will be answering no questions, period. Likewise, we as Senator Mitchell's counsel aren't going to answer questions that would by their nature require us to betray work product. That is to say, the thinking and strategy that makes up a defense. When we tried to discern the manner in which this body would conduct this hearing, what we found is that such full-fledged hearings like this are rare. And there doesn't seem to be a well-developed method by which evidence is gathered and evaluated. That should give everyone pause. To the complaint's first claim that Senator Mitchell violated Senate Rule 56.1, it's too soon to decide. Rule 56.1 reads, quote, "Members shall adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct as embodied in the Minnesota Constitution, state law, and these rules," unquote. This means a senator can violate the rule three ways. One, conduct that violates the Minnesota Constitution. Two, conduct that violates Minnesota state law. And three, conduct that violates Senate rules. For 1 and 2, we can confidently say it is too soon to decide. Until Senator Mitchell's case proceeds through the courts, it is impossible to determine whether she violated either the state constitution or state law. To conclude otherwise is to reject due process. For number 3, we are less confident because we are not experts in the Senate's rules, but we still believe making this decision is premature until the case is fully adjudicated. And as noted before, the Senate's own rules support this conclusion. Quote, "The subcommittee may defer its proceedings until the criminal proceedings have been completed," unquote. And how can this subcommittee know one way or the other before Senator Mitchell's case plays out? Put it another way. What if the subcommittee acts now and then Senator Mitchell's case is later dismissed or she's found not guilty? Then what? To rule on the facts before the facts are determined is to pervert the concept of proof. The prudent thing for the subcommittee to do is to wait and see. As to the complaint's second claim, that Senator Mitchell violated Rule 56.2, we deny this allegation, and it's also too soon to decide. Senate Rule 56.2 reads, quote, "A member shall not publish or distribute written material if the member knows or has reason to know that the material includes any statement that is false or clearly misleading," unquote. Now, this means a senator may not publish something they know is false. We categorically deny this allegation and reject its premise. We also believe it's too soon to decide. Unless and until the claims and assertions by Senator Mitchell are proven to be absolutely false, this subcommittee cannot and should not answer this question. And that proof, if it is to exist at all, will only come through the criminal court process. So once again, the prudent thing for this subcommittee to do is to wait and see. Finally, the investigation requested by the complaint could undermine Senator Mitchell's ability to defend herself in the criminal case. The complaint concludes with 3 requests. 1, investigate the true nature of Senator Mitchell's alleged unlawful, unwanted entry into an estranged relative's house. 2, investigate the ways in which Senator Mitchell's public statements conflict with the criminal complaint filed in Becker County. And 3, investigate whether Senator Mitchell's conduct on April 23rd and April 24th is consistent with the Senate's ethical standards. Engaging in these requests could undermine Senator Mitchell's ability to defend herself in her criminal case. For this reason, per our advice, she will not be answering any of these questions. When her criminal case is done, if these questions remain, Senator Mitchell is happy to subject herself to questioning by this subcommittee. But until the case is complete, she cannot do so. We will not let her do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions of the committee, or well, let's do the questions of the committee and then we'll certainly come over to you all as well. Senator Miller.
Mr. Chair, don't we have to go to them first to see if they have questions, or
No.
do we do it all at the same?
All at the same time, because remember what I did last time? We asked some
Okay.
questions and then I went to
Okay.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation from the attorneys. Mr. Chair, first, my observation is I've sat through a lot of hearings in this room and in this session the last couple of years, and that might have been one of the more inflammatory ones I've heard, with allegations of our political motivations, with demands of what we can and cannot do, with continued conflicting or convoluting between what is her legal and judicial standard with a court of law and what is her obligation as a member of the Senate to uphold the highest standard of ethical conduct. The parties are free to come here and make the argument of what they think that we can or can't do, but then it is up for us to decide. This allegation that we are not allowed to engage in fact-finding at this stage is ludicrous, Mr. Chair. The Senate can operate wholly independently from the judicial branch and that activity, and we can accomplish any fact-finding that we here as the Senate choose to do ourselves. What we are here and what we have continued to point out is that based on what we know so far in the exhibits, and there's a lot of information that the attorneys still want to gather, that we still want to gather, but even what we have so far is in direct contradiction to each other. Statements reportedly made to the officers in the statement of probable cause cannot be true at the same time with statements made on the personal Facebook post, as one example. The Senate can take action on members for conduct that is far less than a criminal charge. In fact, the Senate has disciplined members for things like sending tweets. We have disciplined members for attempting to bribe other individuals, getting caught, not even completing the action of bribery. We had a senator that pled guilty to a misdemeanor and left the Senate before any votes were taken during the interim of a session for a petty misdemeanor. What we have here in this case, we have multiple rungs above that. Petty misdemeanor is the lowest level. Misdemeanors are above that. Gross misdemeanors are the step above that. And then the felony charge is the highest charge that we have. And just like in a workplace, just like in a professional sports team, conduct that still falls short of being found guilty for criminal behavior, for being found guilty of a crime, still is clearly eligible by a business, by a church, by a law enforcement member, by a professional athlete on a baseball team, can still be subjected to internal discipline or ramifications on conduct that still falls short, or conduct where they're ultimately acquitted or found innocent of the charge. We'll go through and ask some questions based on some of the facts that we know. But I want to start out by saying that we should have the discussion back and forth of what both sides present, but the Senate should not and ought not be bullied into being told what we can and cannot do from a separate branch of government. Thank you.
So Senator Matthews, I thought you had a question, so you don't have a question? I wanted to give you that opportunity. Senator Miller, no, I was asking if we had any questions. That's why I asked. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the attorney's name, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Good evening, Senator. Bruce Ringstrom Jr.
Ringstrom?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ringstrom, in your testimony, you had mentioned that the Senate rules say that the judicial branch is the best forum, or you alluded to this, that the judicial branch is the best forum to determine the violation or non-violation of Senate rules. Can you tell me where that is in our Senate rules?
I did not say that, or if that is what the transcript reflects, that was not my intention. What I said was a courtroom is the best forum to evaluate such facts. I do not take issue with the idea or the notion or the propriety of this subcommittee making a determination. The point is, because Senator Mitchell is not going to put forth any testimony here, because she cannot, because she is taking our advice, say anything in contradiction to anything else here, this body doesn't have the same fact-finding power. I'm not telling this body what to do. I'm saying because she has a Fifth Amendment right, and because she is elected to follow our advice, this body doesn't have access to that evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. And even though I'm not an attorney, I'm starting to feel more and more like one as I'm sitting next to three here. I have 1 and 2 are in front of me, 3 in front of me. So I'm feeling good. But I want to make it clear, we are not here to be judge and jury. We don't all have to be attorneys. We are here to determine whether one of our colleagues violated the ethical standards of the Minnesota State Senate. That is what we are here to determine today. We have, in my mind, a lot of information in front of us where we can determine that. I have a series of questions. The complaint in front of us, I'm just going to read it, states that Senator Mitchell violated Senate Rules 56.1, 56.2, and 56.3 by breaking into the home of an elderly family member, attempting to steal the victim's personal effects, and subsequently attempting to cover up her conduct by publishing conflicting information. So, Mr. Chair, I have several questions. Would now be the right time to ask those questions?
Yes, and let me just say this, Senator Miller, when you look at the excerpt that you just read, the excerpt that you just read connects to the very thing that is being litigated through court, because any information you have in front of you has not been adjudicated. That's the point, because now how can you say if it's true that it happened, because that's what they're using as the basis for the ethics violation, by saying, hey, this person broke in there. That's a conclusion, right? And that's based on something. And so that's what's adjudicated in court, because there's a possibility that maybe there wasn't a break-in. And if there wasn't a break-in, then the very essence of this ethical complaint then doesn't stand on its own 2 feet, because now there's been adjudication of that. Now,
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
And so all I'm saying is, okay.
All my questions, or at least I believe the vast majority of my questions, all relate to public statements. So
Okay,
it's not anything that hasn't been said already. It's all public statements by either Senator Mitchell or her legal team. So I'm just going to ask my questions. And then we can determine where we go from there, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, according to the complaint, Senator Mitchell, you were booked into Becker County Jail on April 22nd, 2024 for a violation of first-degree felony burglary. Is this true?
It is false in a very specific way, because she was not booked in for a violation. She was booked in on a charge. And I think it's important that you and I that we all get on the same frequency as it relates to the language, because the nature of element 1 assumes that she was already guilty at the moment that she was booked in. I don't have any truck with the notion that there is sufficient evidence that she was booked. But anyone can be booked if they're detained.
Mr. Ringstrom or Senator Mitchell, were you arrested on April 22nd, 2024 and booked in Becker County Jail?
Senator, I defer to what I said earlier. Any question that's directed at Senator Mitchell is not going to be answered, and I'm only repeating it now for purposes of convenience.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ringstrom, was your client arrested on April 22nd, 2024 and booked into Becker County Jail?
Probably yes. And why do I say probably? I choose to be extremely precise in this language. I think she probably was. I know for a fact she was arrested, but I want to be very clear about when it happened. I think you are probably correct, but I don't have any stronger evidence or access to evidence than you do. That's all I mean.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, and I just want to be clear, Mr. Chair and members, all my questions are directed to Senator Mitchell, but Mr. Ringstrom made it clear that she's not going to answer any questions, so I'm just going to continue to ask Mr. Ringstrom directly, but please let the record reflect that these questions are all to Senator Mitchell. So the ethics complaint in front of us states that officers from Detroit Lakes Police Department were dispatched at approximately 4:45 a.m. on April 22nd to a home that Senator Mitchell broke into, where Senator Mitchell was found hiding in the basement wearing all black clothing, including a black hat. My question is, Senator Mitchell or Mr. Ringstrom, when the Detroit Lakes Police Department arrived to the home, was Senator Mitchell in the basement wearing all black clothing, including a black hat?
Mr. Ringstrom?
I'm sorry.
No, I
Mr.
was
Chair.
just saying, Mr. Ringstrom, that you can respond or not respond.
Senator Mitchell, once again, pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Mr. Chair, Senator Ringstrom, the complaint, the ethics complaint in front of us states that officers observed a basement window propped open. Did Senator Mitchell enter the home through the basement window?
Mr. Ringstrom?
I'm providing a standard Fifth Amendment privilege. She won't answer any of these questions.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I almost called you Senator Bergstrom. I would have demoted you there. I don't mean to do that. At any point, did Senator Mitchell admit that she had entered the home through the window of this home?
Mr. Ringstrom?
I've already answered that question.
Can you please repeat your answer to that question?
She does employ her Fifth Amendment privilege.
Okay. I do want to point out that it is alleged by the police officer that Senator Mitchell admitted that she had entered the home through the window of the basement window of this home. So that is a public record. I'm not stating that maybe the officer is lying, but that is what was mentioned that Senator Mitchell said. So Mr. Ringstrom, the complaint states that your client had 2 laptop computers in her possession when she was arrested. And when she was questioned by police of the ownership of one of those laptop computers, Senator Mitchell told the police officer that the victim had given her the laptop, quote, way back when. This was Senator Mitchell's quote, way back when, end quote. However, when that laptop computer was opened and turned on, the screen displayed the victim's name, not Senator Mitchell's name, but the victim's name. And when the victim was asked by police, very specifically, if the victim had given that laptop computer to Senator Mitchell, she said no, she had not given that laptop to Senator Mitchell. So my question for Senator Mitchell or to Mr. Ringstrom is, when Senator Mitchell left her home in Woodbury, and the reports say that it was at approximately 1 a.m. on April 22nd, 2024, when she left her home, did she have both laptops in her possession?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Bergstrom,
Mr. Williams.
was it?
Senator
Ringstrom, I'm so sorry. Mr. Ring, I'm going to write this down. Ringstrom. My apologies, sir. Mr. Ringstrom, the complaint states that Senator Mitchell was was released from Becker County Jail on April 23rd after an 11 a.m. hearing. Mr. Ringstrom, is that accurate?
I suspect that is probably accurate. Again, I don't have an actual record of the discharge date from the Becker County Jail, but I don't know that I would have any reason to contest that time.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Senator Miller.
Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, the complaint also states that that Senator Mitchell was there to check on a family member, which we have, based on some of the things that are in the reports in front of us, is not accurate. But it also says that Senator Mitchell, when she broke into the home, was carrying a modified flashlight. My question is, how was that flashlight modified?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
And Senator Miller, we're going to go through each one, even though they have a standing Fifth Amendment notion here.
Mr. Chair, I have several questions
I'm
that
just
are in
asking.
front of us. We are here to determine whether or not one of our colleagues violated the rules of the Minnesota State Senate. And
No,
we,
this
as
is-
members of the Senate, are held to a very high ethical standard. And the rules, I read them earlier, I'm happy to read them again, are pretty straightforward.
Well, Senator Miller, I think that you should read them again because it says what we're supposed to do the very first day that we get here. The very first day is not to subject it to an investigatory notion. That's what the rules say. That's why it says on the first day that we have those options, right? Options of the delay, find probable cause. That's what, or even put it off for an investigation. That's what the rules say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Miller.
Mr. Ringstrom or Senator Mitchell, on the updated complaint, which I just actually started to read over today, number 11 says, during Carol Mitchell's 911 call to police, she reported an intruder in her house and asked for help. She said she didn't get a look at the intruder in the dark. I tripped over him and he was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs in the basement. Following Senator Mitchell's release from Becker County Jail, Carol Mitchell told 5 Eyewitness News, she was dressed like a burglar at the foot of my bed. I get goosebumps just talking about it. I think she meant me physical harm. There's no other reason to be on the floor of my room. So Senator Mitchell or Mr. Bergstrom, I don't know why I keep saying it, Mr. Ringstrom, my apologies. I don't know where I'm getting Bergstrom. Mr. Ringstrom, can one of you please answer why Senator Mitchell was laying on the floor next to her stepmother's bed?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
And Senator Miller, I go back to the fact that everything that you're talking about are allegations, right? So that's why we use the words alleged, because the way that you are describing it is definitive. And so it hasn't been adjudicated. That's the whole reason around the criminal notion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Miller.
Senator Mitchell, do you feel, or Mr. Ringstrom, do you feel that your client's actions on April 22nd, 2024 adhered to the highest ethical standards as embodied in the Minnesota Constitution, state law, and the Senate rules?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ringstrom, or Senator Mitchell,
Senator Miller.
Mr. Ringstrom, do you feel that your client's arrest on April 22nd, 2024 was behavior that betrayed the public trust?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, so I'm going to give an opportunity for either Senator Housley or Senator Lucero to ask some questions, and then we'll go from there. Senator Lucero?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this would be to Mr. Ringstrom. The statement of probable cause signed by Detroit Lakes Police Chief Steve Todd. In his signature, it notes he declares under penalty of perjury that everything stated in this document is true and accurate. Do you believe that Chief Todd would sign a statement that contains false information?
Not knowingly. I don't think the chief would do that. I think the chief would sign a statement of probable cause that was presented to him by the county attorney's office, one drafted by a paralegal, and have every reason to believe that it was true. I have had criminal complaints dismissed for lack of probable cause that were signed by judges where other judges dismissed them, because sometimes mistakes happen. That is not attacking the veracity of the officer who signed the complaint. That is a recognition that charges are complex, facts are complex, and sometimes criminal complaints get dismissed despite the best efforts and honest efforts of law enforcement.
Senator Lucero or Senator Housley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that maybe Senator Mitchell can answer because it has nothing to do with the criminal case. The Democrat caucus has acknowledged that Senator Mitchell has done something wrong in relieving her of her committee assignments and removing her from caucus meetings. My question to Senator Mitchell, has any of the Democratic caucus asked you to resign?
That's far outside of the bounds, Senator Housley. Two things. For the first reason that you're asking whether you're intimating that the caucus says she did something wrong. The caucus has always said that she has a right to due process, and I think that's where you have to make that turn. And this is an ethical hearing. This is not about whether the caucus says she did something wrong or didn't do anything wrong. The caucus sincerely believes that she has a right to due process and that the process will play itself out. And whatever that process yields, then a decision should be made once there is that clarity. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. She is entitled to due process, but we also are entitled to our Senate Ethics Committee, which we've talked about over and over, and it's a whole separate set of rules. And my question is to Senator Mitchell, has anybody from the Democrat caucus asked her to resign?
Again, Senator Housley, that is beyond the bounds. That has nothing to do with it. If the Democratic caucus told her to stay, that wouldn't prove anything. If they told her to go, it wouldn't prove anything. There are a set of facts that one should look at, and what is attached here is the underlying criminal complaint.
So, Mr. Chair.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I allowed to ask Senator Mitchell what was the reasoning they told her that she was relieved from her committee assignments and removed from caucus meetings?
You can ask, yes, but that does not have anything to do with the underlining notion.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Housley, did you have another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to ask Senator Mitchell if she was told why she was relieved of her committee assignments and removed from caucus meetings.
Senator Mitchell pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Matthews?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe that you have, I think you're taking wide latitudes on deciding whether or not members can even ask certain questions, especially compared to how far you allowed questioning to go in the first complaint. I think we can, the parties that we are asking questions can decide whether they want to answer the questions or not. I would contend that it's not the role of you as the chair to decide which questions can even be allowed to be asked in this hearing. To some statements that we have in exhibits before us, Mr. Chair, and
Do you want me to address your question, or are you just going to slide past it?
if you'd like to, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. It is the role of the chair in order to make sure that the hearing stays on task. I'm not here to answer for Senator Mitchell. I've never tried to answer for Senator Mitchell. But the moment you start bringing in caucuses and whether someone was dismissed from the caucus and what they say, what the reason, that has nothing to do with the complaint. The complaint is about her conduct and whether her conduct rises to the level that would require some action. But whether the caucus said something to her or not, doesn't matter, right? This is about her complaint. Now, what they've contended is that the complaint is directly connected
questions matter, it can easily be decided by the parties as to whether they want to answer or not. They are all related in the situation, just like in the last complaint, we had questions about very things connected and hypotheticals, and all of those questions were allowed in.
No, Senator Matthews, just for clarity and to be fair, every question that was asked of Senator Gruenhagen was around what Senator Gruenhagen connected to. Like, for example, the video. I asked him the question, where did he get it from? I asked whether he, where to get it from, whether he talked to the people. Let me tell you the question I did not ask him. I never asked him, what did your caucus say to you as a result of this complaint being filed? What did your caucus say to you when it came to you saying that you sent them all the same video? Did anyone else in your caucus think it was wrong? I never did that, because that's not my business to ask that question. That's caucus business. That's the difference.
And Mr. Chair, none of the questions that you asked are the ones that I have are taking issue with, but questions were asked of other parties to the complainants that went far afield. The questions were allowed in, and it's up to the parties to decide whether they want to answer or not. But Mr. Chair, in the statement of probable cause, says Officer Sternhagen read Mitchell her Miranda warning. Is that an accurate or inaccurate statement? Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom.
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Senator Matthews.
Mr. Chair and Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, you are aware, as with your experience in criminal law, and I've done some work for criminal defense attorneys as well, that statements made after Miranda warnings are given are admissible in courts of law.
Sometimes they're excluded because the Miranda warning was not properly given.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, after being read her Miranda warning according to this complaint, states that Mitchell admitted that she got into the house through the window where the bag was discovered. Are you contesting the accuracy of that statement in the complaint?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
And Mr. Chair, Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, she was asked after being read her Miranda warning what got her to this stage, and Mitchell indicated that it was her father's ashes. Is that an accurate statement that's in the complaint?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
And Mr. Chair, Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, the stepmother made a statement that I believe I have marked in here, where she gave ashes to Senator Mitchell in an urn the shape of a bobber. Are you contesting the accuracy of that statement?
She pleads the Fifth Amendment.
Mr. Chair and Senator Mitchell, Mr. Ringstrom, I believe Mr. Ringstrom Sr. made a statement to the Star Tribune that the Star Tribune reported on, that Mitchell was trying to do a welfare check on her stepmother.
Night Court with Joe Lanou, live on X.
Sex-based segregation is how competitive sport has recognised the performance advantages that male athletes have over females in many disciplines.
It's going to be a fourth gold medal, a fourth title.
But what if the pursuit of fairness and safety comes at the cost of inclusion?
I think it's just so sad, the whole toxic debate.
Any trans female who is included in sport excludes another biological female.
Sports now find themselves in the middle of a heated debate over their policies towards trans women competitors in the female categories of events.
Even if that group does have some advantages, trans women will never take over women's sport.
You either have to have fairness by exclusion of trans women, or you must accept a degree of unfairness through the inclusion of trans women.
17-year-old transgender boy in Texas has won the state's girls wrestling championship.
Mac has been taking testosterone, and it shows.
Many people are upset that he's taking steroids, even if they're prescribed by a doctor. They feel like that gives him an unfair advantage.
Everybody just basically disregarded my work and dedication. I just felt completely betrayed. I just like the physicality of it. Something about fighting somebody, messing them up.
You like that, the pain, the intensity of it.
Yeah, I just kind of fell in love with it.
The NCAA official looks at Thomas and myself and says, great job, but you guys tied and we only have one trophy. So we're gonna give this trophy to Leah.
I'm gonna say from the top, because I've noticed this happens in every conversation.
Sex-based segregation is how competitive sport has recognised the performance advantages that male athletes have over females in many disciplines.
It's going to be a fourth gold medal, a fourth title.
But what if the pursuit of fairness and safety comes at the cost of inclusion?
I think it's just so sad, the whole toxic debate.
Any trans female who is included in sport excludes another biological female.
Sports now find themselves in the middle of a heated debate over their policies towards trans women competitors in the female categories of events.
Even if that group does have some advantages, trans women will never take over women's sport.
You either have to have fairness by exclusion of trans women, or you must accept a degree of unfairness through the inclusion of trans women.
17-year-old transgender boy in Texas has won the state's girls wrestling championship.
Mac has been taking testosterone, and it shows.
Many people are upset that he's taking steroids, even if they're prescribed by a doctor. They feel like that gives him an unfair advantage.
Everybody just basically like disregarded like my work and dedication. I just felt like completely betrayed. I just like the physicality of it. Something about like fighting somebody, like messing them up.
You like that. You like that. The pain, the intensity of it.
Yeah, I just kind of like fell in love with it.
The NCAA official looks at Thomas and myself and says, great job. But you guys tied, and we only have one trophy. So we're gonna give this trophy to Leah.
I'm going to say from the top, because I've noticed this happens in every conversation. Every time you bring up trans rights, or if you have a discussion and you say trans, people tense up. I understand why. We live in a world where now there are people who are so transphobic that it makes it almost impossible for people who aren't to ask any questions, to have any conversations, to have any discourse that doesn't lump them in with transphobia.
I don't know Leah. I'm sure she's a wonderful woman. At the same time, she knows at every single meet that it is not an even playing field. She knows it every single time she blows out women's records every moment. And that is what we're talking about here. So there is
It's a fundamental tenet of like the Olympic movement that sport is a human right. So in their Olympic charter, in their fourth fundamental principle of Olympism, they say participation in sport is a human right, and they mean that at the competitive level.
It's been a very, very interesting experience at times. There's been a lot of noise.
What do you think is the biggest misconception people have about you, specifically?
The biggest misconception, I think, is the reason why I transitioned, where people will say, oh, she just transitioned, so she would have an advantage, so she could win. I transitioned to be happy, to be true to myself.
And tonight, controversy continues to swirl around the University of Pennsylvania transgender swimmer Leah Thomas, whose continued participation in and dominance of women's swimming.
We live in this woke world right now that's driving me crazy. I feel sorry for the girls on the Penn team because they have to be so woke and say, oh, this is great, we're down deep in.
So this issue, people like to say that it's a complicated issue, and I don't actually think it is. I think it's very simple. It all boils down to, do you actually think that trans women and intersex women are real women and are really female or not?
And Thomas held the trophy for 5th place. Gaines held the one for 6th.
They told me when pictures were being taken, Thomas had to have the trophy, which just reduced it down to a photo op. I felt so belittled. I felt so betrayed. Just so one person can be happy and the NCAA can seem virtuous and seem like they're being so inclusive and kind.
An amateur cycling race with 2 transgender women on the podium, once again producing outrage on social media and new arguments over the policies affecting transgender athletes. Criticism coming from the likes of Piers Morgan, Megan Kelly, and Martina Navratilova.
Talked about a really supportive environment for these transgender competitors.
Just like the World Rugby, Aquatics, and Track Federations have done recently, the international cycling body, UCI, revamped its policies this summer, mostly barring those who started puberty before their male-to-female transition from competing in women's races.
Well, so this question of, do trans women have an advantage over cis women? We don't know.
In the last few years, questions surrounding transgender athletes and whether they should be allowed to compete in women's sports have moved from the periphery of our national dialogue to the mainstream. At the heart of the matter, challenging questions about what constitutes fairness and how to achieve
Yes, I can. All right. I will be referred to as Twink here from Texas, and this is actually part of the trans debate that I probably feel the least strong about. There's a couple of reasons why. It feels like there's not a lot of studies that have gone into this. There's not a ton of research that has gone in, and not a lot of scientific information that you can pull from at the moment. And that's partly due to the fact that there's probably the total amount of trans athletes in the U.S. currently. I'm going to go ahead and make a strong guess that it's in the triple digits at most. Yeah, but whenever my default position is more inclusivity, so until we know, I would say that we should probably allow trans people to play in the sport of their chosen gender. Mostly, yeah. I mean, you have a couple of offshoots. You know, you have the Leah Thomas thing. You have a couple of rare instances where you see one trans person really excelling in whatever sport they're in. But I really don't feel like I've seen enough to conclusively say that it's being overrun by people that just want to excel in women's sports. Well, I don't know. I believe that that could be the case for some people. I believe that there's definitely a possibility of someone going through that, but the amount of life-changing stuff you would have to go through, you would have to be the most hardcore competitive person on the planet to want to go through all of that just to win, a college swim meet, or I just don't feel like that's gonna. If that does happen, that's gonna be like a 1 in a billion case I'm seeing. Right. Mm. Yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with that case. I can't remember if that was the one that was they were female to male if they were forced to play in the female league because of that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and it is, and obviously it's going to change from sport to sport. What is significant and isn't significant. You know, I myself, I am, I'm about 6'6", 270 pounds. I've always been a very large person. Um, and when I was a freshman in high school, I was like 6'3", 245. And whenever I joined, I loved wrestling. Thought it looked like the most fun thing to do. But one of the interesting things about wrestling is there's very strict specific weight classes, and I was already too heavy for the weight class for any competitions. I couldn't be in a sanction fight, right? Um, so the only person that I could wrestle against was a senior at my school who just whooped my ass all day long in practice, basically. Um, so and then I also played sports like baseball, where the height of someone doesn't really matter. Altuve can be better than Aaron Judge, right? So it's going to change drastically from sport to sport, right? Something like weightlifting, maybe even like cycling to rugby to football. Those are going to be sports you probably want to crack down on this a little more. Maybe do like really strict hormone testing. Okay, sure. So there's a couple of different factors here, right? It depends on if they've gone through male puberty, and it depends on if they're in a sport that will have very, very, very strict weight classing, right? So if you have someone on a rugby field, right, where you can have someone who's 7 feet tall, you can have someone who's 5 feet tall, doesn't really matter. Then probably, if you have someone who's if you have someone who's male to female who went through male puberty, probably they'll probably have an advantage. But if you have a male person, born male, they're a man, they're not trans, right? Who's also, my size versus someone who's born male, went through male puberty, who's about 5 feet tall. I would have a massive advantage over them, right? Um, so I think that the distinction here comes that the person went through male puberty and is now in a sport that does not fit the designation of everyone else having gone through male puberty. You know, so I would probably say yes for the most part. I think that there needs to be a lot more testing, probably hormone testing, and probably needs to be some sort of regulations in some sports that involve having gone through male puberty versus not having gone through male puberty. Right. Right. Um, well, I think it's kind of hard to tell between whether or not the male puberty or if she is just simply a better swimmer than everyone else. She also has a massive wingspan. Um, I think I heard that I forget exactly how tall she is. She's like near 6 feet tall, and her wingspan's huge. I mean, I think that she has the body for swimming, right? Um, I think that going through male puberty does give someone a slight advantage there, and I've seen different studies that show the going through 12 months of estrogen therapy versus possibly wanting to make that longer to like 18 or 24 months or something. Um, Again, I'm not incredibly sure about that. I don't think the studies are conclusive yet, but I would probably say that she probably has an advantage because of that. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah.
I just wanted to add he was saying he wasn't sure on the numbers, and after 1 year of hormone replacement therapy, trans female will still have about 30 times the amount of testosterone in their system as a female does, which is equivalent to letting women use anabolic steroids essentially to compete.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't read incredibly far into all the studies, so I don't know for sure, but that does sound like there's a significant difference there. Again, I think that the major contributing factor here is whether or not they've gone through male puberty. I think that you could probably put someone who's gone on male puberty through maybe even something like 3 years of estrogen therapy. I'm not exactly sure, and they'll probably end up still having more testosterone. I don't know for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a larger heart, larger lung, more fast twitch muscle, things like that.
Right.
And just there's certain things you can't overcome, like hip and shoulder width. Like females have a harder time doing pull-ups not because of their strength, but because the way their elbows go because of their shoulder width. And there's just certain things like that hormone therapy and even surgery can't really fix or change, I should say.
I think one of the biggest things you got to look at too is men have fast twitch muscles where women don't. So men have a fast twitch muscle, and it's just part of evolution, where the muscles, the way the sinew in the muscle works, it allows it to move faster and with more power than what women do. It's just the way we're made up genetically, and kind of what Bruce is saying. Women also have a completely different gait and a different center of gravity than what men do. That's why when women swim, they swim completely different than what men do. Yeah, and that's why in cases you'll see where men can massively outrun women, outswim women. They have a better time at throwing. It's just all part of our genetic makeup where women, since they have a lower center of gravity, their hips are able to pivot to allow birthing. There's just a string of things that make us just so dramatically different.
You're telling me that women don't have fast twitch muscle, or are you saying that men have some that women don't?
I don't think they have it to the extent at which men do, and those fast twitch muscles develop during the first portions of puberty with men, as the testosterone is formed in the body.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm quite certain actually that women do have fast twitch muscle, but it is proportionately lower, like relative to the same proportion of difference in muscle mass between a man and a woman, right? I'm thinking it might be even a lower percentage. I don't know.
It's a different ratio, yeah.
I will agree with Twink that if it is before a male goes through puberty, that it can be a totally different scenario. Just like you were talking about the fast twitch muscles and them developing during puberty, but then you go into bone structure and, like you said, wide shoulders and the way the hips are and things like that. But no, I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but if a child was to do hormone blocking before they hit puberty, then it could be a fair shake in a competition of whatever sport they choose.
To clarify what I said, women have a larger number of slow twitch muscles versus men have a dramatically higher number of fast twitch muscles.
Hi, who is the guest speaker on this? Oh, hi, Twink.
Hi.
I wanted to basically when a child starts these hormone blockers, and they want, let's say it's a male that wants to, transverse to a female,
Okay.
and he starts the hormones that will block basically the testosterone and give more estrogen to the male. But what type of life expectancy are you looking at when you do this to a child?
Very good question. I, as far as I've read, there isn't a super significant change to life expectancy in long-term testing, although there's not a crap ton of long-term testing to look at, especially whenever the transition starts before puberty. But as far as I've read, and I'm concerned, I don't think that it's too terribly much lower
Much lower than what?
than the general life expectancy of whatever it is in this country, 74, 75.
Oh, and where are you getting your statistics from?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm not exactly sure. I would have to research that more and look it up. I'm sorry.
Because sometimes estrogen-driven hormones can also cause cancer. So, what is the ratio of those that are transitioning that end up with a form of cancer in their breast or wherever? Did you?
Right.
I think, yeah, I think it's only right though that they do start tracking these people as far as their health and things that turn up that are considered unnatural for that to be occurring at their age or whatever's going down. Because, like, for example, my mother, she died of breast cancer and it was estrogen driven. Myself at age 25, I had cancer and I had to have a complete hysterectomy. So then I was put on estrogen. When they found that my mom had the breast cancer, they called me up immediately and told me to stop taking the estrogen because I was going to end up with the same type of cancer.
Oh, geez. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Oh, okay. Because when I spoke to another person regarding this, I've got a girlfriend that I've known forever. I grew up with her, and when she was 19 years old, she decided she was going to transverse into a male. She started out down the path with all the hormones and everything, and now at age 70, she has lost a tremendous amount of bone mass in her jaw area where she's had to go through rebuilding of the bone in her jaws because she had cancer in the mouth and her teeth all fell out. So, in order for her to get any teeth at all, she had to go through all this bone grafting. And it was all due to all these hormones that she introduced into her body to transition. Plus, she walks with a cane too because she's got osteoarthritis so bad. And she was told by her doctor that he felt that the hormones that she took, even though she started them at age 19, did some serious damage to her body. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? To add to that, do you know she could beat, even though she had not transitioned yet, when we were on swim team, she could beat any guy on the swim team. When we were doing diving board, she could beat any guy on the high dive. When it came to sports, she was just as good as a guy was. And then, and then she came up with this, well, I want to transition. And it was kind of fun. It was funny, but it wasn't funny. But I said, oh my God, Jeannie, I said, you're blessed with all these, with having big boobs. I said, if you're going to dump them, can I at least have them? Well, I was kind of hoping. Well, they can take the fat from, the breast tissue and go through a cleansing thing and redo it and then introduce it back into the breast system again. I don't know if they can do it to another person, but I know people that have taken a lot of fat from their body to build up breast.
It's an interesting question. I'm not sure if fair is the way I'd necessarily describe it. I can definitely see how someone can feel scorned from that. But I also I remember playing sports in high school. I never played the collegiate level, but I remember playing sports in high school. And one of the lessons we learned super early on is that there's not fair doesn't necessarily exist in sports, right? At the end of the game, there's a winner, there's a loser, there's someone comes out on top, right? You might think you're big and strong, but there's someone out there who's bigger and stronger, right? Now, sure, sure, yeah, 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 absolutely. I completely agree with that, and that's why I'm a huge proponent of much more testing, much more close studies being done in this regard. Because one of the yeah, trans people make up, I think it's 1% or less than 1% of the total population, and then I mean the amount of trans people that are playing sports is significantly less, right? So it's a really difficult thing to study. But I do believe that as more study, as more conclusive information comes out, we need to adapt our rule system for these sports, especially ones that require a lot of physical strength and one-on-one physical domination over, another person, like wrestling or football or something. I think there's certain sports that maybe should, like golf. I'm not even sure if there should be a consideration for something like that, or I don't know, tennis maybe. There's certain ones that I definitely think should adapt the rules as more stuff comes out. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you remember the tennis match against? I'm blanking on her name. She's the world's top female tennis player.
Serena Williams.
Serena Williams.
Serena,
Yeah.
thank you. And she played a match against like the 200th ranked man, and he came out drunk and he was smoking cigarettes in between matches, and he beat her. Like she said, she'd never been beat by so much before. So like
Yeah.
there are differences. There's a reason why we.
Yes, I do know what you're referencing. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll start with my daughter plays soccer. Um, and then my son, he plays high school baseball. And he played on teams that were co-ed at a young age, 8, 7 years old. And then when they hit a certain age, it was definitely a difference that you can see. So let's take the, people that have went past puberty and they haven't transitioned before then. It's going to be a definite advantage to that person. So if you're male and you're transitioning to a female and you do a sport like mixed martial arts, wrestling, even something like baseball, or well, it would be softball for that male. He's gonna dominate, or she, whatever you want to call, will dominate. I know that for a fact. It's just what it is. I've seen it. I've seen it when you hit that age group and you see, oh, okay, it's time for so and so's daughter who was great, who played great. Time to go to softball. They played baseball for as long as they could, and then they transitioned and went to go play softball because it's just a huge gap and a huge leap when it comes to certain things like power and strength in certain sports. Uh, I don't want to see my daughter have to compete with a male. If she decides to do soccer for a long time to college, I don't think that would be fair for her, even to go against someone that's been through hormone therapy for 12 months or whatever. It doesn't matter. Your bone structure, your growth, your hormone levels have been already introduced by puberty. I think it would be an unfair advantage. You're going to be stronger. You're going to be faster. There's videos of women or men that have transitioned to women beating the snot out of women in mixed martial arts, which you tested that earlier, Joe, that they're starting to limit that. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, wrestling's a hell of a technique sport, like jujitsu. I've seen, I've been around martial arts most of my life. In jujitsu and certain wrestling grappling techniques, if you get the right leverage, doesn't matter. You can do that. Uh, Speaking specifically sports that just take pure strength and agility and stamina, it's not fair. You want to talk about technique? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can I can tip my hat to that and see females definitely taking out males. So you're saying that mhm, mhm. I don't think it would be. It's, no, I don't have a double standard at all. I don't think it should go either way. Because it's just I just don't think it should be. Because let's say we do a sport like, let's say jujitsu or wrestling, where it's a technique sport, and you have a woman dominating, then she decides to transition and become a male, and she is whipping the ever living tail out of the male competition. I mean, if her technique is great and her hips and everything are helping her with hip thrusts, hip throws, and I don't think it's fair either way. I think you should be able to compete with just who you're born as. If you're born as a male, you compete against other males. You're born as a female. Now, if you want to create a whole sport with transition females and males, hey, there you go. There's a whole money. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump ahead. I apologize.
I don't understand if, if we're going to be admitting people into, sports, why they can't create another category for trans people, period.
So the biggest issue with that is there's just not enough of them to create whole teams and leagues.
Then they're omitted. That's how I looked at it. Okay, I'll give you a break.
Thanks, Joe. So, I guess I have a couple of issues. We kind of touched on what's competitive, and that it might be competitive if they start transition, hormone therapy before puberty. And then it would have to be in transition. They'd have to be in that therapy for 3 years and still might not be completely free of their testosterone. But for the sake of this conversation, we could say that would be complete. That therapy would be complete then. Is that right, Twink?
I think that was just an example that I gave because of the 12 months of hormone therapy evidently not being sufficient enough according to one study. I think that my greater point there was that we don't have enough sufficient study or evidence to draw.
So it would take at
exactly.
least 3 years. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Right. Well, that, yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, so it's probably fair to say then that it takes some period of time, like at least a year or two, right? Like it's not a quick deal. So you're talking about if you're going to start if you're going to start their hormone therapy before they're in puberty, you're talking about like 8, 9, 10-year-old kids making this decision. Like, how does an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid even have a notion like that they want to transgender?
It's an incredibly difficult question to answer. I'm not exactly sure. I know that I think there's a reason why it's extremely rare, is that it's almost impossible to make that kind of a decision.
Right.
Even
That's
even
kind
when
of where
you're
I'm
an
going
adult,
with
that's,
this.
yeah.
Where I'm going with this is that it's an exceptionally rare condition, and it seems from a logical level, from someone who doesn't have any firsthand experience in any of that, it seems entirely unlikely to me that an 8-year-old. I mean, we don't let 8-year-olds make any kind of life-changing decision or activities on their own without their parents' input, right? Like, we just don't, because they're just not ready for that yet. So why would we think? Yeah, right. I understand. Okay, so let me rephrase that and say, historically, um, as the rational part of our culture would not allow their children to do that. We have laws in recent years from the progressive folks that would like to take that out of parents' hands, and I'm entirely opposed to that. But this isn't about my opinion. So what I'm getting at is we're taking somebody with an exceptionally rare condition at an age that it's arguably not appropriate for them to be making a life-changing decision, and allowing them to make a decision that is going to alter the life of hundreds of people moving forward, right? Like this 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 10-year-old boy wants to transition, and who knows, maybe he's an early sprouter and he's already got testosterone, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of irrelevant, all the specific details and levels, but he's going to move forward and dominate his sport. And so our society went through this whole feminist movement and created women's sports because everybody agreed, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, women can't compete with men. And now we're going to allow a child to make a decision that changes the lives of all those girls going forward, right? And I'm talking about changing their life in terms of their ability to aspire to something that they love and to feel good about themselves and have that sort of self-confidence and feel like a champion. So I have a problem with that, number one, right? Like, everybody has their rights, and you have your rights to do it. And I'm not if a 25-year-old guy wants to become a woman, God bless him. Like, go do your thing. I have, it's your life. You do what you want with it. But when exercising your rights infringes on my rights, then it's a problem. And so what about the rights of all these girls that now will not have an opportunity to rise to the top? So that's issue number one. Issue number two is, I'm inclined to agree that you can do more studies, but I know enough about studies. I used to work in pharmaceuticals. I used to do IT consulting, whatever. Yeah. So scientific studies, peer review studies, blah, blah, blah. I can engineer a study to achieve any result that you want to achieve. and that's the game that the whole, you know, that the government and special interest group plays with studies and statistics. Just because it came from it's a study and it came from some highly esteemed academic institution, the world is supposed to accept it as gospel. And I will tell you that is horseshit. So where do we go with this study, and how many people are impacted in the decades of studies that would be required? And does that seem appropriate, that we should be impacting people at that scale for a handful of people? I'm not opposed to inclusivity. I mean, on a notional level, I agree with that. But if it's adversely impacting huge numbers of people, nah.
Hey, brother Joe.
Noted. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No, thanks. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I think we're just complicating this. It don't need to be any kind of scientific studies. The only scientific study that needs to be done is to look between your legs and see what you got. Oh,
I can hear him.
can
Yeah,
anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
I hear
You
you.
want me to drop
Yeah,
down?
I
I
can
can drop down. I
No,
can drop down. It's all
I
good.
can hear you.
I hear you too.
Hey, you want me to keep going or?
Yeah, go on.
Go on,
Oh,
Robbie.
okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying we don't need to complicate this. Look between your legs and see what you got. You either got something or you don't. You know? So, I mean, this whole thing, I think, is when we comparing like strength and skill set and ability and all of that, I think that's the wrong premise to start with. We need to start with the dignity and the nature of man and woman. Having somebody that's mentally ill who thinks they are a woman who's transitioning and playing in a female competitive league lessens the dignity of those girls or those women, and vice versa. Like what the Boy Scouts are doing now, getting rid of the term boys and just opening it up to whoever wants to come in. It lessens the dignity of all the many men and boys who've come through that organization, like myself, and worked very hard to attain the rank of Eagle, which takes many years to do, and now it's just cheapened. So of course you can find we used to hoop back in the day, street ball, and we had girls that came and hooped and stuff like that. It was all good. It wasn't nothing like that. But at the same time, when nobody was going to physically check a girl the same way that we were going to check another guy. Likewise, if we played football, the rules were you do not tackle the girl, nor do you, be overly rough with her as well. You see what I'm saying? We included them, but there had to be some rules set into how we engage with the opposite sex. And if you were caught tackling a girl, you was gonna get your ass beat. That's just how we rolled back in the day. So doing this with these transgenders that are coming into female-dominated sports, and we are sanctioning it by saying, well, I don't really care what somebody does when they X amount of age, as long as they don't. That's the wrong argument to have too. We got to stop doing that shit. At a certain point, we got to draw a line in the sand and set some hardcore values and rules and say, hey, this is what it is. Because if we continue to say, oh, it doesn't matter, then okay, it don't fucking matter what anybody do. Let me go bust in somebody's house because it doesn't matter. Let me go rob somebody because it doesn't matter. Let me go smack somebody's wife because it doesn't matter. Because again, right? Oh yeah, well, on the face value of what you said, Joe, that's true. However, natural law supersedes man's law, right? All the time. So if man's law is going against natural law, then whatever rights that man is creating and saying is okay is thrown out the window. So a case in point to that would be this topic that we're having, right? Man is saying that it's okay for someone who's mentally ill to be involved in female sports or vice versa. Natural law says no, that's not the case. Men are men and women are women, and there's that distinction there. So I have to lean towards natural law, even if that does infringe upon somebody's so-called freedom, because freedom, at the very heart of what freedom is the having the right to do what one ought to do, or to be what one ought to be, not what one wants to be or wants to do, because we do not have a license to do whatever we want to do just because a government says so.
Fidgy? Fidgy, can you hear me?
Fidgy?
I can.
Okay,
There we
so
go.
I hear Fidgy, so I think it's.
I just lost you.
Oh, Fidgy. So
There
Joe,
we go. It's coming
can you
in
hear
and
Joe?
out.
Can you hear
Joe,
Joe?
can you say something? No, I can't hear him at all. I can hear all the other speakers, but I can't hear Joe.
Okay, yeah. Apparently it's just the two of you, I guess. Yeah. Fidgy, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just had a couple of notes. I absolutely agree with Robbie on a lot of that, and that's from personal experience. I think if I don't have a problem with trans being in games, and when I say games, I mean like pool. If I play a male, probably 85 to 90% of the time I'm going to beat him, right? And it doesn't matter if I'm female or male. But when you're coming to sports, I think that's a whole different ballgame. You're talking about the physicalness of it, and with puberty happening earlier and earlier, you can't say when one person will go through puberty and put that as a blanket thing for everyone, because that's simply not true. There was a case where a 10-year-old girl got pregnant. When I was 12, that would have been unheard of. That would have been extremely rare. Now it's much more commonplace for girls to enter puberty at a lower age than it was, say, 30, 40 years ago. So I don't, to say that guys aren't going through puberty younger as well, I would find that kind of hard to believe. And because they might be entering puberty younger, then if they start a transition at, say, 10, 11, 12, then they may have already started their puberty. So they've already gone through, what was it? You were bringing up a fast twitch muscle. I was kind of reading up on that when that happened. So, I'm going to land there for right now. I know I'll put my hand up again and be like, no. But I don't have a problem in games. I do have a problem in sports. I know when I played soccer for about 25 years, and I played both outdoor, indoor, and intramural, and I was a goalie. And I could play goalie in women's sports. I could not play goalie in men's sports. I mean, it was disallowed, especially in the intramural leagues. Women were not allowed to play against men because men were so much more powerful than women were. And as a goalie, I've broken wrists and all my fingers and everything else just against girls. I can't imagine what the power of a kick of a male would be. And even one who started transitioning or something, males are just too powerful compared to women. They really are. And I've seen it over and over and over again. I just don't think they belong in our sports.
Joe says, thank you, Fidgy.
Hey, um, I too agree. I don't believe that trans women should compete against biological women in sports. I do not. Um, Also, I'm coming from the aspect kind of in conjunction with Grizzly in that these women are not a lot of women are not being given a choice in these situations. They're being told like if they complain, then they'll get in trouble or they won't be able to compete. We just had what 5 middle school girls, whatever, they were competing in the shot put and they refused to compete against a trans female, and they're suspended from being able to compete because they took a stand and said this wasn't fair. So like for women to be told that they cannot complain, or if they if they say anything they'll get in trouble, they'll lose their scholarships, like Grizzly was saying, for a couple other people. And I'm sorry, when it comes to Leah Thomas was 500 on the boys side and then decided in a year that he was going to, transition and then compete on the girl. And now he's number one, number two. Like, I have no respect for that individual because to me, and this is just my opinion, that in that particular case, and then on top of that, um, Leah's walking through the room. He still has a penis. He's walking through the changing room with other with females with his penis out. That's unacceptable. That's not okay. So I have no respect for that particular individual. Period. Bec- No, it doesn't. He should not have a his penis should not be out in a change room. That's supposed to be a safe space for women. His penis should not be out around women. That's just not okay. Like it wasn't like they had like if they had a separate changing spot for Leah to change, and it wasn't around the other women. The whole situation is just like that. Leah's particular situation in general is just I just have no respect because ultimately you didn't come from you was 500 on one, so you came over here to compete with women because you knew that you were stronger, you could beat those women, and I have no respect for that particular situation. But bottom line, that particular situation is just infuriating to me when it comes to Leah Thomas. But yeah, just a lot of other things that are going on in relation to women being stifled. They're losing out on opportunities that would have been to them because they're being quieted and they're being essentially threatened in a lot of ways, and that's a problem for me. So no, I don't agree that as if you're like pre-puberty, yes, children, there's not much of a difference there. They can compete in sports, but once that puberty hits, nah, you gotta find something else to do. And if well, we'll talk about that later, but I also agree that they should open up a separate arena, and then maybe you will get some more. Like you have to make the space open. You may get some more athletes, but like this whole argument of there are not enough athletes, but you're not opening up the space to potentially see that there are other athletes out there that want to compete in sports in a category made for them. So you're not even giving them a chance to do so. And I do also find it very interesting. Like you mentioned one trans man today, but it's overwhelmingly trans women, um, and not so much the trans men trying to bombard their way into men's spaces. And I do find that quite interesting. But I'm gonna go ahead and land on there so some other people can talk. But nope, I just don't think it's fair.
Sorry. I'm only speaking anecdotally. When I was a junior in high school, we had a girl come on the JV team, and she barely lasted 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. She got her butt kicked, and that's the issue. When people transition at an early age in high school, they're doing it after puberty. And again, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with hormone blockers. I don't agree in transitioning kids at a younger age to play sports or whatever. But when kids are doing it now, they're doing it after puberty, and they have that advantage against girls. I don't think it's the right thing to do. Because when I played sports, I started playing little league at 7 years old. I was playing youth basketball at 7 years old. I was doing pee wee football at 7. I was basically an athlete until after high school, and none of these girls can compete. There were some girls that can beat me in track, yes, because they had more endurance than I did, but not really. And that's the thing when I see trans women in girls sports is that competitive edge, that hormones they have, it's going to outdo the girls because again, they were males and they became females about a year ago or 2 years ago, and that's a competitive disadvantage for them. And we're setting girls back decades by doing that because they don't have that competition anymore. They don't have that that award anymore. Because those spots are limited for the females, and they're getting taken away by trans women. That's just not fair, and that's why I crashed my plane. Sometimes.
I think I have to drop out again. I can't hear anyone.
I hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can't hear Joe. Thank you, God. That was nice.
So Joe's the problem because I hear you fine.
Okay. All I was going to say is I also have an anecdotal experience. I was a competitive powerlifter throughout high school and my first year of college, maybe. And I, at one point, held the record in Ohio for the heaviest bench press in my weight class. Like there wasn't a woman in the state who could beat me. My heaviest lift was what some of the guys warmed up with before they even got into their real stuff. And there is no way in hell if I was going to go into a competition and do a squat. I mean, I could squat a lot, but a guy the same size as me can squat 50% more just regularly, not even as a special like training. So it terrifies me what's going to happen to girls who we separated sex and sports for a reason. It has to do with biology. Girls they're going to get hurt really bad. And I'm afraid it's going to take something like that until this bullshit goes away. There's absolutely no room. If you want to make a third open league, make a third open league, but don't. It's completely wrong to allow biological males to compete with biological females. I'll land there.
Joe, it's already happening. Did you see the high school basketball team where the trans woman injured three girls so badly that the entire team had a forfeit?
Oh my God, I didn't see that.
Yeah. This is a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Do you remember where? I want to look that up. That's insane.
I'll look it up for you.
Oh, thanks. I still can't hear Joe.
Well, first, I'm wondering what a female penis looks like, Joe. Well, same. It's kind of the same thing, though. I mean, feminine. Okay, I have yet to see what a feminine penis looks like. A lot of you don't realize this, but well, in my era, I grew up with Renee Richardson. I don't know if you know who she was. She was a famous tennis player, and Christine Jorgensen, who lived not far from where I grew up. Both of them. It's strange how they both ended up near where I grew up. And they played in sports, but yet there wasn't all this contention around them being involved in sports at all. There was no one was saying anything. Now people are speaking up. And you know, I wish I were on it was it Phil that said that, you know, if the women were going to play in the sports with them, that you know, the rule was is you had to go gentle on them.
I didn't say that. That wasn't me.
Oh, that wasn't you?
That
Well,
was
I know.
that was Robbie.
Oh,
He was
Rob,
talking about
yeah.
playing in the neighborhood with like his friends.
Where I grew up, the boys didn't give a crap if you couldn't take it or not. You were going to get hit. You were going to get hit. It was just, you know, you wanted to play with us. You wanted to play football. Then if we take you down, we take you down. There wasn't any special rules when I grew up. But then I'm probably a lot older than most of you here. And but yeah, I would have been wanting to be on Robbie's team. But yeah, this is really becoming a huge problem, and it in order to stop it, I think we got to get rid of the teachers union, because they're the ones that are spreading this BS within the school system of these children that are making it okay. And I think it's just another way for the government to weaken a gender. And I'll land my plane there.
Sure. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff. I think of the stuff that I've heard, I am or I would be in favor of trans or third open leagues. I think it would be interesting to see if the theory of opening up the space would actually bring more trans athletes in. But again, I have to fall back on right now. There's just not a ton of data to support anything that would support that, basically. I think that another thing that I heard that I want to touch on, there you don't hear a whole lot about trans men in sports, and the reason for that is not necessarily because I think that they're so much more rare than trans women. I think it's because they just don't make the news, and certain opposition news cycles will not cover them. You know, you have that one story in Texas, but that I think the reason that hit the news was because it was a trans man, a born female to male, that was forced by a certain regulation put in place to go back and compete against females in wrestling, and that's why that made the news. But otherwise, there's just not a whole lot of news covering trans men or at all, really. Mm. Yeah. Well, and another thing, maybe, but there's another thing that makes this really, really, really hard to study. Privacy laws make it very difficult to know exactly how many trans, even really how many trans people there are. A lot of what you hear are estimations. But especially people that are under the age of 18, privacy laws are massive. You're not really allowed to know anything about any minor in that way. There's certain things you can find. You can find like high school football stats, but there's certain things that make it nearly impossible to find information like that. So it's very hard. If something doesn't make the news, it's hard to hear about. Right.
Joe, I got one quick thing to say. So there was one instance, and I just posted in the Jumbotron, where they did create an entire swim meet competition for trans men, or sorry, trans women. and because they had enough, and all of the swimmers decided not to swim because they wanted to compete against women, and they didn't want to compete against each other. But yeah, you take from that with what you will.
Interesting. I'll look into that. I see you linked it there. I'll have to read into it.
Joe, before you move on, I just wanted to say I wanted to give a little bit of support to my dude Twink over there. I don't agree with everything. Obviously, I don't agree with this at all. You know, men should play against men, women should play against women. But I will give him the fact that there's not enough data because it is a new trend. So I guess we will find out in the future if any of this is viable, or, you know, like Spin was talking about, what could happen to these people that have transitioned. I did not know if you were going to get into the fact that he mentioned about before they hit puberty, which means they're youth, which I consider, if you try to transition your kid or let them transition, that I consider that child abuse. Like if you were whipping your kid, because you wouldn't let your 13-year-old, 12-year-old get a tattoo. Well, I wouldn't anyway. And that's something permanent, just like hormone blockers and things like that. But I just want to throw that in there. I didn't know if you were going that way in the next space, in the next hour or not.
You're rubber banding really bad, Joe.
All right, does anyone want to have some final closing words on the last topic while Joe resets?
I'll say that I did not know about. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Spin.
Oh no, go ahead, vet.
Well, no, I just didn't know about that.
I honor my
swimming.
vets, so I give my vets.
I know. I appreciate that, Spin. But no, Bruce, I didn't know about that swim meet that you mentioned. That was unique. Where'd you say that was again?
It was the World Cup swim meet. I'm not sure where it was being held. Oh, Berlin. And there were some trans women who wanted to compete, and then they said they couldn't compete against women, so they opened up their own league, and no one registered. And you can take from that what you will, like as to why they decided not to compete, but not one decided to sign up once they realized they couldn't compete against the women.
Because they can set records and get medals and be recognized by being
You stole
women.
the words right out of my mouth, Joe. You stole the words right out of my mouth.
They can't. I mean, they're not. They're just average if they're competing amongst themselves. They're nobody. They're just nobody cares.
Exactly.
Just like women's swimming, men's swimming generally, except for the Olympics, nobody really cares. Great, you did great. Like Riley Gaines, she's a great swimmer. She did great. Nobody knew anything about her before she was like absolutely wronged by everything that went on with Leah. So that's the only reason, I guarantee it, because they're like, no, if we can't compete against people we know we can beat, we're not competing. That alone lets you know no more trans athletes in opposite gender sports. None.
Yeah,
You had a chance.
I'm sure they would say, well, we felt like we were being discriminated against, like, oh, you're saying we're not real women, but
they were given their own event. That's the opposite of discrimination.
Well, but
they were given equal access to the same.
Yeah, but you're not affirming their identity as women, and I think.
Yeah, well, they can go fuck themselves on that one. I have.
You're identifying.
Coming in clear.
I don't know. Is it feminine?
No, it's still asshole. Oh, sorry.
Your identity is clear audio, Joe. You're good.
You know what I wanted to add to this is because my girlfriend was transitioning and it really affected me. Something, it just really did a number on my head. And I was reading up on journals, and it just depends too. I don't know where the doctor stood on his take as far as transitioning, if he was for it or against it. But, he made the claim that once you started doing the female hormones and transitioning from a male to a woman, that you lost so much muscle mass that there was no unfair competition going on when they did compete in sports. Now, again, I don't know where the doctor's position was regarding his stance on, transversing or not, but that's what I was the take, from what I had read. And that was basically all he really wrote in his medical journal. And I'll land my plane there.
Well, yeah, and there is evidence that the body does change, especially like people are saying before puberty. There's no question that you have more fragile bones. Your bone density gets a lot worse. Your chest doesn't develop properly, fully, muscle mass, things like that. But my problem with that is then you're forcing children who cannot consent to commit to something that they have no idea what they're committing to. And research has shown that 80% of people who, if you do not affirm their gender identity, 80% of them will grow out of it. And so you're setting 80% of people on a path that they will probably regret.
But
that's why I related it to tattoos. Like, would you let your 10-year-old, because they like Bugs Bunny or something, like, I want this tattoo on me, like, that is permanent, that can damage themselves, that can like affect them when they get older.
Well, and a Bugs Bunny tattoo might damage your chances to have children, but it definitely won't negate them.
I think Pancakes wanted to add to.
You're back,
Joe.
I can hear you, Joe.
But you know what, though, when you look at the broader picture of this, though, I think Big Pharma is behind all of this, pushing the school systems and paying people to create an agenda for this to happen with children, trying to do it behind parents' backs.
Joe could probably, and I know Moni could definitely correct me on this, but I believe Scott Nugent was saying that the peg, if you get a kid to transition at puberty, then they're worth $1.6 million over their lifetime.
And they're lifetime patients.
$1 trillion industry. Yeah.
They're on them drugs and things for life. So.
Yep. All right. Sorry. No, she's already children.
Later in life.
Oh my God, it was horrible. When I heard her story, I was just like in tears listening to her.
Well, and she said her life expectancy is cut by about 20 years because of all the constant surgery she's having. But Joe, I'm sorry, I keep derailing us. You want to move on, please.
I believe that actually I have it right in front of me. The text in Title IX is very, very, very short and very succinct. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. I've read the proposed change that the Biden administration wants to put in. In my opinion, I think it's going to get shot down in the Supreme Court. I don't think it's going to get further than that. But I would need to hear more about how, from the opposition, about how trans women in sports or trans men in sports directly affects this or directly counters this, or should be, or how Title IX should be used as an argument against trans women or trans men in sports to have an effective argument. I don't think that it does. Well, I think it's because it's very. I don't think it mentions it. All it says is that no person shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of. Right. I don't think that trans women or trans men in sports necessarily excludes or denies benefits of anyone in educational programs, in sports, receiving federal financial assistance. So. Yes, they have. Right, right. It was a secondary, addition to the Civil Rights Act. It was in the same vein, I will say I'm only 27 years old. I was absolutely not old enough around that time to, I wasn't alive at the time. So I can only understand that from a historical context. I was not alive to understand it from that kind of a living, breathing context in that way.
Um, well, about Title IX came about in 1972 because I remember 2 years ago there were big like 50th anniversary celebrations of Title IX, and the thing is, I know what the trans athletes are going for in their argument that it's violating Title IX if they can't play. But the thing is the biological male athletes who are trans to female, they're not being denied access to sports. They're being denied access to women's sports. They are perfectly free to try out for any men's team, any co-ed team, anything that's not specifically designed for women. So they're not being like left out of anything. They're not being discriminated against and prevented from having equal access. So that's the part that keeps pissing me off when I hear about this stuff, because I'm like, no one's cutting off your access to it. It's in compliance with Title IX. And it worries me. I mean, being a weightlifter, I would have never, I mean, the only thing that would have happened is I'd have gotten my ass kicked, but there would have been no physical contact. And I think one of the reasons swimming is such a big thing, because those girls, like I listen to Riley testify, and those girls, I mean, they are butt naked. It's like, taking a shower in the army. If you have a lot of people, I mean, they're just stark naked, stripping down, and those swimsuits they wear, the competitive ones, are like liquid rubber that they have to help each other get into and put on and get off. So if you've got a fully intact male standing in there when you're doing that, absolutely not. I'd have had a hard enough time in a situation in a gym for a weightlifting competition, let alone no. And that's my like biggest problem with it. And we know why trans men don't compete in men's sports. It's because they can't. They physically aren't able to. I'll land there. It's wild. It's wild, isn't it? It's crazy. Oh, that absolutely does. I remember seeing that and then seeing the pictures, and Riley Gaines just looked absolutely defeated. And she should have. Like, that was, but I'm just saying the reason swimming is why it seems like such a big deal there is because it doesn't have anything to do with modesty. One, it has to do with safety. I mean, like I said, these women, I listened to Riley explain how they get on their competition suits. And she's like, you've got 2 or 3 girls helping tuck things and push things. And she's like, to get into the suit and then to get out of it, it's the same. Someone's got to help with all that. And like, no one wants to help Leah because Leah isn't a woman. So, I mean, that's a big part of it. There is, I don't want to be naked. I mean, I was in the army and there were only 2 girls in my platoon, so we got to take shower, just the 2 of us, and we got the same time as the guys. But if one of the guys was like, no, I'm a woman now, I'm going to come in here, I'd have knocked his ass out. There is absolutely no way. And then the whole, well, the trans athlete's more special than you, so they get the trophy. Get the fuck out of here. That's so disrespectful and so disgusting. And I'm so glad that Riley has national and international like recognition now for what she's done and what she's stood up for.
Yeah, I think it's set back women's rights 100 years. Like, they fought for a long time to have female-only sports, and really, it doesn't even come down to competitiveness, whether it's fair, even playing field. It comes down to truth. Like, can a man actually become a woman? And no. And that tie that back into Title IX, the gender, the trans ideology. They make very clear gender is not the same as sex, and I would argue that they conflate them very often. And they mix them back and forth to whatever benefits them. But if you look at Title IX, it says no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be it gender, your gender identity, and therefore I think you should have to consider a male, and that
I hope that they push the difference between sex and gender, and Title IX says specifically sex, which is the biological, like what's going on, not what's going on in your brain, what's physically on your body, in your body. I like that. That's great. Good job. Like,
well, there is a
wait,
slight difference. You so they will often say a woman is your gender, female is your sex. So they will say, like, they just updated the, I believe it was Merriam dictionary, where they said a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, which obviously is ridiculous. You can't define a term by using that word to define it. But they will say that women is your gender identity, female is your sex. So I don't think I've ever heard Leah Thomas referred to as a female. It's always been a woman.
no, it's a
No.
trans woman. A trans woman is not a woman. They are a trans woman.
And
Absolutely not. They still have the same chromosomes. They still have the same, they were born with the same genetic material, and whether they get their, twig and berries cut off and inverted, that doesn't make them a woman. And it does.
Yeah.
Then they
Well, can they have
absolutely, they don't, they're not even close then. No, if you're going to do it, you either go all the way or shut up. Like, do it or don't do it. Do or do, there is no try.
Well, I'm not sure how much pushback I'm going to get on this. I 100% am a believer that gender and sex are different, and I don't agree. I have seen some trans advocates say that whenever a trans woman transitions, that they should receive the designation of female. I don't agree with that. I think that sex and gender are incredibly different, and sex is very biological. It's very chromosomes. It's right, gametes, things like that. Gender is a social, it's the social characteristics that surround what we commonly associate the two sexes as, right? Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how deep we want to get into this necessarily, but that's where I would draw it, right? When a trans woman transitions, they are taking on the social role of a woman, right? When a trans man transitions, they're taking on the social role of a man. They don't become a male or a female, right?
So, Twink, and I want to get to you, Crystal, but just real quick, Twink, what do you think about So because I believe they do conflate them quite often. Whenever I debate them, they're very clear that gender and sex are two different things, just as you very clearly, very well articulated. But then you'll see people like down in Florida, you saw them protesting because they couldn't change their sex on their driver's license. Your driver's license says sex, male or female, and they were protesting that they couldn't change that. How do you think they square that circle?
Well, I think that there's a lot. This is a huge topic on both sides. I think that there's a lot of activism for activism's sake, and I think there's a lot of anti-activism for anti-activism's sake. So I think that there's certain things like that that I probably wouldn't even really give attention to. If you want to advocate for something like having, gender and sex on a driver's license or some kind of identification, I might be willing to concede to that. But I wouldn't necessarily agree with that particular protest. No.
I wouldn't be totally against having gender and sex listed, because that would at least be logically consistent. But
Right.
Let's go to Chris.
Yeah,
Well,
she is
well, why not? Because like otherwise you're either going to be, because I care about the truth, and so I will. If you can legally change your name, I won't. I don't want to offend a trans person, so I'm not going to call them a man's name. You can legally change your name, so I'll call them by the name that they want. But I'm not going to call them she if it's a man. So I wouldn't be against saying, well, this is a man, but he wants to be like referred to as whatever, because at least that's logically consistent. You're not asking them to say that you are a woman, just that you prefer to be called that. But let's go to Crystal.
I believe that if you transition, you are a trans man or a trans woman. You're not a woman. You're not a female. You're not a male. You transitioned. So, and from as I understand it, you fought so hard for this recognition, and now you got it. So I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of. Like if that's what you did, I don't believe. I also don't believe in medically transitioned children. So like if that's what you did as an adult, then you are fine. But you are a trans man or you are a trans woman. And then I wouldn't also be opposed to the driver's license thing, more so on the standpoint of like, say you get into an accident and you need help. The medical people need to know what you are biologically. Like that's important. And
that is a big issue,
yeah,
actually.
That's important. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that on your driver's license either. Just as a safety issue, like I said, you get into an accident, you can't talk, then they need to know. Now I disagree with you not helping them because of that. That's wrong. But the medical staff do need to know what you are biologically so that they can treat you appropriately.
Actually, Joe. Yeah, I got to push back on that. There actually have been cases, like Crystal laid out, where paramedics have overdosed the victim with certain drugs because they thought they were women and they gave them too much of a drug or something. Like there have been cases like that, like where they didn't remove the pants and they weren't certain. And but Crystal,
and also people making a fuss because like you have some trans women, not all, but some trans women that are suing like doctors because they want to go to a gynecologist, and it's like, no, you don't need a gynecologist, and they're trying to sue them for discrimination. So I do think it's kind of like important that it's understood what your biological sex is so that they can assist you appropriately.
Like who wants to go? Nobody wants to go to the gynecologist.
Joe. And they figured out a better way to do that in years, but we can talk. That's a conversation for another time. But
right after parties conversation.
But yeah, I say you're either male, female, or you're a trans female, or you're a trans male. And I'm damn sure not calling nobody a they them. I don't care. No, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. Not at all.
No, because they're not being discriminated against based on sex. Title IX, like B. Wayne pointed it out, and it makes perfect sense. That Title IX says sex. The trans activist people, whatever you, constantly say, well, sex and gender are different. Sex and gender are different. Okay, well then that defeats any claim they have, like for Title IX discrimination, because Title IX clearly says sex, and your sex is clearly what your physical biological body is. So I mean, if you've got male DNA, you are male, and that is your sex. So you're not denied access to sports based on your sex. I don't give legal opinions on here. I give my personal opinion. It is absolutely not, because again, like B Wing, you're a genius on this one, bud. It specifically says sex. Sex and gender are different to them. Their gender, it has nothing to do with Title IX. It's their sex. What your sexual, whatever's in your DNA, whatever chromosomes you have, whatever genes you, yeah. I get so frustrated because I'm like B. Wayne just made the argument so much easier for me now. Is it legally says sex? So if they say that they are legally female sex, that can be disproven with a blood test. That can be disproven. So no, it's not unfair at all. They still have access to sports. They have access to the sport of the same sex, not gender, sex. I know.
I'm enjoying the ego stroking. I'm really enjoying it. I love you, Joe. Lawyer Joe. Oh, there's a few things I'm passionate about.
Is there a way to make his head bigger on his icon?
I Well, and just real quick, Joe, we got a celebrity in here. We got Scott Pressler. But go ahead, Twink.
Okay.
I think that's what you said.
So about transitioning really early in life, that is an extremely dicey topic. And again, I said it before, I don't know if I am, I don't know if I can make that decision. I don't know if I can unilaterally tell everyone that, you can or you can't. I don't know. I think that again, it kind of has to be up to the child and the parents. If I had to decide one way or the other, that seems incredibly young. I'm not even sure of any cases of children like actually transitioning from that age. I don't know of any. Most of the ones I've heard of happen in the high school years, and even that's kind of young. So I don't know. I think you're correct about the summation of where the term transgenocide comes from. I think that is where the argument comes from on the other side. There's a couple of other things involving, we kind of touched on it whenever we were talking about trans people not getting the right care in the right situations in certain minute emergency situations when a doctor gets certain information wrong. And I think that those are more valid examples of that. And we can probably make very easy, deliberate changes to help divert those things. But about kids transitioning that young, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so I just want to say there is I wouldn't say very common, but in terms of the trans population, it is fairly common for children to go on puberty blockers before puberty. The whole double mastectomy surgery type situation is far less common. You're right. It is usually around 16, still before the age of consent, but
Right.
it is less common. But the whole puberty blocker thing is becoming much more common.
When you say more common, I think the last time I researched it, I think this is last year. So from like 2013 to 2016, those 7 or so years, there were a few thousand cases maybe total that happened involving puberty blockers. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're referencing when you say more common, or that if you can expand.
I was saying it's more common than the surgical procedures. Like
100%, absolutely, yeah. I think the surgical procedures for prepubescent, I think that's like a double digits total. That happens so incredibly rare. That's right.
Well, and also there's just nothing to cut off at that age. But
So a couple of names. Chloe Cole, she had a double mastectomy at 14. She is she's 18 or 19 now, and she does advocacy for she goes around and essentially speaks out among about children transitioning. She in Texas, there's a place where they were doing double mastectomies on children as young as 12. Scott talked about it, and I watched another situation where they were talking about that. So, and of course, Jazz Jennings, she started puberty blockers at 12. She had her first surgery she had her SRS at 17, and the puberty blockers essentially prevented her from developing a full penis. And so she had to have 5 surgeries, I believe, in order to make her Also, they another reason why it's better to wait until they're older and have gone through their puberty of gender origin, because it is a little less invasive on them when they get older. But there's a couple of other younger people that had, surgery. I mean, I consider the medicalization just as bad as the surgery, because ultimately we don't know what's one, they're becoming medicalized for life. They're telling them that, these side effects are reversible, and they're not giving people full information. And then we got a lot of either self ID or like people literally going into meet with a psychiatrist 30 minutes and they coming out with people like, we just need to do better at the end of the day. But like I don't think, again, I don't think under 18 you should be getting anything social transition, without any medical intervention. But like the medical, I just don't think it's a good place to put a minor in a medical space, until I mean, even 18, I think it's early, but again, you're grown at that point. If you can go into the military and die for your country, then who am I to tell you, what you can and cannot do? But the bottom line, I don't think children should medically transition. Period.
Hey, Spin, I see your hand up, but we're at the top of the hour. If we could let Joe give his closing monologue, if you would be kind enough to be willing to
Sure.
spin this party.
Absolutely.
have that men could never understand. And that's things like how many women in this room got hit on when they were very young, if they were anywhere, or got followed around. I know I did. I would have to
I guess, thanks. So I kind of, I'm kind of spaced out on part of what I was going to say, but what do you guys think about intersex people?
Yeah, so that's something that they will always go to. The 0.01% of the population, I believe, is intersex. And the thing about intersex is they will have male and female characteristics, but if you look at their chromosomes, they will either be male or female. There is no such thing as someone who is both.
All right, trans expert Bruce Wayne, tell us what intersex is.
Yeah, an intersex person is someone who has the sexual characteristics of male and female. Often they'll have breasts and male genitalia, or some combination there in between, and they're born that way. It's a genetic mutation, something that just happens.
It's a
But
morphodite.
hermaphrodite?
Not exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, in some ways, yes, but not
No
quite the
question.
same.
It is a
I actually,
hermaphrodite.
what's that?
It is a hermaphrodite. Every human being, when they are conceived, is a female up to a certain point. And then the hormones kick in and they either turn them into a male or they don't. Hermaphrodites and intersex are people who suffer from an environmental fucking intervention that like intersects that particular process. It's very rare and it happens, but their chromosomes don't change. Okay? They're either male or female, but they might develop a penis, but they're not going to develop a uterus. It never happens. So, this stuff really frustrates me because you guys talk like you know, like science and stuff, and you don't.
Yeah, I'm just speaking of someone that I know personally who was like, I know the person, I know their parents, and basically their mother was given a choice at birth. There's like, well, we really don't know. It can go either way. You have to make a decision. And the
It
decision
can't
that
go. Hey, stop. They were
wait,
not
hold on,
told.
whoa, what?
Hang on.
Hey, I'm sorry. Did I was I interrupting your interruption?
Everybody,
No,
hold up for a second.
I'm interrupting. I'm
Now,
interrupting.
Gregory,
I'm
don't
admitting.
interrupt. Let him speak his time, and then I'll get to you. You can give him a counterpoint on it. But when we talk over each other, nobody can understand either thing either one's saying. But
All right. That's fine.
Everybody's
fine.
entitled to their opinion in here. So let's let them have it. Go ahead, Pancakes, and then I'll come
So
to you.
okay, so I know this person, I know their parents, and at birth, the doctors told them that they were basically intersex and that they had a decision to make, they had to make a choice whether they wanted to, you know, if they wanted them to be male or female. Now, I was not there at the birth. I don't know that far back, so no, I'm not going to say I know everything about it. But I do know this person. I've known this person for decades. So then, as very early in the child's life, they felt, and like I said, I don't know all about their upbringing, but I know the mother well enough to know that it wasn't something that she said, okay, well, you know, you can be whatever you want to be, or there was no one telling us, telling the child, oh well, this is what you should be. This is something that they came to on their own, and they never felt right about being female, and they eventually did transition after they were of age. So it was basically all their decision, and they live a normal life, as a male.
Can I
And it's
ask
not
you,
so.
Pancakes?
Yeah.
So when they said you can make a choice, and I don't want to put words in Gregory's mouth, but I believe what he's saying is there will be intersex people who are of the nature to produce sperm, and there are intersex people who have the ability to produce ova, but you cannot, like, there's never been an intersex person who can produce sperm and ova. Was he or your friend, I should say, were they of one or the other, or when they said they had a choice, did they actually have that choice, like to be one or the other, and in the sexual sense?
According to the doctor, according to I guess whatever doctor was, I don't know if it was I honestly don't know exactly what you would call the doctor who you talked to about that, at the point of birth, but that was what they were told at the time. And like I said, it could be that that doctor didn't have all the information, they were misinformed. I'm just telling you what it is that I know of the situation.
I'm not denying that the doctor said that to them or to the parents. What I'm saying is that if the doctor did say that to them, that doctor was wrong. I'm not saying he was lying or she was lying. I'm saying they were wrong. That
Okay.
child was either female or male. There is no such thing as intersex. There is no such thing. You either have gonads or ova. And biology doesn't work any other way. And so all this gender reassignment, all these doctors, and I'm not talking about the doctor that you were talking about in this conversation, because that person might not have known better. All of these doctors, we know, and this is a fact. This is a fact. We know they were all wrong. They wanted it to be true that gender or sexuality could be assigned. This is false. It's false, false, false. Now, when it comes to the way that you guys want to get your shit rubbed up against, choose your way. Be your thing. Be gay. Be bisexual. Be pan. Be a furry. Choose your thing. Okay? But this argument that we should live in a world where people get to claim that I get to pay for what you choose, I'm calling bullshit on that. And
Okay.
cut it out.
All right. Hey, Joe, check the DM scroll just a tad. I want to go to Twink, and thank you, Gregory. What you're saying about intersex, and I do disagree a bit, because intersex is what we use to describe people of two characteristics. But you are right. I've never heard of anyone who is intersex and has the ability to produce sperm and ova. Like, it's one or the other. But I want to go to Twink because he's our guest speaker, and I want to give him preference, and then we're going to work our way through the hands. Go ahead, Twink.
All right.
I will say on this specific. First of all, I want to say, Fiji, sorry to hear you had a heart attack last year. Glad you're still here with us. But as far as intersex goes, it is a thing that exists, right? But typically, whenever someone is intersex, they are more dominantly female or more dominantly male. So it becomes a little bit more apparent due to secondary sexual characteristics, uh, whether or not someone can be pushed into a certain category, right? But it is a biological, chromosomal thing that does occur. It's extremely ridiculously rare, but it does happen.
That is good to know. I
Hey,
did not
on,
know
on
that.
intersect, I actually read an article that Joe the lawyer posted up, and I the cursory reading, so don't take this for fact, but it seems like one of the characteristics of an intersect person is that they actually share both XX and XY chromosomes. Some of their cells will be XX, some of their cells will be XY. So it's hard to say, but I think it's rare. I don't think it should be a big factor in us restructuring benefits or laws or anything else because of that. I think it's extremely rare and it's an odd condition.
Yeah, it is rare, and you're right. It does have the XY and the XX. I was just saying, I don't think there's an intersex person who has the ability to inseminate and also get pregnant. I think it's kind of a binary in that, like, you will have the sexual characteristics of both, but you won't necessarily have the reproduction ability of both. But I lost track of hands. I'm gonna go to Joe the lawyer.
Actually, you probably should go to Spin and Crystal. I put them off because of the pineapple pizza penalty, but they're
Well,
out of the penalty box.
yeah, I think that should go for another half hour, but it's up to you. You're the host.
We'll let them go. We do like them.
Okay, I guess I won't.
You know, when Joe was saying that there is going to be no difference, or no, back up. He said there are differences between a male and a female, and I don't know if Twink can answer this or not, but when you do go through any of the gender blockers or anything like that, because it is a true thing, it is real, does it change the pheromone of that individual? Because
What are we, bees?
what?
Well, yeah, I don't see what pheromones have to do with, because pheromones are like, humans do have them, but I don't think it has anything to do with sexual.
It can drive sexuality.
Well, you're right, but I don't think it has anything to do with the sex of the person. Everyone has pheromones.
No, I meant if you do the blockers, well, it changed that person's pheromones. Because, like Joe said, he may not even have to see the face of a woman that walked past him, but the smell, there is a certain smell that will be, omitted, and he'll realize, that may be somebody I might be interested in, without even seeing the face, because there is a smell of a pheromone that is omitted when you're a woman or a male. And that's a science. It's a given science. So do the hormone blockers change that? Do you no
Well,
longer
let's go
produce these
to
pheromones?
Twink. Let's go to Twink. Give him a chance to answer it. See if he knows. Go ahead, Twink.
That's a really interesting question. The only thing that I know about pheromones is that they are somewhat based on hormones. So I would imagine maybe, but I've never read anything that would I conclusively say that. That's the first time I've ever heard that brought up as a question, actually. So I wouldn't know how to answer that.
Yeah, I'm with Twink. It's a real interesting question. I've never seen or read a study on that.
Well, it's kind of like, two dogs running around, they both look alike until one starts sniffing the other one's rear end. And then you realize, well, there's a reason why they're doing that. It's because it's putting off a smell. and it's either telling the male dog or whatever, I'm ready to mate, basically. So, that pheromone is also carried into animals as well. That's why they know when it's time to do their thing so they can multiply.
Okay, I'm going on record. I'm not a proponent of ass sniffing. Just letting everybody know that.
Well, neither am I, but I'm talking about dogs.
Well, and I will say, my dog, he will hump another male dog, and it does not have to be in heat. So
Then I think it's X and Y chromosomes are messed up.
I think it's pretty common among
Hey,
males.
real quick, I just wanted everybody to know I did your research for you, and it's under on the same post as this. So there's intersex pheromones, there's you name it. I already did the research. Okay, bye.
Really?
Well, look at
No,
Lawyer Joe bringing in
Joe, you
receipts.
can't go that fast. Tell me more.
No, hold up. Let's go to Crystal. We've had her waiting for a minute. Then I want to go to Gregory, and we keep coming back around on this. But I'm not sure if
Just keep
pheromones
it
has a
going,
landing.
Joe.
So three things. Female dogs also hump. Found that out the hard way. Second of all,
My female humps every male that she finds.
My female also, and I did not know that was a female dog thing until I got this particular dog that
It's
I
a
have now.
dominance thing. It's a
But
dominance
yeah,
thing.
exactly. Two, I was actually in agreement with you, Joe, even though you turned on me again tonight, but it's fine. In that I don't believe the government should also police language. I think I know in Canada they did this, and then they were talking about doing it in Minnesota, in that they were trying to make it essentially illegal to quote unquote misgender someone, and then if you did, you would be fined X amount of dollars. I think that's bullshit. I don't think language should be policed. I mean, as a black person, a white supremacist or a KKK person can say the most egregious shit that exists in this world, and I still would not be a proponent of having that person's that person arrested or fined for their speech, because again, I just don't think, just like I'm a 2A absolutionist, I'm a 1A absolutionist in that I don't think people's speech should be pronounced, and also in agreement with you in that what it seems like is that a lot of the people on that side of the aisle like to feed into the stereotypes, and I don't think that I do think it's more than that, more than pink bows and purses and everything that makes you a woman. Like, I grew up as a tomboy. I'm still kind of tomboyish, but 100% female. I'm a heterosexual female, and thank God I grew up when I did, because if I grew up today, because I may have like what was considered quote unquote boy things, then someone would have tried to tell me, oh, you must be transgender because you like baseball or you like this, which when we go just by on those stereotypes, then it we not all, but in some situations, because the little boy likes pink or the little girl likes blue, oh well, you must be the opposite gender, and I think that's bullshit as well. So I was just like agreeing with a lot of shit you said, and it hurt my feelings a little bit that you put me at the end because of my love for pineapple pizza, but it's okay. I still love you.
Well, Crystal, every rose has its thorns.
Yeah, okay.
You just have to deal with it.
And free Dexter Taylor. I'm done.
Free Dexter Taylor. Go ahead, Gregory.
Right on.
I have two questions. Twink, and I apologize that I wasn't in here earlier enough. Twink, did you go through transition?
No. I am a male. I am a man. I've not gone through any transition. No.
Okay, and then Crystal.
Crystal has gone through transition.
I promise you, I've not.
She transitioned from regular pizza to pizza with
pineapples. Yeah, that's the only transition I made. Yes, sir.
So you went Hawaiian. Okay, I got you. So my question to Twink originally if he or she did go through transition, was going to be on these grounds. I'm a philosophy professor, and so a lot of these questions have to do with essentialism, i.e., the question of whether philosophy and law and human nature can be argued based upon objective notions of truth. And I have always wondered, since I got my PhD in the 90s, about why the question of gender is plastic and the question of race is not plastic. Because I have pick your gender. Would you guys speak to that, please, to me? Because it is unquestionable. Like, if you're black, you're black. If you're white, you're white. But you get to pick your gender. Would you guys speak to that, please, to me? Because philosophically, it makes no sense.
Well,
First off,
it's very
Gregory, hold up for a
We
second.
did
I want to
we did have one transracial person, but
I want to commend you for a very well framed topic or subject for discussion. Thank you. Go ahead, Twink.
Well, I will say philosophy is a subject that I'm interested in. I did not study that in college. I am currently reading up on it. I am not familiar with essentialism. Something I did want to ask to clarify. I'm not 100% sold on the fact that there is necessarily objective truth. I think that truth in and of itself is a little bit subjective to each person's interpretation and reality. I would have to kind of counter that to you.
Wait, are you asking me?
Yes, yeah. Because you mentioned that essentialism is rooted in there being objective truth, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so I'm going to answer you by saying I was asking you.
Okay. Well, so to answer your greater question regarding, I guess, transracialism versus trans sexuality, I'm not 100% sure. I think that transracialism is strange. I think that's very weird. But I would guess that the people that would argue in favor of it would again argue the social aspects of certain things versus what we might perceive as a race as just simply a skin color rather than the cultural identity that follows it. But I don't really know 100% how to answer that one because I'm not familiar with
All right,
that
you
topic of
trailed off a
philosophy.
little bit on me there. Are you done?
Sure. Yes, I am done. If
All
if
right,
you'd like to pick it up.
So my question, and I'm not being provocative here. My question is, so there was a chick up in Seattle that was white years ago. You guys remember who she was?
She was black. She identified as black. She was like a president of the NAACP.
yeah, Rachel Dolezal. Yeah,
How could you question her ethnic heritage?
yeah, Rachel Dolezal.
Crystal, that was her slave name. I can't remember what her new name is.
So nobody's answering at this point.
What are you asking, Gregory? I was away. I missed
Can you
that.
clarify your question?
I'm just wondering. A few years ago, there was a white up the NAACP up there who turned out to be white. She lied about her race. She identified as black. She wasn't black. She was raised by blacks. That was her culture, but it was not her DNA. And she got kicked out of the Black Club because she was not black. My question is, and I'm not a racist, I have mixed race grandchildren. Okay? And I had to, when my first grandchild was born, I had to ask myself, because I'm a white man and I'm heterosexual. I had to ask myself if I thought that I was not racist, but when my granddaughter was born, I had to actually ask the question. I'm not sure how many of you in this space have ever been in that position, but I asked it of my entire family because my DNA was knit into this child. And I said, I have got to ask all of you, if you are a racist, you need to confront it now. Because I'm going to call bullshit on this when this child is born. And
So,
I don't,
What do you
know,
mean call
I don't mean
bullshit
to
on this
cut you off.
child?
I
a
don't mean to,
lot of people
I don't mean to cut you off, but
who have
how does
actually
this tie into
done
Rachel
that.
Dolezal?
Everybody, hold
But
up.
when
Let,
I've
let Gregory
listened to
finish.
people
Let him
talk
land and we'll
about
answer.
this stuff, it kind of angers me because I know that they don't know what they're talking about. And so I'm just offering it to you guys. Crystal, I'd really like to hear from you.
So, but you said you had a
because I've
question.
lived with it now through 3 grandchildren.
So how does that tie into Rachel Dolezal and her
It means a
transracial
lot to
entity?
me because I think that there are a lot of white people, but I also think there are a lot of black people that don't know what this feels like. And it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's good. All right, I'm gonna land there.
So I could respond on that. Like I so in our community right now there is a lot of, interestingly enough, almost like there's a purity issue where black people are telling mixed race people they cannot consider themselves black. Like stop like literally trying to tell us to tell black people to like so this conversation, there's always been a light skin dark skin issue, right? But right now to this day, like I can go up and down my timeline and there are people saying that biracial people cannot no longer consider themselves black. Creole people, light skinned people. So it is not it is becoming not a finite issue. And I have friends that are, I literally have friends that are biracial and I've heard people literally yell at them, you have to say you biracial. You can't call yourself like so it is a conversation being had, but I would say it's more insular in our community. So it is a bit of a plasticky situation right now where that I think is actually getting ridiculous because I don't know how you can tell somebody what they can't consider themselves, but so it is a conversation being had right now on this day.
Was the original question is how can one identify by gender, but we don't accept one identifying as another racial? And Rachel Dolezal was the example. Did I catch that right, Gregory?
He's dropped down as a listener.
I think that is what he was saying initially, Joe. I do.
I think he may be having trouble hearing us. He may have dropped. Hopefully he'll
But
come
Joe,
back.
I do think that was his
Right.
his kind of point initially.
That's what I gathered at it. I think that.
I think you did.
How about now, Gregory? Can you hear us?
I think I can hear you now. I had to leave and come back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Gregory, just so I can clarify your question, I think the original, what you were summing up is that how is it okay that we accept one changing, identifying as a male or female, even though they don't present themselves as that, but we don't accept as a society someone like Rachel Dolezal who identified as a an African American, though she was, by the way, she was raised by white parents. She had no black ancestry whatsoever. She strictly just identified as black and identified with the black culture, she said. But is that your question? Is how can we accept it for gender, but we won't accept it for racial lines identifying as another race?
That is my question. And because as a philosophy professor, you guys need to understand that essentialism is the argument that truth is objective. And so my question is this: how can race but not on gender? That's my question.
I want to take a stab at it. I think that this phenomena of accepting yourself or identifying as another gender boils down to the nature versus nurture. Are we born a certain way, or is everything we have a learned behavior? I think if you accept the idea that a woman, in air quotes, is a social construct, then you have to lean on the side of that's nurture. If you have a female gendered child as a baby, you put pink clothes on it. That's what they say. You put pink clothes on it. You give it feminine toys to play with, and therefore you've made a female that may have not have chosen to be a female if they had an opportunity to change themselves. You see these granola eating parents that are doing that now. I'm not going to give my child a name until he's old enough to decide if he's a boy or girl. I don't believe that way. I don't think there was ever a point where I ever thought myself to be female or even leaned in a feminine area. I don't think it was a construct. I don't think I was taught that. I think it's just been that way. I'll say the same thing for my sexuality. There wasn't a point in my life where I was at the crossroads going, well, tits and ass are pretty nice, or I can suck dick. I just never was a crossroad for me. It was never an issue. I went where I naturally went. And I'm not saying it's negative either way, whichever way one goes, but I don't believe that homosexuality or heterosexual, I don't believe that is a choice. I think that is something that's embedded in you, and it's just the way you're made up. Some people like chocolate ice cream, some people like vanilla ice cream. Both ice creams are fine. Get the one that you prefer. I do agree with you that truth is objective. Whether I want to say the sun is red or not, I can say that. I can convince everybody around me that it's red. I can convince myself that it's red. But really, at the end of the day, it's not. It is an objective fact that the sun is there. And it could be. It's objective. I don't think truth is subjective, so I do disagree with you on that, Twink. And I think that the trans movement is going to fail. I think the more that we transition children at a younger age, in 5, 10, 15 years, we've only been doing it on a wholesale level for maybe 10 years, maybe push it back to 20, but 10 years for sure. What's going to happen when these teenagers that are transitioning, the people in the early 20s that are transitioning, get to be 40 and 50? Is it still going to be the decision that they want? I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of buyer's remorse on that, but that's to be told. But I do agree with you. I think truth is objective. I think it is what it is. You can deny it. You can reframe it. You can change the names of it. You can change the meaning of words. But at the end of the day, we all know what a woman is. Even our Supreme Court justices, even they won't verbalize it, they know what a woman is. And I think that we don't accept it on the black thing. I think Crystal really hit on that. That's a culture, and I accept you in my group. Or I don't accept you in my group. Well, I think we do see it on the female side or the women's side. I think there's a lot of women that don't accept trans women as to be legitimate women because they don't really have the true woman experience. I mean, that the spin and Fidji spoke about some of the negative things about being a woman. They'll never experience that. But I'd say I agree with you. But I think the reason we don't accept it on the racial point of it is that takes, in order for that to happen, it takes for a group to accept you. And I don't believe the black community is going to accept you. And I don't think the white community would accept you if you're black and you say, well, all of a sudden I'm white. I just don't think so. I don't know if it's a racism thing or if it's just you can't be part of our club. I'm not sure which way it goes. I don't know that it's racism, but Rachel Dolezal, I think her biggest issue was that she just lied. She said that she was raised by black parents, but she wasn't, and that she grew up poor. She actually grew up in a rather affluent household. But that's where I land on that.
Well, and my issue with it is that it is all a lie. Like you see it with Sean King, what's her name? Pow Wow Chow, Warren, Elizabeth Warren.
Are you talking about Talcum X?
And
yeah, they didn't accept her identifying as a Native American, did we?
No, but to me, from a strictly logical standpoint, it's and I agree with what you guys are saying as the reasons why, but I think it makes more sense to identify as a transracial because race, like, it's I don't know, it's like a black man is far closer to a white man than like I would say damn near identical, as opposed to a white man versus a white woman. Like I would say men of any race are closer to each other than a man and a woman. And so I don't know why. I don't think any of them.
Well, Bruce, are you saying that the only real difference besides the skin color and maybe hair? I mean, there are a few characteristics that are different in an African American versus a European male, but aside from that, the rest of it is. I think you're right. Actually, I think the rest of it is a social construct. That it is the culture and the environment that you were raised in will determine your like behavior, the way you speak. I think a white man could identify as a black person, and have every characteristic besides the pigment of their skin and the other characteristics that are inherent to African Americans or just Africans.
Yeah, absolutely. Because yeah, no, I think a black man, a white man, and an Asian man, we all share a lot more in common with each other than a black man and a black woman, or a white man and a white woman. Like, not saying that there's no commonalities, but in our core function of being, the males of the human race are far more in common with each other than a male and a female of the human race.
So go back to his question: is why is it accepted? Why do we accept it as society, somewhat even, for you can identify your gender, but we don't accept it when one identifies as another race?
Well, that is a great question. I'm honestly at a loss as to why we're accepting the transgender movement as anything more than simply a mental disorder as defined by the DSM-5.
I think that we'll culturally okay, so growing up, I grew up around predominantly black community, right? But we did have some, some white students at the school or in the neighborhood, but they essentially, I don't want to say acting black because that's crazy to me, but essentially they adopted to their environment and acted, essentially like the culture that they were around. So we would we would accept them culturally, but like there's certain things, like you can't say certain words. You can like the music, you can like the dress and all of that, and we wouldn't necessarily gatekeep like they try to do now. But
what if they're
but we wouldn't but in the same aspect, it would be like that would be like that friend would be like his nickname would be white boy, like essentially that he would be called white boy, and not in a derogatory way, like a sign of acceptance, but or something vanilla ice, something like that. And so we would accept them culturally, but still with the understanding, like dude, it's okay for you to be white, like it's you're white, it's fine, you're just of the neighborhood. And so we accept you culturally, but it's also okay for you to just be white. Like, you don't have to say that you're black. No, you're not black, you're white, and that's okay. but just culturally, because you grew up in a neighborhood where you were predominantly around people of the opposite of a different culture, you ingratiated yourself in that culture.
Okay, let's go back to Rachel. I forget her last name, Dolezal
Doll.
or whatever her name
Yeah.
is.
Now her situation is
Okay, so
different because she just
now
lied
hold up, now hold
all
up.
the way
So
through.
she adopted the black culture, braided hair. She took on black characteristics, even not only the way she dressed, but the way she put on her makeup. Would your group not have accepted her as a black person, like a full-fledged black person, or would she still be the white girl
No,
that
you
act black?
still she's a different situation because she's still 10 toes down on this whole. She's delusional. She's still
No, she
she's
still
still 10
maintains it
toes
today.
down on this
She
thing,
does.
right? But like, yes, you grew up in the culture, but we would accept you as being a white person who grew up in the culture. Like, you don't have to call yourself black. You're white. It's fine. You just grew up around the culture. But I don't think that's what she was doing, because it doesn't even seem like she grew up in the culture. She just like adopted it at some point and then just decided, okay, I'm gonna be black today.
Well,
And then
I
I'm
would
just
say,
going. So
I would say,
it's
Crystal,
different.
I would say that she didn't even adopt it. It was more like she was trying to exploit it. Like she was trying to use it for her benefit.
I tell you what, instead of getting in a back and forth, Gregory, I'm gonna let you go last, but let me get to the two hands, because I think they're gonna have something to say on your question too, which was a very good question. But let me go to Spin. Spin, let's try to keep it to somewhere around a minute and a half, and then Pancakes, and then Gregory, let you kind of sum it up on what you hear on all this.
I kind of grew up a little confused because my grandmother was Chippewa Indian and my dad looked Indian. My mom was Scotch Irish. My brother was born with very olive skin. My dad had olive skin, and I felt very betrayed as a kid. Why? I guess it was because at one point I was daddy's little girl, so why didn't I look like daddy more than I did mommy? And even to this very day, I'm kind of angry that, I got as white skin as I've got, where I would have rather had the olive skin. And I can't explain it, but that's just how I feel.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Pancakes.
So I've got a question on I guess the black thing. So how black do you have to be black? How many ancestors, or how much family makeup does it take to where's the break point? Where's the line between black and not black anymore?
I say it's changed over time. And depending on what time frame you grew up in, um, it it is what determines it. Like, I come from the school of the one drop rule. So, back in the days, if you had one drop of whatever black blood is, you were considered black. So that's kind of like the school of that I grew up in. Then I think it became, if you had one black parent, then you were black. And then, like I said, now it's this whole cultural shift right now in our culture, where it's like, okay, well, you can't, if you have only one black parent and your other parent is a different race or white, whatever, you have to call yourself a biracial now. You can't call yourself black. So it's shifting. It changes. But like I said, I grew up under the one drop rule. You had one drop of, again, whatever black blood is, you were considered black.
So then you're saying Elizabeth Warren would be Native American because she was 1/2000th.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I don't know what she was trying to do, but
She's spreading them feathers pretty thin.
No, it was very offensive. Which I'm not even Native American, and I mean something, but I'm not 1/16th. But
I doubt many Native Americans really give a shit about that.
I hope to. I don't know, because you see, there's this TV show, Crystal. You might be able to. I don't know if you've seen it, where they'll test, do the 23andMe, like LeVar Burton was tested, and he found out that he
I've
has.
seen a few of those.
What was it?
I've seen a few of those. I mean, to
Yeah,
be
She's seen the show that you two have seen. You're talking
I
about
don't
the
know.
same show.
I've seen it.
And
I
this,
actually watched a couple of episodes recently with Emmett Smith and
yeah.
Blair Underwood, and like most black people that have been here for generations, they have some European blood in them. Like I have European blood in me, but
Yeah.
I don't know that culture, you know. So I I consider myself black. But clearly, if I go back in my family history, there's some European blood there. But because I don't know it directly to identify with the culture, I can't. I would never consider myself. And it goes back to several generations. So I can't consider myself because I don't know what that is. But like I have a really good friend who is her mother's Italian, her father is
All right,
black,
hold up.
and she
Let's
considers
pump the
herself
brakes.
black, but
Let's pump the brakes. We're way sideways off the original question. I wanted to do a round robin and give Gregory an opportunity to respond on the question that he posed. So let's go to Gregory and we can come back to that. But we don't want to get too far down the road. Go ahead, Gregory. Make a response to everything you heard on your question.
Man, you guys, these are the most essential questions. My question is very Catholic. To me, everybody's human. And what I'm hearing from people is they want to pick and choose like they're fucking shit. And I got to tell you, I think it's bullshit. You don't get to pick. You never got to pick. You got born out of a vagina that you didn't get to pick. It dumped you on the ground and it happened the way it happened. And that's where you landed. And you don't get to then turn around. You don't get to turn around and say, oh, I'm not my mother's son. You don't get to say that. You don't. You can't say that. You can't. You can't say that you're not male. You can't say that you're not female. You can't say that you're not black. You can't say that you're not mixed. I have mixed grandchildren. And I'm calling bullshit on all of this because we are human. And that's how we're related. And fucking stop it.
I'm not following you. Stop what? Stop the transgender, the gender identity, or picking your own identity, or what? Stop what?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it got a little sketchy there, but I think we got you now.
No, I mean, yeah, stop it. Stop it. Like this bullshit of thinking that you can change your identity as a result of your deciding that you get to, I don't know, decide that you didn't come from where you came from. Like it's stupid. Like, can you explain that to me? You didn't get to pick your mom. Tell me that you get to reject your mom and be somebody else. Go.
I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that's going to make that argument, Gregory. I think we all kind of think the way you do, that we're not sure that on the compassionate side, we want to have empathy towards people that don't feel comfortable in their own skin, so to speak, and you want to try to help that in some manner. I don't think allowing or accepting and playing along with something that is obviously not true. I don't think it's helpful, but I think time will tell. I think society's going to have to figure that out for themselves. As
Okay.
far as it comes to black cultures or different cultures, I just think it takes that group to accept you, and then if I was in a black neighborhood and the black people there accepted me as black, then I'd be just as black as anybody else
All
in
right.
the way I behaved. But I could never change the color of my skin.
All right. So
And you're right. I'd never change who my mother and father were. My genetics. That is what it is.
Can I answer you?
Sure.
The black people are never going to accept that from you. And would you ever say that? Would you ever say to a black community that you were black?
No, but I'm not ashamed of who I am. I'm not ashamed of my genetics. I'm not ashamed of where I came from. In fact, the most admirable things about me are things that are done to me. I wasn't given that by genetics. I wasn't given it by any other means. I'm proud of the way I've conducted myself in my life. So I would never. You're right. I would never present myself as being anything other than what I am to any group.
Well, and I don't
Nor
think
does
you
he
should
have
have.
to.
Sorry, go ahead, Crystal.
I was saying, nor does he have to. Like, if Joe was to move into my neighborhood, well, not my neighborhood now because it's diverse, but the neighborhood I grew up in, why would he have to? Why would he come into that neighborhood and say I'm black? He's not black. He's white.
Yeah, well, exactly.
He doesn't have to.
Let's talk about past.
I grew up in a very it was very
Nice.
diverse, very a lot of Hispanic and black, and honestly, we all made fun of each other for our differences. We all accepted each other as kids, like we
I'm sorry.
recognized that we were different, and so
guys
I don't think you have to recognize someone or accept them as black to accept them. You don't have to accept a black person as white to accept them. You just have to accept them.
Who is speaking right now?
That's B. Wayne.
That's Bruce Wayne, B. Wayne,
Bruce.
co-host.
Bruce. My grandchildren are mixed race. They have to confront this question every day. From you. Go.
Are you
They have
asking
to
if
confront. I don't understand the question.
Are you asking,
the question? Is
do I need to accept them as white or black, or do I just accept them? Because I
don't
accept
know.
people that I don't
Crystal.
I don't pick who I'm friends with based
Crystal,
on their skin color. I
Crystal.
pick who I'm friends with based on if I agree with them ideologically.
Okay, so
I accept people based on their
Crystal.
I accept people based on who they are, not what they look like.
Okay, great. Crystal, can
Yes.
you completely tutor him on what it's like to be black in a white world?
I mean, for me, it's a respect issue. So, like, I do know that, like I said, I have a really good friend who is biracial, and like I've literally been in spaces with her where, people have essentially told her that she had to, she considers herself black. That's how she was raised. But people have told her that she has to say that she's biracial. She cannot say she's black. She cannot say she's white. She has to say that she's biracial, which I don't understand why it, like,
Can I interrupt
other
you
people
for a minute?
care so much. But like, so I also don't have the biracial experience. So I can't speak for how a biracial person navigates the world, because like I said, I've although I know that I have European in my ancestry somewhere, I was never raised with that part. So as far as I experienced the world, I've experienced the world as a black person. So I can't say what I can't say what a biracial person's experience is. Like I wouldn't, it wouldn't be right for me to speak on that experience because I've never had that experience. But I do know it can be challenging for biracial people because they are not sometimes accepted in white spaces, and they're also not sometimes accepted in black spaces. And so it can be a challenging situation growing up when you are not accepted in, one space or the other, and you're trying to, establish your identity. I mean, I have um relatives that are I have white aunts and cousins, because I have uncles that, married. I have an uncle who married a white woman, had a child with her. So even though they divorced, I still consider her my aunt. And, so I have white relatives. So I would never disdain my white relatives just because they're white. Like that's crazy. For me, it's a respect thing. Like, as long as you respect me, I respect you. And that for me transitions race, color, creed, whatever. Just I respect me, I respect you. Let me live, I let you live.
All right, let me pause you two guys. Let's get Bubba Flacco in and Fidji in, and then we'll come back to you, Gregory, and continue that conversation. And then we'll do Twink as well. Go ahead, Bubba Flacco.
Hey, thanks, y'all. And hey, Gregory, I want you to tell me what you think about this. I was thinking about something most of the day today, and what I heard you saying resonated with what I was thinking about today, which is it's Luciferian. And if, like, let's say that if we draw a distinction between God's gifts and talents that we have earned, let's say skills that I have developed over my lifetime, I've been actually resisting giving credit to God's grace by denying my gifts and instead trying to earn these skills and talents. What I should be doing, honestly, this is what I was thinking today, is being a conduit for God's love and this this idea that I can, like, oh, I'm going to change, I'm going to tell you what I am, and I am going to tell you that I am in fact not what I am, is a denial of God's creation in a way. It is it's really strong arming this idea, and at its root, I see it as Luciferian. It is, I'm setting myself up as a god, and I'm saying all that I am now, Gregory, at this point in my old man life, all these skills that I've acquired and all the ways that I am, they are in fact all me. I did it all myself, and that is as deep a load of bullshit as I can ever believe. And luckily for me, when in my hubris I do this, I get the consequences served up to me in lesson form. So I've, like I said, I've spent a lifetime denying and trying to say it's all me, when in fact it never has been. And even in my state of denial and petulant resistance and immaturity, I've had my bacon snatched out of the fire too many times to believe that it was all me. So I feel like the trans movement, this is transracial
Anybody else
movement,
having trouble catching
whatever
or
that is.
with Bubba Flacco's
I'll
audio?
wrap it up. Is
No, I
uh,
hear him now. I had to leave
it's
the room though.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was breaking up for me, but he's back
it's
now.
Luciferian. So I was wondering what you think about that, man.
I tell you what, Twink, I apologize. Fidgy, I apologize, but I think Gregory's going to have to jump on that one because that was there were a couple of pages of notes there. Otherwise, I think he's going to forget. Go ahead and respond to that, Gregory.
Can you guys hear me?
I've got you loud.
yes.
I did not hear all of that. I feel like the guy that was just speaking just met me and has an opinion about me, and I appreciate that. That's fine.
It's not a bad one, dude. It's not a bad one.
Yeah,
Not at all.
like
I'm
I'm processing it. I think he was trying to say something nice, and that's cool. But I don't know.
Oh, and I'm not trying to redirect you either. I'm just asking you what you think about this idea that the trans movement is in fact a Luciferian thing that is an attempt to deny God's creation and try to set yourself up as the decision maker of all.
There you go, Bubba Flacco. That's exactly how you ask a question. Good job, my friend. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gregory.
actually, that was really, really smart because it's two questions. Let me ask you to reiterate the second question first. The way I took it was setting me up, and so I want you to ask that second question first. Can you do that? Do you mind?
Yeah, I guess the last one was the essence of my question. I went on too long about myself, but the question is, what do you think about this idea
God
that
damn it.
the trans movement is Luciferian in that it attempts to deny God's creation and instead set oneself up as the arbiter of truth? I'm not in any way trying to set you up. It's not anything like that at all. I'm curious how you feel about that because you know more about that than I do. And it was just thoughts that I had this morning about it.
All right, so I missed like the first half of that, and that's fine. I'm gonna invite you back if I can to like reiterate what you said at the beginning.
I can relay what he said if you'd like.
Yeah,
If you can hear me.
would you mind because it just keeps cutting out.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
spaces are real funny that way, or not.
Guys,
funny, but
if for anybody that's having real big audio issues, leave the space, shut the app down, and then maybe even reboot your phone and come back. Sometimes that helps. There's nothing I can
for
do.
a minute and hope that the person that can reiterate this can do it, and if they can't, then I'm going to leave and come back.
Let me try
honestly,
to.
Gregory,
honestly,
I can because I've been thinking about it all day.
If we have some issues on audio, Bubba Flacco, you've been in and out for me as well. It may be you that's having the issue. You may have to drop out and come back and see if that connects your audio a little tighter. But Bruce Wayne, go ahead and paraphrase or deliver the question for Gregory.
Yeah, let me try to do Bubba Flacco justice. He was asking if you see the roots of the transgender movement being Luciferian. I believe he's referring to the Baphomet, the half man, half woman deity. He's asking if you see the Luciferian roots of the transgender movement making man God deciding reality for themselves, in short. And I probably butchered that, and I apologize, Bubba Flacco.
Is Greg speaking?
Was that question to me?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good job on the paraphrase. Let me see. Bubba Flacco's back. I'm throwing you a mic, Bubba Flacco. See if you can take it and come back up. See if we got you back on mic. And by the way, he was giving thumbs down on that, Bruce. I don't think he agreed with your assessment on his question.
Yeah, I was not.
Essentially, he was asking that do you believe that the trans movement, one being able to pick their gender as an identity, is being Luciferian, making ourselves God, being able to make that decision, ignoring the fact that we were created that way?
That's literally what I just said.
That is actually what was just said.
Well, I disagree with all of y'all, and I identify differently.
Bubba Flacco, go ahead. Put in your own.
You want to try to pose that question again, Bubba Flacco?
Yeah, and thanks for being patient with the way that Twitter treats me in these spaces. I don't know what's up with it, but anyway, it's really it was something I've been thinking about all day. My denial of what God has set forth for me, with what tools and gifts He has armed me with. I've realized that I've spent a lot of my lifetime trying to, instead of accepting that and working with those tools, instead I want to say I did it all by myself. And those then I've got my talents, not my gifts. And those talents, I should be giving them to Caesar, in fact. But the way that I'm relating what I've been thinking about all day to this particular issue is that both what I may have been doing all my life, trying to set myself up as my own little God, is a Luciferian idea, and that maybe this trans movement, transracial, all of it is a denial of God's creation, and is in fact then Luciferian. It is an attempt to say, I have made this. I can create me in some image of my own idea that is, I see it as kind of Luciferian, saying I am God. And so I wanted to know what you think about this idea, not in any way to attack or set you up. I'm curious what you think about how I've related my own character flaws throughout my life, what I'm describing, to this idea of Luciferianism.
Gregory, were you able to hear him this time?
Yes. And wow. Was that Bubba Flacco?
Yes, sir.
Man. This is the greatest question I've ever heard. Yes. It's what you've been doing. And I would encourage you to continue to investigate this in this direction, because it's the most pernicious kind of thing that good people are subject to. And I want to encourage you to fucking figure this out, because you're a good person. And the reason that you're being attacked is because you're a good person.
And for people, I think most people in our groups are Christian, but Luciferian essentially means it goes back to the Garden of Eden, where Lucifer, well, even before the Garden of Eden, where he rebels against God, thinks that he knows better than God, and thinks that he can. It goes back to eating the apple, you shall become as gods, and you can make your own rules, something like that. So that's in a nutshell what Luciferian, and that's leaving out a whole lot. Like, don't we don't need to go in a whole theological debate, but that's what they're talking about when they say Luciferian.
But we should talk about that.
I think we can make a whole space just on that.
That's fair.
Well, in a secular way, what I've been denying is the gifts that I've been given, both taught by my father, and other particular gifts. Some things I'm terrible at, and so I avoid those things. I despised my father's ability. He was a petroleum futures trader, right? So his ability to sell you something was unparalleled. But his first job was repossessing, working for a little bank in Phoenix right out of college, repossessing trailer homes. I'm here with the truck. Everybody get out. Tears are beside the point. The truck is here. And the ability that he had of just the cold no, all of these things I rebelled against. And then I find myself teaching elementary school, selling fractions to fifth graders like my dad could sell you any damn thing. And then I'm like, oh, this I've resisted my whole life, but it is who I am. And I've failed in my life to the degree that I have attempted to push away who I am. And that's it's an odd idea how I arrived at this place and from a secular point of view. But anyway, I'm going to stop rambling right now.
We appreciate you, Bubba Flacco. Hey, Twink, you had your hand up earlier. It's your turn if you'd like to jump in and add to or take away.
Yeah. I'm kind of blanked on what I was going to say earlier. I think the point I was going to jump in on was the reason why it isn't the same for race and gender. Gender and sex are two separate things. Gender is just about 100% a social construct, whereas race is not. That would be the main difference that I would say there. I sorry to leave a little early. I don't know when this is planning on ending, but I do need to go kind of soon. So if anyone would like to directly respond to that so that I can have time to hear it, I'll have to go in a few minutes.
Thank you so much for joining, Twink. I really appreciate it and really valued your input. And I'll let our guests ask questions for you. I hope to have you again as a speaker.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for having me. Happy to come back whenever y'all are hosting another space.
I'll keep in touch with you, Twink, on the different topics that we've got coming up and anything that you want to pitch in and be a speaker on. And that goes for anybody in here. If you want to be a speaker on arguing one side of a topic, then you're welcome to. Just hit me up with the DM. But anybody want to respond to Twink's and what Twink is saying that social construct is gender, but race is not. So therefore, you can decide on one, but you can't decide on the latter.
Well, doesn't that go back to what I was saying about how women grow up and the experiences that we encounter? that's not a social construct. That's a fact of life, right?
Well,
So
I think
what
what he's
makes it
saying,
different?
Fidgy, is that the things that you experienced are apparatuses or the landscape of the social construct, and therefore that's the experience that you have.
Correct.
Well,
But that's what makes me a woman, right? Is those experiences.
Correct.
yeah, and I wouldn't say
And
childbirth is a
so
social
if a,
construct.
so if race, I mean, it seems like we're pigeonholing a race there and not doing the same with gender. Does that make sense?
No, Fidgy, I can't understand which
Okay,
side
I'm
of
sorry.
I don't know which side of the fence you're on that. It sounds like you're standing in the middle of it.
Well, I'm not really on any side of I'm not choosing a fence or anything. I'm saying that he's saying that gender is a social construct, but it's not. We're born a woman, and because we're born a woman, we go through various experiences, and all women go through those. No woman is abject from those
But
experiences.
Fidgy, what he's saying is that you were born a female. That's immutable. You were born a female, but because you were a female, you went down the female landscape as far as what you were exposed to, what your clothes you were dressed in, the toys that were selected for you to play with, and that's what made you the woman, and that would be the social construct.
But blacks are born black, and because they're born black, they also have a set of experiences. I don't think that anything is 100% nature versus 100% nurture. I think it's a combination of both. I think that because of an environmental, because of nature, you go through nurture. Does that make sense?
Sure. And
so because I was born a woman, I'm going to have those experiences. Because someone is born black, they're going to have certain experiences
sure.
that I, as a white person, would not have.
I would say that the difference is that you're not necessarily born a woman, because a woman would it implies that you're an adult, right? You grow into a woman, you become a woman, right? And the cultural experiences that you go through, the socialization that you go through, affects your growing, right? If you're born black, you don't become something else when you're older, right? You're born that, and you know, right? There are cultural aspects to it, but
wait. Bullshit.
Here we go.
Hold on, Gregory. We got Crystal's hand up first. Gregory,
All right.
can I ask, are you on a PC or a phone? Because I know on PC you can't raise your hand, but so if you can't, then we'll come to you next. But
I tell you what, guys. In fact, I might prefer it. We can have faster interactions. We just can't talk for 5 minutes each, if that makes sense. So let's instead of having 4 or 5 topics or questions, and when we get the mic, let's hit with one and let's bounce it around real fast, and it comes back to you. That's more like a conversation. That's what kind of my goal is on these. Is that we're sitting around a table having a drink and solving the world's problems. But if we talk over each other, it's not good for anyone listening. It's actually not a very pleasant experience. And I get you, Gregory. You're ready to come back and do some rebuttal, and I appreciate that and respect it. And we can do it, but let's just do it faster.
all right. So in that spirit, and for respect for Twink's time, I'm going to implement the timer rule. So someone says something, Twink's going to have a minute to respond. The person asking the question will have 40 seconds. And anyone else responding will have 40 seconds.
All right. Well, let's go. Crystal first.
So if we look at it that way, then race in certain aspects is also a cultural construct, because one, as a black person, we all don't have the same experiences.
I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean
I got
as a
you. So we
blanket.
all don't have the same experiences. There are certain cultural things that may be similar, but again, we don't all experience the same things necessarily. But now I think we can get into like stereotypes and things like that, and then that's, in my opinion, the social construct part of it. When the thought process is that because I am black, then A, B, C, D, E, F, and G must be true. So I would say that's probably the social construct aspect of it, but race in a way is also a
Well,
social construct.
couldn't you draw an analogy with a woman is a social construct, but they're born female. Being black is a social construct, except that you were, well, the black culture is a social construct, but you were born black. I don't know. I think it gets too complicated. I think you were what you were born, and you're going to be what you want to be. And I think there's a rare exception that there's some people with some mental illnesses that, in my opinion, need some help and some care, not criticism necessarily. But
I think she hit it right when she said the word stereotype. There are stereotypes that go with things. There are not stereotypes necessarily that go with women, though. I mean, there are, like women are bag drivers or something like that. there are those types of
let's
things.
give Twink a chance to respond to that.
Yeah. So I completely agree with everything Crystal said. I think that there's aspects to race that are absolutely cultural and they're a social construct, right? You have someone that grows up in Brooklyn, they're going to experience a way different culture than someone that grows up in Miami, right, or Houston, where I'm from, right? But it doesn't necessarily change who you are, right? Gender as a concept is a social construct completely because it's separate from sex, right? Once a female, always a female. But the social constructs, the confines around gender can adapt and change over time.
And sorry, I didn't explain the rules. Once I ring the bell, that's a 10-second warning.
Oh, okay.
That bell actually shakes you up. You start ringing sooner. Crystal started talking real fast after the bell.
I never realized there was a timer built into an after party.
Well, we try to get the conversation moving. Otherwise, it turns into be a conversation with 2 or 3 people, and then it's just not the same. But
Yeah,
go ahead, Gregory.
That's true.
But Twink's on a time limit right now, so
I'm done. I can hand it over to Gregory.
Go ahead, Gregory.
Can I ask somebody to explain to me how black is different from woman? Go.
Well, they're not comparable. One is a
race.
One's gonna live
one is a
certain
race and one is a
lifestyle, and
gender.
the other one isn't.
Well, and I wanted
that's
to
not
address
true.
what Fidji said about the stereotypes, because I do think that is important. Because when a trans woman says I feel like a woman, well, all they're really doing is looking at what they perceive to be a woman, and that's why you often see them just acting like a pageant queen, like it's all makeup, it's all just I don't know, it's woman face really, which honestly, if I was a woman, I'd find offensive. And I'll land there.
Did that answer the question for you, Gregory?
No. Although I appreciate the answer.
What did you want to hear? Maybe should
That-
be the question.
Well, you'll never
no.
hear what you want to hear in this space.
Yeah, that was
No,
not
well,
the-
he's trying to get to a point, and I want to know what his point is.
guys. My point.
Yes.
My point is about essentialism. Is there an objective truth about anything or anything? My
That's not what
point.
you said.
Well, it is now.
Oh, so you change it every 2 seconds.
I didn't
Let's
change it.
keep this non-combative.
No,
but-
I didn't change it. I've been.
No, I'm trying to understand the question.
And guys, again, Twink is on a time limit, so if we can address questions to him before he has to leave, and then we can get into the weeds on
No,
other
I
things.
appreciate Tweak's time.
Good job, Twink.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's
So,
go to Holy Spirit.
All right, I think I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for having me. I'll be happy to come back anytime.
Appreciate it, Twink. And yeah, I'll
Thanks,
keep you
Twink.
updated on some coming topics. I got a few in mind that you might be a good panel speaker on. But appreciate
Very
it.
cool. All right, yeah, thanks for having
Thank
me.
you so much. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye bye.
All right, and now we can get into Gregory's question.
The answer is genes.
Go ahead, Holy Spirit.
The answer is genes. Genes, genes. The difference is genes. One has nothing to do with the other, and it's genes. It's based on genes.
That's actually not a bad answer.
That is the answer.
For both women and race? Is that how you mean that?
Yeah, she's saying the difference is genes. That's the difference between a black person and a woman.
A white.
I don't see why wearing Levi versus Wrangler has anything to do with it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop being snarky.
Someone's
you-
getting
what-
tired.
No, it's a very good point, and honestly, I think it cuts right to the root of the problem. It is about objective truth, and that is something that is not malleable, is not changeable, and that is right down to your DNA.
I can give you an objective truth. And Gregory, I'm not being contentious here at all. Here's the objective truth. You've mentioned your grandchildren several times and that they're mixed. And the objective truth about that is, do you love them? If you love them, that's your truth. It's not the color of their skin or anything. It's the truth is that you love them and that they're your grandchildren. And it really has nothing to do with carrying on, because once you're in the ground, you don't care anymore about that carrying on, about that ancestor. And I think society is moving towards races mixing all the time. So I think in 10 years that won't even be a thought.
So you think that objective reality actually depends upon whether I love my grandchildren? That's what you.
No, I'm using your love of your grandchildren as an example of an objective reality.
No, you're saying that objective reality.
I think I know what I'm saying, Greg. And I'm saying that your love for your grandchildren is an objective reality over your questioning of their race.
Oh, so you're being right about this argument means that if I agree with you, then objective reality depends upon your opinion.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
I didn't say that. No, I did
Yes,
not
you did.
say that.
No, you did.
Greg,
No, I
you're
did not
saying
say that.
things to hear what Greg wants to hear.
Yeah, you're not listening to what I said.
All right. I'm good. Go. That's fine.
You're not
Holy-
getting out of it either.
No, but like, this is ridiculous. I'm talking about essentialism, which is philosophical fucking position. And I'm talking about the difference between gender and race. And you guys are changing it to my grandchildren? My goodness.
You've mentioned your grandchildren 3 times, Greg. You're the one that's focused on that, on the race
Hold
of
up.
those children.
Actually,
It
Gregory.
doesn't matter.
Actually, Gregory. Hold up, Gregory. Actually, I think the issue is that it seems like there's 2 questions. One is there an objective truth? Well, truth exists outside of gender and race. They're objective truths, in my opinion, are objective truths. Truth is the truth, whether you want to buy it or not. You lie to yourself, you lie to other people, whatever. But the truth is the truth. There is one, and some of us may never know it in certain aspects of our lives. But there is an objective truth. That answers one question. The other question is, what's the difference between one choosing their gender or gender and race? I feel like that's a second question, and I think we're getting cross answers in there back and forth.
All right, so
let's do one at a time.
Can I make a point?
Please.
If there is an objective truth, then your point about objective truth is well taken.
Well, I think we can
And
all.
I believe there is an objective truth.
Yeah, I think it's irrefutable that there is objective truth.
Okay, so there is an objective truth. So my question about the difference between gender and race is settled by objective truth. It's not a question anymore. It's a decision. Do y'all get that?
A decision about what, though?
About that question.
Well, a decision. So we've determined that there is a difference
I'm not
between sex and race.
No.
So what is the
I'm not
what is
saying
the
you-
decision?
I'm not saying you've determined it. I'm saying that you have decided that there is a way to determine it. Does that make sense to you guys?
By objectively determining that there is a difference between sex and race, we have decided it. So where do we go from there?
No.
Well, even if you're to the point where you want to decide what your gender or what your race is, that would be going against objective truth, because you
All right.
whatever gender you are whatever race you are, not what you feel, but what you were born.
All right. So very frustrated right now, but I appreciate you guys because you guys are good guys.
All I can say is I want what he's smoking.
I am frustrated because it seems to me the question is very simple. If truth is objective, then there is no difference between gender and race. They're both essential. You guys have all agreed on this space.
May I?
Hang on. I'm not
Let him
done.
finish. Yeah,
not
and we'll
done.
come to you, Holy Spirit. Go ahead, Gregory.
You guys have all agreed that gender is actually essential. But you have played games about whether race is. And you have also played games, and I'm not criticizing anybody. I love you all. You're great people. You're good people. I can tell you're good people. But you have played games about whether we can decide about whether other things are plastic. And I don't think they are.
Okay, so I see where the confusion's coming from. We're discussing
I'm not confused, by the way.
We're discussing it from the language of the left. The language of the left is that gender is in the mind. It's how you feel. Sex is reality. Gender is feelings, which is subjective, not objective. We're saying that race and sex are objective, whereas gender is subjective. It's how you feel.
Oh, wait. Can I interject?
Go ahead.
Progressives do not say that race is plastic. Progressives say that race is objective. It's black
Well,
and white.
I was saying that gender is in the mind.
Okay. I'm good with that. Gender's
Actually, Gregory, you're saying the same thing we're saying.
Okay.
But we're using some talking points for the sake of argument. But no, I don't think there's anybody in here that I know that believes you can I can be a man and call myself a woman tomorrow, and I truly am a woman. No, I'm pretending to be a woman. because the subjective truth about me is that I'm a male and I'm a man.
Okay, all right. I understand that. The reason that I've been going off on the race thing is because nobody who is a liberal or a progressive ever says that race is plastic. They always say that gender is, and you can pretend, and you can bend it, and you can say whatever you want to say, but they never say being black is an arguable.
No, you're 100% right. The progressives won't rule on that.
I'm calling bullshit on that because I have mixed race grandkids, and I'm calling bullshit on it from lived experience on all of you, on all of you in this space who are white, who don't know any black people, who don't have any black. If your DNA is not knit into black people, shut the fuck up. I'm pissed.
Have another drink, Gregory.
So, you got a question for you, Gregory. So, what race are your grandchildren?
They are, I don't know, they're black and everything else. Irish, Scottish, British, French, Ukrainian.
British isn't a
So they can be
culture.
more than one race? Is that what you're saying?
He brought British into a race.
They
Well,
are,
And
they're
okay.
fucking,
and Scottish.
they're fucking human.
Okay, let's get to some hands, and if I need to, I'll go back to the bell. Holy Spirit, you had your hand up first.
Hey, Gregory, you need to come to some more of these spaces. You'll realize that everybody in here believes exactly what you do, but we will do things, especially like I forget his name now, Twink. He was definitely a left-leaning person. It's hard to get those in the room so we can have a debate that's reasonable without yelling at each other. So we'll play along with the argument. Everyone in here believes the same thing you do. I think we should be looked at as individuals. We're human individuals, and you can take my race and my genetics out of it, and because that doesn't mean anything about my interaction with anybody else. Let's go to Bubba Flacco, and
Holy Spirit had her hand up
Oh,
first.
there you go. My bad. Go ahead, Holy Spirit.
That's okay. I'm a Muskogee Creek Freedman Indian. I'm fifth generation. My family's from Oklahoma. I'm Irish, Cherokee, and African. I don't care about my genes. I'm accepted. I accept myself and people around me accept me. Nobody questions my color, my size, or my attitude. And that's basically the whole point. If I want to change my gender, well, that's a decision that I want to make. Again, it goes back to acceptance. If somebody beside me wants to accept me the way I am, that's okay. If not, that's okay too. Just based on acceptance of who the person is to accept themselves. I think you're going way overboard and getting way too emotional about all of this.
You got to cut him some slack. He's actually a literal philosophy professor. Everything's deep with these guys.
All right, and then I think it went Bubba, and then Stryker.
Actually, with all respect, and I'm going to pop this in real quick before I say no, I was not next. I was last in line. But what a great team you guys are. Bruce, I love your style, and Joe, the rule keeper and the ref. You guys are freaking awesome. Anyway, I was last in line.
Well, you're doing a better job of keeping track than I am. Stryker, I guess you're up.
Sweet. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yep.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
All right. Roger that. So I just caught the tail end of it, but quick question, and then I had a response. Are we saying that race is subjective, or truth is subjective or objective? What was the key takeaway here? Because I'm did a DNA test and I got 1% African in me. So I think I'm Caucasoid and Negroid. Of I think it's what four of the human race. I don't know. Is that subjective? Is that objective?
This started out with a question that Gregory asked. I'm not gonna be able to do it verbatim, but essentially he was asking is there an objective truth or is truth subjective? If it's subjective, then you can be born a female and then decide what course you want to take after that. If it's objective, then you were born what you're born, and you're always going to be a woman, whether you if you're female, you're going to turn into a woman whether you like it or not, whether you dress like that or not, or whether you behave that way or not. But you're still you can't
Okay.
you can't change your truth.
So
And it kind of goes the
it
same with
was
races. You can't
the
change your truth of the race. It's what you were born. It's objective.
I'm gonna and I can argue it, but I don't really want to with the professor. But I'm gonna say truth is subjective. Honestly, I did argue with a lot of my professors, and they didn't like me for that. But I'm gonna say every individual has their own truth, and there is no objective truth. It's all subjective to the individual.
That's why we like you, Striker. You come in and stir up a room. I like that. I appreciate that.
Can I make a point?
Yes, we're waiting on you to make one.
I don't disagree with the last commenter. I think that truth is subjective for lived experience. I don't believe, on the other hand, that truth is subjective to the individual in the sense that everybody can just determine it. And so, does that make sense? There's a difference between taste and truth. And so that's where I'm coming from. In case everybody I just want you guys to understand that.
I think we're gonna have to then define what is truth.
Okay, let's do that. Go.
Oh, okay. I put myself on the spot. Truth? Oh man, that's tough. That's kind of like definition of good or bad, you know?
Let me take a shot at it.
Yeah.
Let me take a shot at what truth is. There are at least three truths to everything: how you perceive it, and how you believe it, and what it really is. I can feel a certain way about rain, and I have a truth about rain, whether it's a positive or negative thing. But in reality, at the end of the day, the objective truth is it's moisture that falls from the sky. It's rain. It doesn't have an emotional value to it. It doesn't care. It's rain. It's an objective truth. I could have a dispute with Gregory, and he could walk away and have a truth about that dispute. I can walk away and have a truth about that dispute. And my truth is just as valid as his truth. But in reality, there could be a third person there, and they may see it without emotional aspect to it because they're not involved, and they may see the true objective reality. But there is an objective reality. It's difficult for us to see as humans because emotions act as a filter and bubble wrap to us, and that's how we see and perceive things. Like we give human attributes to our dogs. That's a truth to some people. I'm a dog owner, and I swear to God, my dog is a lot like a human. But at the end of the day, he's not his dog. There is an objective truth there, whether I will accept that or not. So your truth may be subjective, but there is an objective truth out there that you may see and you may never see. That's my definition of truth.
So in a sense, reality is truth, nature is truth, natural law is truth.
Let me take you back to something I think you've heard before. You are three people. You're who you think you are. You're who you want. You are who would. No, let me go back. You're what you perceive yourself as, or who you think you are. What other people think you are, and then the real person that you. Now, the real person that you, a lot of people will never see because that takes you being very honest and looking at yourself. In the profession that I was in, it was an exercise that you would try to do that almost on a weekly basis and try to pull those three people in together as one. And when you got them as one, I mean, people saw the real you and you saw the real you and you were the real you. But no one's ever going to achieve that. That'd be the perfect point of Zen because we look at situation. If it's adverse to us, then we want to take the victim role. If it's positive for us, then we want to take the victor role, that we were responsible for all the good stuff, but we're not responsible for all the bad stuff because it's very difficult for us as humans to accept responsibility. And I say that Stryker, if you look at it that way, that's the same thing as truth. There's three of them, and one some people may never know on certain aspects of their life.
Man, I miss my philosophy courses. No, in that essence, and truth really boils down to honesty, integrity, and reality. Yeah.
You broke up in the middle of that. Truth boils down to what?
Honesty, integrity, and reality.
I would say that is how you determine truth, but that is not truth. I tend to believe that truth is more immutable, I don't know, observable fact. Like 2 + 2 will be 4. You can say that it's 3. You can tell people it's 3, but it's never going to be 3. It'll always be 4. So it's I don't know, like truth or reality. It's not changing. It doesn't change depending on how you feel. People with vision differences might see something as brown, but it's going to be green. Like they might see leaves as brown, but to other people they're green. It's not something that changes just because some people see it that way or want it to be that way. It's more the scientific method. It has to be repeatable and provable.
Well, Roger actually put something in the pill that's profound. Actually, it's like there is truth. 2 + 2 is 4. Now, there's some people that can say there's another way of doing math on that to make it other than 4, but in reality, you sum up 2 + 2 and you have 4. There is an objective truth that you can prove there.
Oh man.
That
So
subjective shit,
truth
Striker,
is
just
math.
makes you feel better.
Truth is math. No, it's so. What is math? I mean, math is the mathematical that was invented by a man in order to calculate objects. But
No,
if you
that's not
look
true.
at one person, if you look at one person and you say that's one person, somebody can also argue that's billions of cells. You know,
Well, and they
so
could make that, but that wouldn't be the truth. Here's the truth: if I have two sheep in one pen and I add 2 sheep to it, whether I call it 4 or not, I still got 4 of them in there. There's no way to get around it.
To Stryker's point, you're right. Both can be true. You can say that's one person or that's billions of cells, but you can't say one person is billions of people. Both truths can be real, but you can't say that both. You can't say that one person is billions of people, but you can't say that one person is trillions of cells. So
You know what else you can't say, guys? You can't say that we don't have some high level conversations in the after party. We're gonna come back to you, Stryker, but let's go to Bubba Flacco, and let's move the conversation a little faster. Let's keep it down to one topic and kind of shoot it back and forth. Go ahead, Bubba Flacco.
All right, thanks, guys. I was gonna reach back out to Gregory. I'm sad to see that he popped back out. Maybe that's for the best. But what I wanted to say about what he was talking about is his frustration. And with what you guys were talking about, let's say I want to describe to you rain, but I have no ability to communicate it to you with language. nor any ability to draw you a picture. I cannot, there's no medium with which I can try to describe to you the concept of rain. But we do have this medium. We have this excellent medium. In fact, I think we have the best one on the planet, which is English. English is a remarkable language. And so we have this amazing medium, but the progressive left is destructive of that medium. And I think that's very frustrating for Gregory. The progressives, for them, the language itself is plastic. And so definitions are shifty. And so even though we both understand something to be real, we can't agree on anything if the language is continually foggy and a sliding slope of and again, I wish that Gregory was still here, because I want to step in a little bit deeper and say that that sort of destruction of our communication medium will isolate you. And for those that have a religious bent, hell is described as an isolation from God's grace, let's say. But also, it's related, I think, psychologically, to why trans people kill themselves at an incredibly high rate. They let go of the foundational thing that they've always known is, who are you? Joe, what a cute little boy. Oh, is this your boy? Come here. What's his name? His name is Joe. He's just, and that these are your first images of who you are. Hey, set free of that foundation and see what happens to your mind. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
I want to come to Robbie real quick, but I have to drop something I learned a couple weeks ago, that apparently the color blue, in regards to Bubba's observation of the language barrier, and the language barrier is something, or manipulation of words rather, is something that the left loves to use to confuse and direct their objective. But when it comes to the color blue, apparently most cultures never had a word for the color blue. If you look at the Homer, the Iliad, the Odyssey, they'll describe water as amber, or the sky as green. And if you go to Japan, they have no word for blue, and I could actually tie that into how their stoplights are colored. But that doesn't mean that they never saw the color blue. They just didn't have a word to describe it. But that doesn't change objective reality. It just means we don't have adequate words to describe it. And I'll end there.
Go ahead, Robbie. And by the way, I hope Gregory wasn't upset when he left. I will say that his argument shifted. He went from an objective reality or objective truth to a subjective truth right in the middle of it. I think he was doing a philosophy professor on us.
I gotta say, I would
Are
be
you
very
got to
confused.
be kidding me? Somebody's being just a little too nice about that one.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
Look, we like thought provoking
Oh,
folks to
that's
come in
like
here and get us
5
moving.
cheeks to the wind.
he was a
Yeah, thought provoking by whiskey.
he was a little combative, but I do think it made the conversation interesting, and I do hope to have him back.
Oh yeah, I enjoy him back in space. I enjoyed his time in.
Yeah, he was
Let's-
getting twisted and pissed.
But let me tell you who else's time I enjoy. I enjoy Brother Robbie. So let's give the podium to Brother Robbie. The patient had his hand up. Go ahead, Brother Robbie.
Oh, no doubt. No, this is my type of conversations right here. Anything philosophical, metaphysical, right? But truth, I just wanted to come back to that. That's at the forefront, I think, of all of our existence, right? Pontius Pilate asked Christ, "What is truth?" Maybe rhetorically, so to speak, for which Christ didn't even answer him on that. But Jesus himself said that I am the way, the truth, and the life. So we see here that truth is a person. It's not a something. It's a person. And so ontologically speaking, truth or reality is that which exists, but it's also in the mind of the one who made it, right? So we look at beautiful cathedrals, right? We look at a nice car, right? And we say, oh wow, BMW made this really nice car, right? Ontologically, that's true, right? Because the engineers at BMW designed this nice car, and we see it, with our bodily eyes. But we ourselves are no less than a product of the divine mind, right? And so we have to look at that as reality. So truth is reality, what something is in and of its essence and nature, right? The essence of a chicken is a chicken. The essence of a dog is a dog, right? We don't call a dog a cat or a cat a dog. They may play like they are, but we know ontologically what they are in and of their essence and their nature. So when we get down to truth, we have to look at, well, what is the nature of a thing? What is it supposed to be doing? What is it called to do, right? And I think once we start asking those questions, then we can really get down into, answering that big old question, what is truth? But for me, truth is a person.
I got to say, Robbie, you get me excited when you use words like ontological. But let's go to Stryker.
Oh, this is amazing. I love where this conversation is going. Now that we're on to Christ, the way, the truth, and the light. Man. So, truth, I'm glad you brought that up, Robbie, because that just made a spark in my mind. Truth is utter, pure reality, it's unadulterated reality. Light is wisdom, knowledge and wisdom, enlightenment. And the way is the way to be. And that's so you, Joe, spoke about the language thing and lack of words thereof. When you said that, I wanted to bring up the other man brought up hell and being total away from God, whatnot, Yahweh. But in actuality, that's the Latin version. The ancient Aramaic and Hebrew, it was either Gehenna or Sheol. And Gehenna is a place outside of the wall of the city where they would throw their trash and all that, and their bandits, robbers, whatever, they would go there. Sheol was a common grave. So if we go to the biblical sense of what happens to us when we go, we either have a proper burial or we get tossed to the side. And if we go into Revelations, it talks about, the end of times and when the Antichrist comes and then Christ comes back and establishes his kingdom. Lucifer, the original serpent, the false prophet, and the beast all get destroyed. They are no more. So in that essence, our understanding should be that when we die, this is my belief that our consciousness, our energy, our soul, our spirit, whatever you like to call it these days, the word game, lives on eternally. And if we're not, then we're utterly destroyed to be no more, because a righteous, loving God would not torment for quote unquote all eternity, in my opinion.
Wow. That's deep as well. Robbie, I think when Christ said that he was the truth, I think he meant he is everything, because the truth is everything. It's literally reality. Now, that's why I say earlier that most of us will never actually see and recognize and understand real truth in all aspects of our lives. I can understand the truth of math, 2 + 2 is 4. I can understand the truth of rain. I can understand these things as being true and as objective truths. But I think when Jesus spoke of that, he's letting us know that that body's nothing. He is everything. Because he is the truth, and truth is everything. That's the way I see it. So I don't see truth as a personification. I see truth as everything. Where can I not find truth? You can find truth in everything because you can find reality in everything. We can also ignore that as well. We can ignore reality and we can ignore the truth. And I know people that are very good at it. I don't know if they understand anything to be true. In fact, further left they go, seems like the weirder they get with that. But that's what I think that meaning out of the scripture was. He also said some other things too that are telling about us as humans and how we see ourselves. Is that forgive us for we know not what we do. Essentially saying that we're too ignorant to even understand
Well, you're right about that, Joe,
the
because
reality of everything, the truth of everything.
well, he did refer to us as sheep, and sheep are some of the dumbest animals because they do the same thing over and over again. You pull them out of a hole, they'll jump right back in that same hole, and it's very, very interesting why God referred to us as sheep. But goats,
A sheep
usually
needs a shepherd.
yeah, sheep needs a shepherd, right? And goats are hard headed, and you, yeah, we can go on, but no, that's very true, right? I mean, yes, I believe that. I just think that especially with your topic today, right, with transgenderism, it's very interesting why that is, right? Because our Lord refers to Satan as a murderer and a liar, right? The father of lies. And so when you he comes to kill, steal, and destroy, right? And so when you look at how Satan does things, he inverts reality, right? He inverts the truth, right? So how does that look to us? Well, he switches man and woman, right? He makes something that is true become a lie, and a lie become truth, right? So he works on inverting reality and distorting the truth. He'll mix in a little bit of truth as long as the lie still gets sold, right? So he doesn't have a problem with a little bit of truth being in there. And I think that's where we are in our society, is that we have these little bits of truth, but caked around it is just a big ass lie, right? So yeah, it is true that people can love who they love, but what are they loving, right? What are they directing their love towards? Or is it right ordered love, or is it disordered love? Because it can be, there's two different orders. So we have to, I think, push society a little bit more into recognizing that truth is ultimately objective. And I know we have different senses of truth, meaning Joe may like Pepsi, I may like Coke. That's subjective truth. We covered that, right? We know that, like you said, 2 + 2 = 4. Logical truth, right? But when we talk about moral truth, which is higher than those, right? Then we have to really start looking at the objective reality of, like I said earlier, what is the essence of a thing? What is it called to do? What is it ordered towards? Right? A man and a woman are ordered towards one another. We can see that because 9 months later, they give it a name.
Okay, but
Well,
let's go back to objective truth in your analogy of Pepsi and Coca-Cola. It is not a subjective truth that I like Coke, and it's not a subjective truth that you like Pepsi. Pepsi and Coke are objective truths. The fact that I like them and I like one, you like the other is also another truth, and it's an objective truth. But I can skew that as humans, and we're really good at this, is that I like you so much, so I like Pepsi too. And therefore you think I like Pepsi, the rest of the world thinks I like Pepsi, but the objective truth is that I don't like Pepsi. I just do it so that other people think that I do. That would be a subjective, but I wouldn't call that truth.
Well, yeah, and I think you'd have a hard time arguing that there is a truth when it comes to personal taste. But to Robbie's point about lies being wrapped in truth, all the best lies do have a kernel of truth. And I actually got into a pretty interesting argument with some pro-Palestinian people who were conversation got around to where I was mentioning how Allah in the Quran is described as the greatest of deceivers, and I was trying to draw a parallel to how in the Bible Satan is referred to as the great deceiver, and they were trying to make the point that, well, if God is perfect, then he could be the perfect deceiver. And this comes back to the objective truth thing, that no, God is truth. He is himself truth and perfect, and someone who is perfect, and all of reality is shaped perfectly, and granted, it is a fallen world, so it is not perfect as him, but it is built around a perfect structure. And so he cannot be a deceiver because he is himself truth. And you can't have truth also be deceptive. Like there is no way about it that truth can be deceptive.
No, you're right.
And
The truth can't be a lie. They can't be two things at once, because it is what it is. It's only that. But uh,
Real
when
quick,
it
just
comes to that, I mean, I believe he also said the Lord is the Alpha and the Omega, which literally means the beginning and the end, and everything in between. It is everything encompassing. And you're right, that can't be a lie. That is the truth, whether we can see it or not. Real quick, Robbie, then I want to get to
Oh
Bubba
yeah,
Flakes and Striker.
for sure. No, I was just clarifying what you said about the Coke and Pepsi. So you're saying that's not subjective truth; it's more of objective truth.
It's only subjective if I deceive or if you deceive.
Okay.
Because it can
Well,
be true that I truly do like Coca-Cola. It is my preference and it is my taste, but the truth is it is my true taste. I do enjoy it. And it'd be true that you enjoy Pepsi. It is also truth that Coke is a Coke and a Pepsi is a Pepsi. That is truth as well. The only thing subjective is what I choose to do with that information and how I portray it to others. There's where it's subjective. Now, and let's go a little one step further. I convince you that I like Pepsi because I like you and I want to drink what you drink. So I drink Pepsi with you. You think we're Pepsi guys. You just stop at a store. Hey, grab me a drink. You don't even ask me what I want. You get me a Pepsi because you believe it to be true that I like Pepsi. But in the end, that could be subject. Well, I guess even then it's not
well,
subjective. It is true that you believe it. It's just not true that I have it or that I
well,
enjoy it.
and I think we do a disservice to the word truth when we try to make opinion a true or false statement. Like I can say I like dogs more than cats, and someone else can say they like cats more than dogs, and uh, like there is no truth to that. It's just opinion. Like there's no true or false answer when it
But
comes to opinions.
there's always truth. Break it down. Is it your true opinion? There's your truth. There's
Well,
some truth in it.
but that's the
Everything has
thing.
a truth or it can't exist.
Well, yeah,
If
yeah.
something
I
is
could
not
be.
true, it's not real. It's not there. Real is truth. But let's get some hands. Let's go to Bubba Flacco and then Striker. Let's try to move it a little quicker because I got Jason here. I want to hear his point because I'm sure he's got an idea what the truth is.
Yeah, thanks. With the 2 and 2 equals 4, and if you're trying to convince, let's say, a structural engineer, somebody that builds bridges, that 2 plus 2 equals 5, they might rightly call you a murderer, and that is an evil thing to do. I honestly can't keep track of the pronouns, and I think in a very real way, we're not supposed to. It is meant to be a shady, slippery reality, and in that that's the isolation that I was trying to talk about, that you don't know and you'll never know. You might say, oh, I know what the latest thing is. It's and I can reel off like the 17 letters and numbers and things. That's the appropriate list of pronouns. But you know what? Even that is going to be out of date by the time I finish the list, and it's supposed to be. And it's supposed to make me feel like I don't know anything. And I'm supposed to just listen to some authority that's going to tell me. And it is a design to isolate a person. And in fact, Joe, with the Pepsi and Coke thing, if you lie and say that you really like Pepsi when I ask you, what's happening is you're putting distance between us. I don't know that you're hiding from me, and in that way we cannot connect. And it's part of this isolation that I'm talking about, and us being very social creatures, being outcast of the city wall into Gehenna or whatever the garbage dump is. That means, what, 5,000 years ago, it means death. You ain't gonna make it. But just being a social outcast is so hard on people, that they'll do almost anything, even even accept that 2 + 2 = 5, just so they don't have to go through this pain of being an outcast. Well, those people will never let you in, and you're always going to be an outcast. So if
So
that
where's the
helps,
truth in all that?
the truth exists. One of the things that we know, because we are an incredibly intelligent creature, is that we know that our knowledge is incomplete, and we do have a sense that there's a little bit more actually going on, perhaps even electromagnetically, than we can see. We actually know that, right? Because we have radio and microwaves and all this stuff that we
Bubba,
can't
hold up,
see.
brother. I bet you're fun on long car rides. Let me ask you this: we talked about truth.
Yeah.
In what you're saying, where is the truth? These magnetic
No,
fields.
what I'm
I
saying
don't know
is,
that I could prove that to be true. I mean, they're electromagnetic fields. The effect on us, I think that is something that we're still searching for the truth, like
we are
in
so
science.
intelligent. We're so intelligent that we recognize that our perception is not everything. And so we're susceptible to the idea that what we think is not the truth, and that somebody else or something else has the truth. And only because it's part of our human nature to understand that our knowledge is incomplete.
But is that not like the Pepsi? If I tell Robbie that I like Pepsi, he believes that. He's got no reason not to believe it. The only person I'm deceiving is him.
Yes.
And myself. But yet there still is a truth there, regardless whether I recognize it or Robbie recognizes it. There is a truth there. And that's my point, is that there's a lot of things that are true that we may find out when we pass over, but we'll never know now, because we don't have the ability to absorb and truly accept and understand and be able to find the truth in everything.
Yeah, we're very limited by our by our five senses. But though we're limited by that, that doesn't mean that we should fall victim to an ever shifting language, so that our ability to communicate with each other is hampered. And I would say with this Pepsi Coke thing, the real truth that's going on there is that there is isolation, therefore, between you, because of your lie. You isolate. I have the curse and blessing of falling in love with very intelligent women who tune me up so well. But Tina once told me, it is your lies that separate you from other people. And she was so right.
Okay. Let me go to Striker, then I'm going to come to Jason. Go ahead, Striker.
All right. So I think it's boiling down to truth is natural law. What is natural is truth. Honesty versus lie. Honesty is truth, because that would be natural law. Nature is honest. It's not. It won't sugarcoat anything for you. You know. It is what it is. Just like I am who I am. You know. So we got divine law, natural law, and man law. The trifecta of control. And the truth in the matter is, or the matter of truth is, that it is natural or divine law. So it's divine law, but we can see it in nature's law. And that would be truth.
So nature's law and divine law are really one and the same. Or wouldn't that?
Well,
maybe this is better
one,
characterization.
you can't see the divine law, but you can see the
Natural law is what we can see. Divine law is beyond our comprehension.
Yes.
Okay. I could live with that piece of it. Jason, what's going on? Come in here and talk about some truth.
Real quick though, just to clarify that, We have been given instructions, though, on what divine law is in order for us to live a good and healthy, productive life.
And this is coming from the guy who said that truth was subjective. You started the space with that.
I'm growing as we talk.
No, I agree. I don't think truth is subjective. My opinion of truth or my view of truth may be subjective and probably is, but I think at the end of the day, we may find out what real truth is when we pass over, but most of us will really know what real truth is, or how even people in our lives and relationships really what their real feelings are. There's a filter that goes up there just for being social.
Well, and I think, Joe, you brought up a really good, very interesting point that in the case of Coke, Pepsi, other personal preference things, there is a difference even in the word truth, because like Robbie Stryker, Bubba was saying, there's natural law, which is truth in our physical reality, and then there's telling the truth, telling a lie. Like someone can say I like Pepsi when really they prefer Coke, but if you look at it in an objective sense, is there really a better option? Like, is Coke better than Pepsi? Like, I think you'd be hard pressed proving that.
No, my
Whereas
point
you
is
can,
this, that anything that is true is objective. Anything
yeah,
that is true. Robbie's truth is, if he said that Joe likes Pepsi, he's not lying. He's not deceiving. It's true to him. So my point is that truth is everywhere and it's in everything. Everything has a truth.
well, okay, right, but my point is, because I'm very against the whole my truth. People say, well, it's my truth that men are women, and honestly, I think this conversation has stuck perfectly to the we've really gotten down to the roots of
But
the
hold up, let me
transgender
be.
argument,
I think
which
you're
is
missing. I think you're missing what I'm saying.
no, I know. Okay, go ahead, explain.
What I'm saying is that anything as long as it's honest and there's no deception there, it's truth. Now, if I don't accept something as true, like if I want to be a woman and I'm not, and I want others to play along with me that I'm a woman, because that in my mind, if you think I'm a woman, then I'm a woman. I drink Pepsi because Robbie thinks I drink Pepsi and he buys most of the time. So therefore I drink Pepsi, but I really don't like Pepsi, but everyone around me thinks I do. That is not truth, with exception of Robbie is pure at heart. There on that part of the truth is that he truly believes it. He's not playing along with me, knowing that I like Coke, but he just gets me a Pepsi because it's a little game we play. Because then there would be, you start losing some truth. The truth is that we're lying to each other in that. But I guess my point is too, you can find truth. There's truth in everything, whether we recognize it and acknowledge it or not. There is truth in absolutely everything.
Well, yes, to some extent, but
Okay, tell me
for
what
instance,
extent.
there's
Okay, no. I'm going to challenge you. Tell me to what extent there is no truth.
okay, so let's say someone says Coke is better than Pepsi. Sure, it can be your personal truth that Coke is better than Pepsi, but you cannot empirically prove that Coke is better than Pepsi. So
It is
I
true to
guess
that
what you're
person.
saying,
It is true to that person that Coke is better than Pepsi.
right? But it's
There
not
is
the same
truth
as
in
the
there is
empirical fact. You're like, you can prove, you can say rain is wet. That is provable. You can prove it, but you cannot prove that Coke is better than Pepsi. It's a personal opinion.
the truth doesn't need proof. It just is. It go back to the
Oh,
Alpha and the Omega, and the truth. I am the truth, as Jesus said. That's what he's saying. He's in everything. Everything has a truth.
okay, right, but there is no natural law that says Coke is better than Pepsi. There is no provable empirical evidence that
I
Coke
tell
is
you
better
what,
than
I'm
Pepsi.
gonna use my call a friend, and I'm gonna go to Jason. I know Jason's about to back me up. Go ahead, Jason. Come up with
Yeah,
some crazy shit, man. I'm about to really think about our followership.
I'm sorry I missed your show, and but this conversation is interesting. I learned something a long time ago. First off, I want to say, Robbie, what you said before, I really latched onto with the evil thing. I like what you said, but I'm going to say, anytime you talk to somebody and they start their sentence off with "I think," "I feel," or "I like," if there's that first sentence is "I," that's their opinion. That's not fact. So if I say I like Coke, that's their opinion. If they say that the rain is wet, that's a fact. So when you listen to how people talk, you can formulate, okay, that's your opinion, and this is a fact. So if you break down how somebody thinks and they speak out loud, you can pick up between facts and opinion pretty quickly by the way they start their sentence.
Well, now hold
So
up, my friend. Hold up.
I
We're not
hold on,
talking.
Joe.
We're not
Hold
talking
on,
about
Joe.
fact. No.
Hold on,
Hold
Joe.
I'm the host. Don't hold on me. I'm reframing this. We're
I
not
just want
talking
to
about
say,
facts.
Jason took my side.
We're
Jason,
on
no, I'm
facts.
not taking a
was
side.
who was having a conversation about facts? We're talking about truth.
Facts are
well,
truth. And
yeah,
what I'm
and that's
saying
my
is that
point.
when people talk, if somebody says, I like Coke or I like Pepsi, you're not telling me a facts, you're telling me your opinion. There's a big difference between a fact and an opinion. I think you're both saying the same thing.
Is it not? My point is, no matter how you look at something, there is always a truth there. There's a true statement or there's a true opinion. It can be whatever you want it to be, but I'm saying there's a true one.
To that person, that's my point. You can have facts based upon your opinion, and you can have facts based on it's just the way it is. Like the rain is wet. Okay, yep, it is. Or I like Coke. Okay, that's your opinion. So that's kind of my point. And
Let me
I want to go ahead.
Let me just spin it back, Joe, to the transgender.
I tell you what, let's
argument.
get to Fidget. She's had her
Okay,
hand up. We have a
real
tendency
quick
to
though. Real
All right.
quick, and then we'll go to Fidget.
I'm gonna ring the bell on
So
you.
what we're saying is someone can say a man can become a woman, and they believe it to be true, and that is true to them, but it is not the truth. It's not objective, provable, verifiable reality. And I think that's what we're trying to get at.
And I don't disagree. The fact that a man tries to be a woman is not true. There's no truth there. But there's still, if you look at all angles of it, there still is a truth. I guess I would say a man could believe they're a woman, and that part, their belief is true. But the fact that you are that is not true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's opinions and facts. One other thing too is I think Silence just followed me, and I went to follow that person back. And when I was listening to you guys talk, and I didn't hear your show, but I brought up I did a presentation 2 weeks ago, and I posed the question of the last 6 active shooters were what? And on Silence's first page there, it said transgender, and that's true, and it's being muffled.
Yeah, I think you said that in the school shooter space that we did. Yeah. And how come Silence didn't follow me? Hey, by the way, guys, we do have a few new faces in here. I would say everyone in here, especially you guys have been going back and forth, Shane, Untactical, G-Dub, Range Minded. These are some real good follows. These are active accounts. These guys will get you help on engagements because they post a lot and they'll respond to your post as well. Sometimes they have some interesting things to say and aspects on stuff. Actually, most of the time. But yeah, if you don't mind, give us a follow. We like what to say, and we appreciate the participation in the space. Let's go to Bubba Flacco. That's Bubba Skinny, right?
It is. I am the skinny version of Bubba. Anyway, with the fact that water is wet, we can agree to that, and we can carve it in stone, and let's all agree water is wet, and it is emblazoned as absolute truth. Now, how about if I tell you that wet means the texture of dry sand? Now, see what I guess a lot of what my point is in all of my ramblings here is warning against how destructive it is when the language itself can shift so that we can't agree to the meanings of even basic truths. And that's, I think, what's attempted, what's being attempted to being foisted upon our brains with the trans movement, and the way that language is being molded around it. It's really kind of a frightening thing, and just a small part of a much larger progressive Marxist agenda that's incredibly destructive to humans psychologically. And I think the end of that road is a learned helplessness. Anyway, thanks.
I think the truth is a constant. Whether we cover it up and paint it and call it something different, it will emerge again. Because it's the truth. It's the constant. And I'll go to Shakespeare: "Is a rose by any other name?" Yeah, it's still a rose, no matter what you call it. Rain is wet, uh, in the meaning that we know is wet, and by any other name, it still would. You couldn't change what it is and what it feels. And I want to apologize. I skipped right over Fidgy. My screen was up, and I thought that Bubba Flacco was the only one that had a hand up. So Fidgy, my apologies, and the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm going to say this pretty quickly. We have objective truths. You're born, you live, you die. This is true for everything on the face of the earth. Then we also have norms, and as we mature, we develop our knowledge of those norms. Colors, for example, I think B. Wayne was talking about the color blue. And it's the color blue because society has defined blue as the color we collectively see, right? And if the Greeks defined a sky as green, that means, born among other needs like the need to communicate, then society understood that norm and that word to represent green and the color they saw in the sky. We use those same norms to derive truth. For instance, mental issues are divestiture of those norms. But while that's going on, we're still living in objective truth. We were still born, we still live, we still die. That's it.
Back on the word green for the sky. The sky and the ocean are the same color. They essentially had the same word to describe the color of the sky and the ocean. So it's not like they didn't have the word blue, because we see it. That's how we verbalize it. But there is an objective truth that the ocean is blue and the sky is blue. Those are objective truths. No matter what you call them, they're still blue.
And I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying even at a more base level, that's how society has defined those colors.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the thing that I was referencing was a case study I was reading about how they were talking about how the native, it's not Native Americans, but when the Spanish landed on the shores of South America, people often say that the natives did not see the ships, and the whole point was that of course they saw them, of course they remembered them, they just didn't have words to describe them. And then it went on into explaining how very often we just don't have words to describe what we're seeing.
No, and Bubba Flacco's right. Other languages are hampered by that. If you'll notice, if you listen to like a Russian broadcast on RT or something, well, they'll run through there and they'll get to some modern pop culture thing like Coca-Cola. They don't have a Russian word for Coca-Cola. They call it Coca-Cola. They don't have they're not making new words up, but it seems like the English language is the leader in that, and it is more descriptive. The English language, and actually German is very good. That's why it's very good two languages for engineering, because it's precise. You can describe everything that you need to be able to pass along detailed instructions or give out specifications, and particularly for engineering. So Bubba Flacco is correct. I work with a lot of Hispanic roofers, and if English is their second language, there are some things that are there. They have a very difficult time conveying their true thought, but it's because they're thinking in Spanish and speaking in English. and they just doesn't translate. There's some words that don't translate properly into English the way that they mean, but it goes back to they have the same color for the sky and the ocean. It just depends on what they're talking about, and you'll know whether they're talking about the sky or the ocean. It's implied in their language, and it's not English is not like that. It's more precise. Go ahead, Bubba Flacco. Then I want to go back to
Yeah,
Jason.
I just wanted to pop in real quick with a reply to that, because the longest word in German is like almost paragraphs long, because they just add words together to get increasingly more precise. Exactly. And Spanish, like, one of the things that's so beautiful about Spanish poetry is that there's so much inferred because there are so few words actually. And so, like, some words in different contexts are, it's almost like court reporting. It's strange that way, but there's so much inferred in single words, and so the meanings get super deep and rich because it's still the human experience, but the communication tool is not as precise, or we have so many more words in English than any other language, except perhaps German, because they're constantly inventing new words with this incredible compound words they build.
No, that's absolutely true. A good example in Spanish, there's no word for roofing cement or caulking. So they call it chipotle, but chipotle is road asphalt, is the true meaning of that Spanish word. But what they do is, instead of, and you're right, we don't make up new words. It's just like it's like this, so we'll call it that. And if I'm talking about a roof, then you'll know what I'm talking about. If I'm on the road, you'll know what I'm talking about. Asphalt for road repair. But if I'm a roofer, obviously I'm not talking about asphalt for road repair. You should have inferred that I'm speaking of this compound that looks like asphalt, and it does. The compound I'm talking about does look like asphalt. That's a good example on where the Romance languages leave a lot to be inferred and that kind of meaning. But the problem with that is it's also difficult to convey a proper thought or a detailed thought with those languages. I leave a lot up to the interpretation of the end user versus using precise language words. Jason, I think I cut you off earlier, so feel free to take the mic and jump on your soapbox.
No soapbox. I think I just beat you in an argument. Bruce Wayne and I did. You lost that one.
We just talked about subjective truth, but if y'all want to
I
strike
started
at
with-
one, that's your business.
I started with I think.
All right, well played. You got me there. Well played.
Yeah, and I think that was my only point, is that there is a difference between telling the truth as you see it versus objective truth. Because I can say, well, dogs are better than cats, but there's no empirical evidence to prove that dogs are better than cats. Dogs are better in certain ways. Cats are better for other people in certain ways, although I sure can't see them. But there's no I can lie and say I think cats are better, and that is a lie. It's not the truth, but there is no objective truth. And so,
But my point is, there has to be an objective truth. If it's a lie, there has to be an objective truth. If
well,
it's not
okay,
a lie, then there is no objective truth.
sure, but let's say someone says a Camaro is better than an F-150. Well, okay, so sure, maybe
Let's
like
get away from
Camaro
let's
gonna
get
be
away from the
better.
better. Get away from the comparison, because
Well,
it's
that's
really
my only point, is
it's
that
really shady to get down to the truth there.
well, but that's the point. Like a Camaro, it's true that a Camaro is better on a track than an F-150, but it's true that an F-150 is better at hauling lumber and going over off-road trails than a Camaro. So true is subjective when it comes to personal opinion and usage, whereas objective truth, such as the rain is wet or the sun rises in the east, that is objective.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Pepsi Coca-Cola analogy once more, then we're gonna go to pancakes. There is a truth there. Even if I don't tell the truth about me liking Pepsi, there still is a truth there. Whether I acknowledge it or not, the truth is still there. The truth in that analogy, honestly, is I like Coke, but I'm drinking Pepsi to appease a friend of mine. But the truth is, I like Coke, and my like for Coke is true. My opinion, I like dogs better than cats. My opinion is true. There is a truth there. It may not be objective or tangible. You can add it up, or it may not be true for the next person over. So I guess you could say it's subjective to me, but it is my truth. Now, the flip to that is that I can lie and say I like Pepsi, and I'm getting rid of the truth. But there still is a truth there. You just don't know it. There's a deception in there. In order for there to be deception, there has to be a truth.
Yeah,
Can
and I
I
think
hold?
that's
Okay,
where
sorry.
I think Jason said it perfectly. Where, and this probably just comes down to language, an inadequacy in language, where you say I, so I think that Coke is better than Pepsi, whereas you can say I think that rain is wet, or I think I'm a man, and you can think that all you want. That's not going to change whether you are a man. But you can say I think Coke is better than Pepsi, and
Is
that
is it is it possible for you to think that, truly think that in your heart?
I
In
think
other
it
words,
is.
be no deception when it comes out of your mouth when you say I like Coke. Can that be true?
I think okay, so I think that you can absolutely think that Coke is better than Pepsi or vice versa, but I also think that because human minds are very, very diverse and complex, and I think the vast majority don't believe in their hearts, but I do think there are some people who truly believe that a man can become a woman, and that doesn't change reality. That they can't.
What's interesting about what you guys are talking about, can we please go back to 1980? This conversation would have never happened when I was growing up. And it's so sad that we've gotten here. I'm sorry, but I pee standing up. I'm a guy. Girls pee sitting down. It's really that simple. And how in the blue hell did our society get to where we are? It's frustrating. It pisses me off. We have kids in our district that are peeing in a goddamn litter box because they think they're a goddamn cat. I mean, if you really think you're a cat, you're 17 years old. We need to go to the vet so you can get fixed, because that's what cats do.
Can we just take a moment of silence to feel sorry for the janitor that has to clean that litter box?
It's bullshit. I'm sick of it. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. And these questions, yeah, something that honestly no sane civilization should have to answer. My only point is that personal opinion is different than objective natural law truth. Like I think that personal opinion, there are some things that are subjective that you cannot prove one is better than the other, whereas objective truth is verifiable, repeatable, observable, and there's no refuting it if you are honest. Like you can meet someone who truly says, well, rain makes me feel dry as sand, but you can prove that that's false.
That's all great and dandy. What I'm seeing is we're destroying our children. We're destroying the direction of what used to be is gone. That's my frustration. I had a much different childhood than my kids did, and I feel, it sucks. I don't like where we're going. We need to get back to family and
Hey
boys and
guys,
girls.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna head out. Just want to say thank you, and I'll talk to you all later.
Good night, Striker. Thank you for joining.
Appreciate you, Striker.
I'll get off my soapbox there. This shit pisses me off. So
No, man, keep going. Honestly, I was enjoying it.
Let's go to pancakes. He's had his hand up quite a bit. We skipped over him.
So, we're talking about the objective truth. So, how many centuries has the Earth been flat?
It's still flat. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
800 years ago, 800 years ago, I knew it, you knew it, Joe knew it. Everybody in the room with us knew that the Earth was flat. I mean, that was the truth 800 years ago. I'm probably, even more recent than that. I mean, that's what everybody knew, right? And there were probably some crazy people that said, no, this doesn't make sense. It's not. Well, I don't even know if they said it didn't make sense. They just said, I have a feeling that's not the case. It may be some other. I mean, of course, there were people that thought it was on the back of an elephant. It was on the back of a turtle. It was on the back of another turtle, and turtles all the way down, et cetera, et cetera. But that was that the truth at the time?
Absolutely. And actually, it's interesting. A lot of the, aside from the whole biblical firmament argument, a lot of the argument against the heliocentric model was due to the Christianity. They rebelled against the worship of the sun, the Ra, whatever other sun god there was. And so they didn't want to make the sun the center of the universe. They wanted to make God the center of the universe. But no, you're right. Objective truth does also change through time. Yeah, I can't argue with that.
I mean, we evolve. We learn things. Some things we find out were in that. Some things we always hold. And some things we find out later that we didn't necessarily know what we thought we knew, and that applies to a lot of things. I mean, it obviously doesn't apply to everything, but just throwing it out there when we're talking about the different types of truth.
My point is, pancakes. There is a truth whether you know it or not. Those that thought the world was flat, but there was still a truth to that, and it just wasn't what they were saying. That's my point. Is that there is a truth to everything, whether we acknowledge it or not, or we know it or not.
But back to the Coke or Pepsi, because I do truly think, I think that's a great analogy, and simple enough that we can argue about, because you can extend that often to anything as complex as what the left tries to make gender about. But you can't prove, like you can't, there's no such thing as two truths. You can't hold two truths at once. And so therefore it cannot be true that Coke is best and also that Pepsi is best, just because two people have different ideas of what's best. That's what makes it opinion. It's not provable. It's not falsifiable, I should say. Go ahead, Bubba.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Coke and Pepsi thing, and why, if I ask you, and I like Pepsi, and why would you tell me you like Pepsi too when you don't? Is it because you fear me outcasting you from my little tribal wall? Is that the thing that so drives us to lie to other people, even perhaps not really be sure of what truth is ourselves eventually, because we're lying so much? Uh, the the idea that you might hurt somebody's feelings perhaps, and then they won't accept you anymore, that fear that we have, that's that there's going to be something that's going to divide us, so we lie to each other about something, that we engage in this emperor's new clothes game, where nobody except for that little kid who's like, you know what I see? This dude doesn't have any clothes on. But everybody else has been lying, because they're like, oh yeah, I don't want to be the person that stands out. I don't want to be the outcast. Um, and so I think that is actually a way that we manipulate ourselves, because we're so afraid of the division of again a human propensity to, and it's an ancient thing, our tribalism, which at some point that was the best way to survive. is that, the stranger, not only do they probably have a disease your tribe has never experienced, but also they might kill you. So there's that's been, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of how we've lived, and we still have that instinct. And so there's this fear of annoying the other person, which, there are those among us, like Jason is like, I don't care if you agree with me or not. It's just like this, damn it. And, others of us might be like, yeah, okay, whatever you say, because I don't want you to cast me out. I don't want to not be part of the group.
Everything
That's all I.
everything you just described is the definition of bullying. And if you look at this from a 10,000-foot view, is you go to a second grade class and you have kids that will say whatever they need to say to fit in. Lack of a better term, you're the nerd and you want the cool kids to accept you. So you will say whatever they want to hear. And that unfortunately continues through adulthood, where we don't grow a set and actually become who we actually are. I think we've just gotten weak, and just be who you are. And if you have an opinion, have an opinion. If you like something, say you like something. Don't try to fit in with the cool kids all the time. And I think it's manifested itself into today is bullying. Bullying's been here forever. It's a different form.
Yeah, and I just want
I'm
to
not
say,
sure where to go with that.
Bubba, you're wrong. Objective truth is that Coke is better than Pepsi, but I'll take a Mountain Dew Voltage over either any day.
Oh, and just to be clear, Bubba, before you went on all that, I used Coke and Pepsi because Robbie used Coke and Pepsi in an analogy and metaphor that he used, and I just picked up on it. If I want Coke,
Well, we better be getting some
I want
royalties.
Coke.
Coke and Pepsi better be sending us
Oh
some
yeah, and
royalties.
I don't have any doubts about that about you, Joe. And I like the use of the analogy, and I'm using it, because of I'm a peculiar person, and I've never really been accepted, and I know it, I feel it. One of the things that I saw, I teach autistic kids, right? So one of the things I saw when we saw that video of Elon Musk on stage, and it's a hostile crowd, and it's a hostile interviewer, and he's attempting to use peer pressure, right? To like, how could you do this thing, and kind of doing this outcasting thing, right? And I started seeing how Musk was responding to that, and this is what I did instinctively: is I looked down at my shirt sleeves to see if I had rolled my sleeves down, because when somebody who is, and my experience, uh, an ultimate outcast, a social outcast, like an autistic boy who knows it, and he's there in the classroom, and he is getting super agitated, and everybody is starting to be like, oh dude, here he goes, and they've been in school with him for longer than I have. I just have him for this grade, but they all know him for years, and he is about to pop at some point. There's this set of behaviors of uh, he's gonna scratch my arms, right? So as I saw Mr. Musk beginning to react to this, we are going to outcast you, and his response is, I have always been outcast. Don't threaten me with who I've always been. Everyone has always known that, and I don't mean that he's autistic. I just mean that he is not someone that naturally fits in with people for whatever reason that is. And threatening him with peer pressure is exactly the wrong thing to do, because he gives zero fucks about that kind of social pressure. And that person is going to pop and do exactly what he did, which was fuck you. And I was like, yes. But that was, I think, such a natural reaction of this attempt to use shunning, outcasting, peer pressure with someone that is so used to that world that it's useless. But most of us uh, are not really that iconoclastic, frankly, and we want to be we want to be within the group and accepted, which, and honestly, and it's such a weird thing, because I taught 5th grade, right? And that goes into middle school. And middle school is the peer pressure wonderland. And eventually these kids grow out of that insane need to fit into whatever group, and they realize, oh, that was all bullshit. We're all super unique, and this whole, whatever, are you part of this group or that group, that's a bunch of bullshit, right? But we are kind of, we're so moved by that. Anyway, that's my point.
I think you find a lot of folks that would have that Elon Musk reaction to that kind of pressure. I think you see it in, especially in men that have served in the military, also law enforcement as well. You learn that you have a foundation about you, and you are who you are, or you have your values and your own principles, and you're not afraid to stand up and go against the grain. I think there are a lot more people out there than we give credit to. But I would say it seems like the further left you go, the less you have that. It's more, I need to be a part of this crowd. That's the more important thing. It's that has a higher value to some people than it does to others. Myself, I I'll be honest with you, I just don't give a shit. I do things my way for my reasons, and I'm not going to do them for anybody else's reason other way for their reasons. And that's just kind of the guy that I am. But uh, I think there are more people out there like that, but it does seem like the further left they go, instead of being individuals, they want to blend into the hive. And if you live in the hive, then you must be accepted by the hive because you live or die by it. Hey Shane, are you driving? Can you take a mic? I
Do
don't
we
know
have
if
an
anybody caught it, but I did a live broadcast of the Minnesota Ethics Committee on Senator Mitchell, aka Burglar Senator. Listen to that. There wasn't the Republican side or the prosecution side of that, if you want to look at it. The opposing side of that did pretty good job kind of lining it out, but the defense pretty much just took the fifth. And the guy had some really dark hair dye, her attorney.
Did Jason leave, or is he just dropping out and coming back?
I don't know. I didn't send me a DM or anything, or I hadn't checked.
You send an invite to Shane.
I did. He honestly, he could still be on the floor for all I know.
Bubba Flocka, where'd you get your name?
Well, all my relatives called me Bubba when I was a kid, right? And I'm a super like city boy and small and bookish, and so I thought, it's kind of stupid, it's ridiculous, but also I work for a school district that pays for a web crawler to check all of our social media and anything that might be in any way associated with us digitally. And I also work in a very, very progressive neighborhood and city. So I quit off of Twitter for a while, but I had tried to be as incognito as possible. So I figured I'd use this Bubba name, but also not give you the impression that I'm some gigantic dude from Texas. I'm a little skinny asthmatic guy from Texas, and that's it.
Well, man, I gotta say, I know you said you don't necessarily, you're not necessarily accepted everywhere. Just a tip: you grow a mustache and wax it like the one on your profile picture, you'll be accepted anywhere.
Well, I also had to try to find some kind of picture that was not easily, and there's a Mexican revolutionary hero. I was getting late, but it's Emilio Zapata. That's his name. And he was, he's kind of a short, stocky, or was kind of a short, stocky dude, not very attractive. But his brother, this is his picture. And his brother was a real dick. And actually, he was a gunfighter and loved to antagonize people into duels. And he was an excellent shot. And so that was his game. Eventually, he got shot in the stomach. And as he begged his opponent to finish him off, his opponent instead dragged him onto an ant bed where he died over several hours. And so this is Eustefano Zapata. And I was like, oh, I like that. That's really horrible. So that's the whole story of
Bubba, can I ask
this.
you a question?
Yeah, man.
So for the school, do you monitor threats coming in on social media?
I have no idea what they do with that. I wear horse blinkers and teach the 5th grade. And
Okay.
what any of those people do downtown and all of that is, well, the administration is gigantic. They invent crap for me to do, even though they know I'm working 90 hours a week for sofa change. So fuck them. And I have, I'm teaching 5th grade American history, on all subjects. And as long as I can, as long as I could, and I just retired, but, I'm not going to rock the boat or get fired or do anything that's going to allow them to get me off of mission, which is to teach constitutional history, American history, the great stories of the men and women of American history. And, so that's always been my complete, horse blinkers on, nose to the grindstone, and whatever else you people are doing. I've got these students this year. This is as much as I can do and can continue to do. So that's kind of where I am with that. When Vivek
I
Ramaswamy
appreciate everything.
when he was talking about that, how destructive a gigantic bureaucracy is in any institution, it is certainly what's destroyed education, public education. Homeschool.
Yeah, and I think bureaucracies have damaged more than just our education system. But I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. It's a conversation we commonly have about what's going on in our children's school and how our children are being almost raised by the government. It's very 1994, 1984ish. It feels like with our children in the school, but and I've talked to other educators that feel the same way you do about it. It's keep your head down and try to stay out of trouble because it seems to be pretty oppressive in that industry right now or that field. But I think there's some other ones feeling that too, though. I don't think it's just our educators. I think law enforcement in certain places are feeling it as well. But I will say, when it comes to our country, though, we've always got to keep pushing back on the government. We always have had to. We talk about how bad it is now. Um, every generation's had their issues with government overreach or just straight violations or warping into an administrative state. Our friend we've got two friends in New York, Dexter Taylor being one of those, who's sitting in a jail cell waiting for his sentencing come May 14th or May 13th for exercising his constitutional right, building traditional made firearms in his home that never left his home, never threatened anyone. It was the mere fact of their presence and the mere fact that there was a law in New York State that says that even after this law was passed, you must go purchase permits per weapon retroactively and get a permit for building it retroactively. So I feel like that's an administrative state. If I can go to prison for 15 years for essentially a procedure violation, I didn't have the right paperwork filled out. I feel like that's an administrative state. Our friend Busybody actually called me on the phone today, Jason. He said that New Paltz, which is Paltz, closed the missing person case today on his girlfriend and said that they would have to go to New York because that's where she's technically missing from, because that's where they had a photograph of her by herself. So therefore, she was on her own. So therefore, she must be missing out of New York, and we don't have the resources to do anything about it. I've got some personal opinions on that.
Just lazy.
Well, I think part of it is he's the boyfriend, and there's not a familial person, a stronger relationship type person that's making a report. But yeah, he said he's going to call the state police. I actually advised him that you got a brother that was her brother who's asking what he can do. That's what he can do. He can call and file an official missing persons report in New Paltz and New York jurisdiction, and the state police too, if they'll accept it. But she's been gone, what now, 9 days?
Yeah, I again, it was theory, but I know what I would do in this one, and it's lazy. It's just lazy police work.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's a no-brainer on this one. Go get the phone. It'll tell you what to do after that. It'll tell you if they got any fire to the smoke.
Agreed.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
I hear you, John.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear anybody talking. Yeah, clearly he's not in here.
Who?
Hold on. Busy.
Yeah, no, he's not.
I know this is gonna sound bad, but I think he slipped off.
You know what? I talked to him and his mother today.
Oh, okay.
And they've got these recording. I really think that when he starts to tell a story, he spins off down so many damn side roads. It's hard to figure out where you're going with it in the first place. And I think he loses his thought before he gets to the landing. One and two, I think they're looking at this as like a pedestrian relationship. Let it set. She's going to pop up somewhere because she found a new guy, or she's on the wind. But either way, she doesn't want him to know where she's at.
Yeah.
I think that the more prudent thing to do in law enforcement as an investigator, because it's literally it'll take you the time to geographically to get to where the phone's at and get it back to a machine and get it dumped, and it will tell you. It's not like it's a hard job to do or difficult. And that phone would lead you to whether there's something nefarious about her disappearance or not.
Yeah.
So I agree with Jason. It's lazy police work, and it's real easy. It's like, that's not my problem. You go fill out this form in triplicate at desk A. Then you go there and you fill that out. Nope. You've got to take this upstairs and you've got to have it stamped. That's exactly what an administrative state is. Instead of the government being responsive to the people, that's somebody complaining or claiming that someone is missing, a woman that's missing, with some good evidence behind that. It could be either way. It could be she's rolled out, or something's bad happened to her. My point is that because of her need for the medication, one, and the phone, it wouldn't be hard to figure out what the real scenario is on that.
Well, and that's what I'm confused on, because they could do a silver alert just on her medical issue.
That changes by state. I'm not sure. I don't know. We have a silver alert here, but that means an old person got lost.
Oh, well, in North Carolina, well, yeah, you're right. But in North Carolina, like if they have a need for medication or something like that, as it meets the criteria.
Well, it's going to take a law enforcement agency to
Yeah.
take a complaint, and I believe, Jason, that they even removed her off of NCIC. But
do we know for a fact that she was actually entered?
Well, I don't know anything for a fact.
Oh,
I know what has been said.
yeah.
And I'll throw it back another way too. There still may be an aspect to this that we don't know.
Yeah.
There may be something more to it, and I don't know what that is.
So listening to him talk, and I don't want to talk out of line in any way, shape, or form, but listening to talk, there's a lot more under the weeds here. When I was listening to the drug use and the addiction problems and the family stuff and what she's been through, it sounds like a hornet's nest of a bunch of shit, to be honest with you.
There's definitely layers in it today. There was a point in the conversation I found out something today that I hadn't heard, and I've heard the story, variations of it, or extensive. I won't say different variations, but different levels of how you peel it down on this story more than a few times. And there's still stuff that's like, what? It's something that would have been pretty pertinent if you're telling the story, I think. So, like I say, I don't know, and I'm absolutely not going to talk about anybody in a recorded space like that. But I think he should get a familial family member, i.e., the brother, to make a missing persons report, because this young lady really could be out down to some bad things. Bad things could have happened to her.
That was my gut.
Still doesn't change that New York sucks and is an administrative state. But the good news is Minnesota, you guys are trying to get there as fast as you can. So I'm really impressed with how quick you guys are learning how to do that there. Your state legislators are on it. I listened to them today. There was one guy, Gruenberger or something like that, who sent an email with pictures of children doing reassignment surgery, which I'm pretty sure was pretty gory. They was going to try to do something to him with the ethics committee, but they argued more about that than did the burglary. But on the burglary one, the opposing side, she had her attorney there. She didn't speak, and he essentially just invoked the fifth on everything. And their claim is that she hadn't had her due process. She's not guilty of anything, so there's nothing to censure.
I did happen to catch some of the one about the. It sounds like the guy actually just set like a link to a Google page. Like he didn't actually attach any, pictures or videos
Yes.
or anything.
Yeah.
It was just a Google page, and I guess the one woman that I saw was speaking. I guess she clicked on one of the links and started a video, and she's like, "I saw a penis, and I didn't know if it was I wasn't sure if it was an adult or child, so I just stopped watching." I guess apparently he had sent it to everyone in the legislature.
Yeah, it was a counter
I guess
to
they're
some it was a counter to some government paying for reassignment surgery for children, I believe. And he was not a proponent of that; he was an opponent of it. So he sent that email saying this is what's happening in these procedures. I bet she's real fun at parties and long car rides too.
Yeah, speaking of being fun at parties and that's referring to me butting in, not so I had I want to actually say a listener that we all know and love. He was a little bummed out that we didn't get to the child part, and he shared this post that I posted in the Jumbotron, which I do think is a very honestly, it breaks my heart. Part of the whole trans agenda targeting kids, and I don't know if you guys want to touch on that now or make a whole space. Honestly, it could be, but I don't know. But he left because we didn't get to the impact on kids when we were talking about trans and sports.
Who are we talking about?
I'll DM you.
Well, the topic wasn't children trans reassignment surgery.
Well, that's what
it
I told
was
him.
sports.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Are you talking about Twink or somebody else?
I'll DM you. I don't want to.
Damn pancakes.
What?
Just wait for a DM, man. You wait just a couple of seconds.
I am impatient. I mean, I'm not as impatient as some people we've had in the room, but
Hey Joe, did you hear something about? And I guess this happened within the last few days. A officer went to a domestic, and when he got there, the woman was being assaulted by her husband, and the 14-year-old had a handgun. They challenged him, and he supposedly lifted the gun up and fired off a round and ended up getting shot. Have you heard about that?
No, I hadn't heard about that circus at all. So hang on. Somebody's there assaulting the mother. 14-year-old takes up a firearm, raises it, shoots, misses it, and the assailant that was assaulting the mother shoots the 14-year-old.
No, the police officer did.
All right, tell the story again.
Okay, so I was just in a TikTok with another officer in Tennessee, and this guy, he's a volunteer firefighter somewhere in Texas. He said that a friend of his who is a police officer, he went on a domestic. When he got there, the husband had been assaulting the wife. The 14-year-old armed himself with a pistol, had it in his hand. When the officers told him to drop it, he lifted it up and fired off a round, and one of the officers returned fire, hitting the 14-year-old and killing him. That's what was told. I don't know. I ain't heard nothing about it.
No, I hadn't heard anything about it, but I'll do some looking.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
That sounds like a whole shit sandwich of a situation.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I'm putting that envelope in the mail tomorrow for you, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. In fact, I'm sending John a bunch of trifolds on our system. He's going to go out and push it in his area. If any of you guys want, I got a shit ton of them. If any of you guys want some trifolds, I can mail them to you and you can push it to whoever you want. My little cheap plug there, but
Yeah, I'm Googling it. I don't even see it. I don't know.
well, that went over like a fart in church, so I appreciate it.
Sorry. So I was actually sending a DM. I had my mic muted. Yeah, man, I'd like some of those.
Send me your address and I'll send you a bunch.
I DM to you for sure. So Jason, you'd say you get a couple of other cops together and do a cop story show?
Yeah, my business partner can, and I can bring another one in too. I think that would be, people like hearing cop stories. I think that'd be a good show.
They can be interesting for sure. Usually cops are pretty good storytellers. They'll take you chronologically through the events. So yeah,
that or just blunt.
Yeah, well, you'll have that as well. Now that's actually a great idea. I think we got John, you, if we got a couple of others, and just do it round robin around the table type of thing.
Yeah, I got a prostitution story that'll make people wet their pants.
Were you the CI?
No, I was the sergeant of the operation.
Oh, okay.
And we played a trick on the guy. It was.
Oh Lord.
It was good.
So a friend of mine, he got shot and killed years ago, but not long after he went to Winston PD, he was doing that, and I don't know if he wasn't told or what, but she got in the car. He had his radio and his firearm underneath the seat, but she asked to see it. Well, to prove that he wasn't a cop. So what did he do? He showed it. So
No, he didn't.
Yeah, but she got ready to do her thing, and so he reached. I don't remember now if he identified himself or what. Anyway, she took off running. Well, this is in downtown Winston in the hood, and he had no. I mean, we live out in the damn country. He had no idea where the hell he was, but he grabs his radio and he says he's in a foot pursuit. Well, a sergeant is asking him where he's at. He goes, "Fuck, I don't know where I'm at." I mean, it was funny because you had to hear it, but we gave him hell for that for years. But he was running through downtown Winston, didn't know where he was.
I got a request once for it was a city in our task force jurisdiction that wanted some assistance in doing a prostitution sting. Undercovers doing it, and we do that on occasion when cities ask for it. We come in and provide that little service. Get a hotel room, set up a couple of rooms next to it, and call them in. And if they can make a case, then they get arrested. If not, then you'll make the case. They'll get arrested. But anyway, I get a call and he says, "Man, we're going to try something and start going out." They were looking for money seizures, so they want to go after the pimps. This one, Craigslist was running real strong. They want to go after the pimps. That they've had several occasions where the pimp would come and drop them off and then come back and pick them up. But without an act or an offense, well, let me back up. The pimp would pick them up, and what their plan was to call these girls in and do these prostitution stings, but not arrest them. It's called a buy bust when you're like a dope deal. Hey, you got a crack rock? You got a 20? Yeah, I got a 20. They hand me the 20. I hand them a 20, and then all of a sudden, dudes jump out of everywhere and arrest them right then for the transfer of the controlled substance. It's called a buy bust. But most of the drug deals are called buy walks, where we do a CI or do it yourself, but you're just purchasing it because you're working on a bigger case. You'll each one of those purchases will hopefully open doors to you for other targets and search warrants, and that's kind of what your goal is. It's called a buy walk. They wanted to do buy walk operations on a prostitution sting. And I thought the guy was joking. I said, "Hang on. So you want my guys to come in, make a deal with a prostitute, finish the deal, and then we're by walking ass?" And he's like, "Well, I wouldn't say it like that." I said, "Well, how do you think anybody else is going to look at that, man?"
Yeah, really.
So I actually had to go to my sheriff on that and let him know that I was turning that little proposition down, but I couldn't see a scenario where I was going to send my guys in there to do a buy walk on a prostitution deal. I'm like, well, how many, with a dope deal, if I'm gonna hang paper, I need 3. I need 3 buy walks on it before I can hang paper on the door with a search warrant. How many times I got to do a deal with the same chick or the same pimp to be able to get a search warrant? And where are you going to run the search warrant at? Back at the Motel 6 in another jurisdiction away. Yeah, it was a bad deal. I don't know if they ever did it, but that was a horrible idea on the situation.
I was getting ready to say that wasn't very well thought out.
All right, I'm gonna tell this group this story, and I'll save it for that other thing. But in all honesty, arrest team is crying. So we set up prostituting in a hotel. The decoy was a former Division I defensive lineman who's 6'4" and 295 pounds. He's nervous as shit. So he comes to me and he goes, "Hey Sarge, do you mind if I have a few drinks before I do this? I'm really nervous." And in our policy, if you're undercover, you can have alcohol. Well, he gets drunk, like not completely drunk, but he's buzzed up a little bit. So we start we start this thing, and we get a couple girls show up, and then one girl shows up. So the code word. So we have cameras in the room. We're watching him. It's all mic'd up. The code word was it's party time. So once he says it's party time, the arrest team will come in and arrest the girl, bring her back to the arrest room, and then another prostitute's coming in. So anyway, this girl comes up, and I'm not gonna lie, she was not ugly. Very good looking girl. She comes in, and you have to get, from the officer's perspective, you have to get the girl to offer a sexual act for a dollar amount, then you have the prostitution thing. So it takes a little work. Well, she makes him strip down to his underwear, and this guy, for some reason, you think you know what you're doing. Why are you wearing whitey tighties on this particular day? No, wear boxers or something. Well, he wears whitey tighties, and he's trying to get her to do this, sex act for a dollar amount, and he can't get it. Well, then next thing we see on night vision, because you turn the lights off, is she's giving him a lap dance at the end of the bed, and he's in his underwear, and he keeps trying to get these, and she finally says it. Well, he wrote it's party time on his hand. That was the code word. And he looks at his hand behind the girl's back as she's giving him a lap dance. He was so sweaty that it leaked down. So all he could see was time. So he kept saying, "It's go time. It's so go time." And I'm in the other room going, "Nope, didn't say it yet. Keep going." And the girl goes, "I'm so hot for you." And he goes, "Oh yeah, it's so go time. It is go time." And she goes, "Why do I keep saying that?" "Because it is go time." And I keep going, he didn't get it right yet. And we sat there, and this went on for 5 minutes. And finally we come in, we're laughing hysterically, and he's in his whitey tighties with 6 cops busting in the room, and we arrested her and handcuffed her, laughing our asses off.
Yeah, dude, that is 10 kinds of wrong right there. Because y'all got to remember, folks, they just created evidence on a criminal offense that could go to trial, and he's going to sit on the witness stand and talk about, "Yeah, that's me in my underwear. Yeah, no, yeah, that's me too. Yeah, yes, that everything there is me. That's horrible. That's horrible."
No, that was funny. He won't tell you the same story, but that's what happened.
Well, there's the subjective truth. I told you, there's one in every story.
Well, we also hired a transgender for a cop undercover too, and she was, flirting with him, and he felt a penis on his shoulder, looked up at the camera and said, "We're done. I'm not doing this."
Without a doubt, I'd have done the same thing. Hey, go ahead, Bubba Flacco, but try not to get on a real tall soapbox for us, so we can keep a conversation going.
Actually, not at all. I didn't realize that I had stumbled into a lot of law enforcement guys, and I just wanted to say that as somebody whose family's life has been shattered by violent crime, I appreciate so much how hard it must be to always have to show up and try to put back together the pieces for these people, and how graciously that was handled in my family's case, and how deeply grateful I am.
I'm glad to hear you had a good, positive contact. I believe that those don't get spoken about enough. So I appreciate
And
that.
it's easy for anybody in any industry to point out the foibles of some of things. But my experience, having had a lot of experience with getting pulled over ever since I tried to run, I'm walking past the little neighborhood police station, fire station, with my little bundle on a stick because I'm running away at 7, and these guys followed me all the way to the park in the fire truck. From then throughout, so many uh, so many experiences with cops, and they have been, by and large, the far majority positive. So I know it's easy for you guys to point out the flaws in each other, but that certainly has not been my experience.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
Bob, I want
I was
to.
going to say it wasn't my experience either with law enforcement. I work with good people that do good things, hard things sometimes.
Bob, I was going to say, you're a teacher. I was a school resource officer for many years, and I also supervised school resource officers for almost 20 years. So I have a lot of respect for the education system. Not so much today, to be honest with you, but I appreciate what you do as well. I think there's a lot of avenues in life that people take that all are originally intended to be good.
Jason, I got a phone call one day from the SRO at my daughter's high school, and it was a female officer, and she was like, "Sir, you're a teacher over there at the elementary school." "Yes, ma'am." "Well, your daughter here wanted me to call you. I asked her if you sit on the tables at your house." And she stood up and said, "Yes, I do. And I thought I'd give you a call and let you speak to her for a minute." I'm like, "Honey, what that officer is saying is get the fuck off that table." Dude, I'm like, do not play this dumbass game. And what this officer is doing is helping me parent you. And I really appreciate that she called. And I just it was hilarious to imagine that my smart ass daughter flares up like, "Yes, I do," and she's like, "Let's call your dad right now." It was beautiful.
Love it.
Yeah, I did too. I went to a call. I think I might have been on FTO. I was a second on a call, or I was FTO. It was early on for me. We'll go to a call, and it was a kid that had called 911 because her mother threatened to spank her with a belt. I think for skipping school, some stuff a kid should have gotten something for. I forget what all it was, but it was something. She was like a 13-year-old little smart ass girl. Get there, arms crossed, all sold up. Mom's telling the story and everything. And it wasn't me, but it was the person that I was with. And I might have been on FTO, maybe one of my FTO officers. He was an FTO officer. I don't know if I was on FTO when this happened. But either way, he listens to the whole story. And then he turns to the daughter, and the daughter says, well, it's against the law. That's child abuse. She can't hit me. He said, "No, well, actually, young lady, she absolutely can." And he quoted what in the state of Texas says that a parent can use reasonable corporal punishment for the welfare and discipline of the child. And her eyes got real big, and he said, "But I tell you what, just make sure it's done right. I can stay here and supervise your mother doing that if that's what you want." Her eyes swole up, and her whole attitude changed towards her mother and everybody else then. But I thought that was pretty crafty the way he volunteered to stay there and make sure mom didn't abuse you, but you got a proper whooping. Hey folks, it's almost 2 a.m. in the state of Texas. I'm gonna wrap it up in 6 minutes. So if anybody's got anything hot they wanted to drop on everybody, let's get it done now. And we've been running this space on simulcast live. Let's see what we got on listeners. We're doing pretty good earlier. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that, whether you were able to do that through the other account or whether you needed Kingdom to do that. Is that run through the soundboard or?
It is run through the soundboard, but only for sound. It's not on the phone. What I do is I put my little drone character in to capture the audio, and then I share and I enter. Well, I enter on the desktop with not the Joe Lanu account, but the Fanu Lanu account. So I enter the space with that account, and then I screen share and then broadcast on StreamYard, and it captures the audio. The only problem is the audio gets sketchy, so I have to run the audio through the soundboard so I can turn the volume down. Otherwise, any other method that you use reduces the volume on the stream. So, yes, I'm able to do it. Is it the best way to do it? No, but it's been successful last night and tonight.
Nice. Yeah, that Fanulanu, it was a sketchy looking account. I was about ready to remove it from space. So
you're not the only one. A lot of people have warned me that is a robot. Where we're still live at 252. That's not bad. 252 people listening to our BS. So,
hey,
yeah.
must not be all BS then.
Or there's some sad people. There's 252 sad people out there, but they are kind of people, so we appreciate you.
Yeah,
I just
no.
wanted to pop in and tell you guys, Coke is best.
See, another piece of objective truth laid on us here tonight.
We love you, Moni. Thank you for sticking so long. Always love hearing from you.
I enjoyed listening to you guys. It got a little deep earlier, didn't it?
Well, we had a philosophy professor in the room. How did you think that conversation was going to go?
Well, man, I would not like to be one of his philosopher students because that's he didn't seem to really know where he was standing.
Well, I think that's the way he took it, like he was talking to students, because he like posed the philosophical question and then wait for our responses to tell us that we're wrong. But he had to change his position from a subjective truth, which was a first part of the argument, to a subjective truth after Bubba Flacco after Stryker, I think, come in and dropped a subjective truth on it. He had to go with that one because he was getting boxed in on the other. But man, we agree with you. You're right. We agree that there is a subjective truth, or truth is subjective. Let me put it that way. Objective.
The very beginning of this conversation was about whether or not he was going to accept those children or not if you really listened. So he wanted to have a discussion with his family and say, let's discuss this right now because this is where it's going to start, this is where it's going to end. And he wasn't going to change his mind. He had already made up his mind.
Well, and that's kind of what was confusing to me, is because it seemed like yeah, he brought that up, and then he kind of got upset when we circled back around to it. It seemed like he was trying to square a circle that no one else was.
Well, I called him on that. I said, "You're asking two things. One was about with your grandchildren, as to whether or not they would be accepted, or why can't one pick their race and we accept that versus not picking the gender." And so yeah, he was calling out. He had two questions. The question was it was a moving target, is all the way through the whole thing.
No, if you listen to him, he was already stating that he had an issue with his grandchildren not being what he wanted to accept.
I didn't take it that way, Holy. I took it as a concern as to how other people were going to perceive them.
Well, yeah, but he said, how do you say it? That's it for them children? What was that comment he made? It was really harsh.
But see, I don't know that those comments. I don't know what to make of those comments. I think you could take an interpretation a couple of different ways. I don't know what he meant by those, but yeah, I agree. He pretty much, I think, would finish out on something to say, and he would end it with a comment like that.
Mm-hmm.
And especially the ones where like, we don't know what we're talking about, or we don't understand.
I think he was trying to direct us to the final answer that he wanted us, that he has concluded,
Yeah.
and he's testing a theory on how to make people understand his point of view. And possibly he has a subjective that he thinks is a real truth.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never been a fan of philosophy. No, I just,
But you get
It has
you
its
get to
time
smoke
and
a
place.
you get to smoke a pipe and sit around and just talk about shit.
yeah.
Do a great job, actually.
Well, philosophy is supposed to be a give and take, and his seemed to be more a very antagonistic form of it.
Hmm. I wonder
He
what our
he was
final
in a
grade
he's in the wrong room for guiding sheep.
was.
All right,
Yeah,
folks, it is 2 a.m. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead, Moni. Go ahead, Holly. You guys finish up with something.
no,
I
you go
was
ahead.
just going to go ahead, Holly.
No, I was gonna say good space, good space.
I agree, and I bet you all, every one of you, got a final grade.
I'll put it with my others. We'll be okay. Hey, folks, tomorrow is Charles with SR71. It's going to be a dual video space. I'm going to try different little formats so we can try to sync up the videos, and surely we'll be able to pull that off. But it's going to be a great space with Charles. I think there's a wealth of information and history that he'll be able to fill us in on. I think I've done enough research on it to be able to kind of guide him chronologically through the beginning towards the end of his time with the SR71. But this is a remarkable airframe. There's not another one in the world like it, and there's not another one that can compete with it. It literally moves so fast that the friction of air that moves across its surface will melt it down, and that's what limits its speed. It could go a lot faster. So, pretty interesting aircraft. There's also interesting things about the way it takes off and what it takes to keep it in the air. But join us for it. It's going to be a good episode. Definitely different than what we had tonight. More heartedly or historical even. But we'll also have some video and enough visual things to keep up with and see what we're talking about when he's explaining some of these things. And I also think it's going to be a light for Charles. I don't know that he hadn't done a space like this where we're gonna show video and pictures. I've got quite a bit of content to display for his eyes as well. So it should be a good time.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, honestly. The SR71 is one of my favorite birds, and yeah, can't wait to hear about how it's made. I sat in this cockpit in an air museum, and I always drew it as a kid. So it'll be great talking to one of the guys who actually built it.
It should be a great space. All right, folks, I'm going to get some rest. You guys do the same thing. And I appreciate everybody's attendance and participation. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Good night, Joe. Thanks for a great space.